Test 1, 2.
Nice and cool in here today.
Attention in the barn, Shorthorn exhibitors. I'm sure you know, but I misspoke. We are starting with bulls, Shorthorn bulls. So we need. Here's your. Class 21 Shorthorn bulls to the makeup ring. Class 21 Shorthorn bulls. Attention in the barn, Shorthorn and Hereford exhibitors, 5 minutes till showtime. We need Class 21 Shorthorn bulls to the makeup ring. Class 1 Hereford heifers, 5 minutes till showtime. One light touch, it goes green, you're good to go.
Oh, now this is awesome.
scale area. Tommy? Are there radios back there? I don't have a radio. That's my point.
Very good. How are you? Morning. Good morning.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's just a minute or two past 8 o'clock, and we want to welcome everyone here to the North American. As customary, we get started each morning with the playing of our national anthem, so if you'd please rise and remove your headgear. Thank you, Bernie. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Getting started this Monday morning with our National Hereford show over on the east side of Freedom Hall. That'll be to you exhibitors as you come down the ramp. It'll be to your left. Over on the west side, you exhibitors, you come down the ramp, of course, on your right with our National Shorthorn show. Starting with our Shorthorn Bull show this morning. Coming into the ring now is Class 21 Shorthorn Bulls. Single class in this division, so this will automatically be your late spring bull calf champion. Getting started in our Hereford show with our cow-calf class. I was misinformed, but it looks like exhibitors knew. Class 29, if you're following along in your program book, it's on page 31. This will be the only cow-calf class. So immediately following this, we will start our heifer calf show. So we need Class 1 spring heifer calves in the makeup ring.
Nice pair of bulls to get started with here in the Shorthorn show, and I think the bull that starts our class as we relate for a pair of May bulls, this guy's a little more appropriate in terms of his balance. If you study his indicators of extensions relative to body, study him at the ground, I think this is a good functional kind of a bull. Study his genetic profile, and I think he's just a little more acceptable in terms of his birth weight value relative to the bull in second, making him a complete quality calf to start with. Bull in second's got that bit of extra extension through his neck. He's really a good jointed bull that's got some set to his hind leg, got some functionality to his rear foot. Be interesting to study this bull a year from now, where he sets in terms of body shape in relation to frame size. But at this point today, we'd like to just bolden his body up, tone him down in terms of his birth weight value just a shade.
Placings in Class 21 Shorthorn Bulls. First place and automatically your late spring bull calf champion. Entry 448, RFSS Master Mo, exhibited by Respite Farms, Paris, Kentucky. Second place and automatically your late spring bull calf reserve champion. Entry 446, Waymar UT Bachelor, exhibited by Waymar Farms, Allison Uteg, LaSalle, Illinois. Coming into the ring now in our Shorthorn shows, Class 24. Class 25 Shorthorn Bulls should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 28 Shorthorn Bulls. Take a moment to introduce our judges to you on our Shorthorn side. Father and son team today, but your lead judge will be Dr. Mark Hogue. Dr. Hogue works as a professor of animal science at Western Illinois University. Mark and his wife Katie have two sons, Carter 9 and Nolan 6. Mark's had the opportunity to judge shows all across the country and internationally, and of course worked the livestock judging teams there at Western Illinois University. His associate, definitely no stranger here to the North American, is Dr. Dan Hogue. Dr. Hogue is the faculty member at the Black Hawk East Community College, and has been a judging team coach, a very astute and renowned livestock judge who's judged from coast to coast and all across the world. It's indeed a pleasure to welcome to the North American Dr. Mark Hogue and Dr. Dan Hogue. Folks, give them a nice round of applause. They got a long day ahead of them. Shorthorn entry 463 to the makeup ring. Shorthorn entry 463. Over in our Hereford show, our judge for today is Mr. Lydell Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee. Lydell and his family and wife Holly own and operate Gamble's Angus, Red Angus, and Simmentals. Lydell and his family have had the opportunity to raise and exhibit many national champions. And Lydell has judged shows from coast to coast, always judged here to North America. It's indeed a pleasure to welcome back here to Freedom Hall Mr. Lydell Meyer to evaluate our Hereford show. Folks, give him a nice round of applause.
Well, folks, certainly an honor and a privilege to be out here this morning evaluating the Hereford cattle. Just 5 cow-calf pairs out here to start this evaluation, and an extreme quality. The cow that's going to win the class and be our champion suits me quite well. A power cow that's got the style, got the balance, the elegance and grace about her shoulder and her front end. Set her into motion, she goes quite well. Robust and bold right through the center of her part of her body, so good in her foot structure and her bone structure when you set her into motion. Love the look and style and balance she gives you when on the standstill. Udder is very uniform, teat structure is ideal. Power of the bull calf that she carries on the side of him also is what escalates this pair to the top. Bull that's got tremendous amount of length and power, look and style and balance and soundness. That is a very powerful yet attractive, very complete pair to represent this show this morning as your champion Hereford cow-calf pair. Gets a little closer to me for our reserve. I think these 2 cows are excellent. Going with the cow that ends up being reserve is a little bit more in tune and more in type and kind to our cow that wins. Just a little bit more power. She's more robust and bold in her forerib back to her rib cage. Extremely long up out of her hip. Still elegant about her head and neck. Still too, when you set her in motion, very sound and fluid on the movement. Very her heifer calf on her side. Very stout, very powerful, but yet attractive. A really, really neat pair. Maybe doesn't have quite the power as far as her hip as our cow that wins, but love the mobility, still the look, uniformity of her udder, and her strength of her calf on her side. The young female that comes in third, really like the sharpness and angles, flatness about her shoulder, elegance about her front end, so good and true up out of her top and up out of her hip. But when you compare the cow to the 2 cows that go 1 and 2, she gets a little more concave in her heart, doesn't have quite that expansion in her forerib and out through her rib cage, maybe doesn't have that lower stifle as the 2 cows that win. Excellent heifer calf on her side. That is a pair that has a lot of look, style, balance, and symmetry. She just doesn't have enough power to get around the 2 cows that win. The next cow that comes in the line is a cow that does have some power. Big top, very smooth and fluid in her forerib back to her rear flank. Refinedness of her teat structure is what gets her down here, like the refiner udder and her teat quality. Powerful bull up on her side. Change him up, sound him up just a little bit more from the ground up, but a powerful cow, just a neat refiner about her teat structure. Cow rounding out the class is a cow that just needs simply just a little more power in her lower 1/3 of her body. Elevator up. Really nice bull calf on her side that's got some length and some grow. Folks, let's give our cow-calf exhibitors a nice round of applause. 2 excellent cows to go 1 and 2.
On the Shorthorn bull side of things, we've really got a nice pair of bulls, in my opinion, at the top end of this class to focus on as April's. I think as we make the relative comparisons between the initial pair, I think the bull that starts our class is a little stronger and bigger in terms of his foot. I like this guy's foundation and stoutness of feature, just a nickel better at this stage in his development. you get on top of the cattle, and I think this guy's a good-bodied bull that's got some shape to his top. Bull's got some power and spread to his hip and stifle. Then when you ask him to get out and lead, he maintains a quality, balanced view when he's out on the roll. The bull in second, I liked, maybe hit me a little harder initially than did Dad from this guy's shoulder back. I love this guy's hind leg design, good-bodied, moderate kind of a bull. We look at a bull calf at this stage in his development. I'd like to square him up just to shade at his knee, let his front foot hit the surface just a little more correct. But that bull reads with quality and balance. He reads with a look of a really unique pattern, really unique line for a solid red bull. Got a great future. Bull in third's interesting because when you study his birth weight value on paper and then you look at him in person, you would not expect this bull to have the masculinity, the muscularity that he does at this stage in his development. This bull's third because when he gets in motion, he'll roll out of his hip, bring his hind leg up underneath himself just a little more than the top pair do. The bull in fourth is the youngest bull within class, and I think this guy's skeletal quality reads right. I think this guy's got a bright future in terms of his pattern and design. Today just needs more power from one end of his framework to the next to run with those bulls above him. A big testicle bull comes out in 5, extended, long-bodied, and those are all quality attributes that we can discuss. In my opinion, he's the most out of balance in here in relation to his frame and length. I want to open his body cavity up. Then when he goes away, I'd like to stabilize his hock as it hits the surface behind. Great class, a deep quality class of shorthorn bulls here.
Placings in Class 29 cow-calves in our Hereford show. First place, and automatically your grand champion cow-calf goes to entry 445, BW Sugar and Spice 215Z, exhibited by Lance Worth, New Richmond, Wisconsin. Second place, and your reserve champion cow-calf, JLCS She's Darn Cool Z21, exhibited by Blue Oil Land and Cattle, Fairlawn, Ohio. Third place, entry number 449, exhibited by Aubrey Cattle Company, Monrovia, Indiana, and Ramsey Herefords, Greenfield, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 450, exhibited by White Willow Pole Herefords, Morris, Illinois. And fifth place, entry 447, exhibited by Bruce and Julie Durst, Tiff City, Ohio. Now, if you flip back to the front of your book, Class 1 heifer calves are in the ring. Class 2A heifer calves should be in the makeup. First call for Class 2B heifer calves. In our Shorthorn show, Class 24 bulls. First place, entry number 456, Hillhaven Konak 39B, exhibited by Hillhaven Farms, Duntron, Ontario. Second place, entry number 452, Proud as Hell 144, exhibited by Hell Farms, Charlotte, Michigan. Third place, entry 457, exhibited by Colt Cattle Company, Lawrence and Waldock, Seward, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry number 450, exhibited by Hell Farms, Charlotte, Michigan. Fifth place, entry number 454, exhibited by Cedar Lane Farms, Cedarville, Ohio. In the ring now in our Shorthorn shows Class 25. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting our early spring bull calf champion. Class 28 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 29, Shorthorn bulls. No.
So yesterday, that boy came out here yesterday and said he had chewed on her on Friday.
I don't think he would have been with Sullivan's. He wouldn't have been with Sullivan.
Here in the Shorthorn Bull Show, you have one of everything in this particular class. If you like shorthorns and your shorthorns build a particular way, I think there's a bull in here that you can identify with in terms of quality. Trying to put them together in a show ring setting can be interesting. You look at the data, you look at the bulls visually, and I sure think you've got some things to do. We talk at Western, when in doubt, we're going to stay committed to structure, and when you do that in this particular class, I think the bull with the most structural quality and design is the one we start with. I think the Cherry Red Bull not only maintains the most appropriate lines and design on the move, but then when he's I think this guy's got balance and symmetry. I think he's got a nice look and shape to his upper rib. He's not the chubbiest, widest one today, but I think as we take him towards maturity, that hock, that hind leg and rear pastern, to me, has great value. The roan neck bull that comes in second, this is a moderate, boxy, chunky one that I like on the stand, and you can identify initially with his quality of presentation. When this bull comes in motion, he's a small-footed, shallow-heeled bull of that initial pair that won't use his hock as effectively as what I like to see him. The bull that comes next, this is a bull that was fighting the lead, and I tell you, this guy might have as much utility and body shape and correctness as any within class from his shoulder back. I think the bull reads good in his muscularity, shape, and pattern. For me, when you study him, I don't know if he's fighting the lead. It'll be interesting where the pitch to his shoulder is with time on feet and maturity. Today, for me, to move him up in class, we need to set him back in his knee, give him a little more slope to his shoulder, but from his midrib back, that guy's got real value. Muscular bull come next. This guy's got the advantage in masculinity, in shape and power. Good hind-legged bull. When you get up close to him, my concerns with this guy, when you step away, can't get his shoulder, midrib, and flank to balance in him quite as effectively as I can those bulls above him. If you like his stoutness of feature and muscularity, sure go take another look at him in the barn, because that bull really offers of muscularity. The bull that closes, here's a well-presented, extended bull. I'd like to tone him down in his birth weight value and then study him visually. This guy needs opened up in his lower body cavity, just stouten him up in relation to his frame size and extension. Great class of bulls. Let's show the exhibitors our appreciation with a nice round of applause, if you would.
Back on our Hereford side, our class of May, June heifers, just an excellent group. There's the top 5, 6 heifers here in this particular class I think are outstanding. The most complete heifer is the one we're going to use to win. As far as balance, soundness, eye appeal, volume, extremely fault-free. Smooth in her shoulder, clean about her chest, her neck, good up out of her top line and hip. Tremendous as far as her dimension, explosion of muscle down up out of her top, set her to motion, gets out and goes extremely good. On the profile view, gives you an awfully good look. Very complete, well-balanced female. Like the power of our heifer here coming in second. I know this heifer's not acting real good for this young lady. Trying to see through that. I love the foot size and the bone. I like the extra dimension in her forerib back to her rear flank. Good as far as the look curvature of her lower rib cage. Maybe change her pin structure when you compare her to the heifer that wins the class. And a heifer that's, when she does get planted, it gets on the standstill. I think heifer gives you a good look, long bodied, long fronted, good chested. Heifer coming in third, I think, is a heifer that I like really well from just a skeleton design standpoint as far as her structure and her mobility. Maybe gets a little more plainer about her head and neck and her chest than the 2 heifers that go 1 and 2, but love the added dimension as far as her forerib back to her rib cage. When this heifer's on the move, she bounces up quite well. Maybe on the standstill, she gets a little plainer a look about her as compared to the heifers that go 1 and 2. Very elegant on the move. Maybe a little flatter in her muscle pattern down low as compared to the heifers that go 1 and 2. Love the extra body and dimension. Heifer coming in next is a heifer that's got an advantage in length of body and extension and grow. And really smooth about her shoulder. Doesn't have quite that extra dimension in the lower 1/3 of her body as the heifers that go 1, 2, and 3. But as I evaluate this heifer, love the extra length of hip and length of body and extension and grow. Stands extremely well on the move. She's really square and it tracks really wide. I just like to see a little more dimension to go with that extra length and frame. Heifer coming in next is a heifer I like quite well. A heifer that's got some thickness and some body, very complete, just maybe gets out horse as far as that length and extension. Doesn't have quite as much power as the heifers that go 1, 2, 3, and 4, but a very complete, well-balanced female. Heifer coming in next, got a tremendous amount of muscle shape, gets a little tighter in her forerib, tighter in her flank, doesn't have that extra swing and drop and natural softness as the heifers in the front of the class. Love the power and dimension. Heifer coming in next, got some sharp angles, change her about her hind leg structure, gets a little elevated in that tail head. Heifer rounding out the class, just simply needs more class and eye appeal, power and dimension to get any higher. Really good group. Top end of that class was quite strong.
Here within the spring division of your Shorthorn show, we've got 4 quality candidates out here within the Shorthorn Bull division. You study our 2 class winners, and I think there's similarities in terms of their pattern and presence. There's differences in terms of width and muscle at this stage in their development. A quality second place pair of bulls that have that look and presence, good body shape. My compliments to the exhibitors and the breeders of these 4 Shorthorn bulls. I sure think they both, all 4 of them offer progress through their pattern, design, and structure. For Dad and I personally, we're going to keep the pair of bulls together. Down here, that wins the first class in the division. Redneck Roan will be champion. Solid Red Bull will be reserved within the division that's second behind him in class. Let's give all 4 exhibitors a great round of applause for a quality set of bulls.
Placings in Class 25, Shorthorn Bulls. First place, entry number 461, Rex Lane Banshee 8B, exhibited by Rex Tribbett, Linden, Indiana. Second place, entry 462, Midnight Headliner 406, exhibited by Ben Warfield, Marriottsville, Maryland. Third place, entry 464, Respite Farms Incorporated, Paris, Kentucky. Fourth place, entry 459, exhibited by Rayola Shorthorn Farms, Washington Island, Wisconsin. Fifth place, entry 468, exhibited by Hugh Moore Jr. and Sons, Jerseyville, Illinois. Your early Spring Bull Calf Champion Shorthorn goes to entry number 456, Hillhaven Konak 39B, exhibited by Hillhaven Farms, Duntrone, Ontario. Your reserve Spring Bull Calf Champion, entry number 452 out of that same class, Proud as Hell 144, exhibited by Hell Farms, Charlotte, Michigan. In the ring now in our Shorthorn shows, Class 28 Shorthorn Bulls. Class 29 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 32. In our Hereford show, Class 1 Spring Heifer Calves. First place, entry number 18, Purple Magnolia 93B, exhibited by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Second place, entry number 4, CFCC Rihanna 48B, exhibited by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Third place, entry number 5, exhibited by Dalton Davis, Thorntown, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 9, exhibited by Ty Craig, Bedford, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 20, exhibited by Del Hawk Cattle, Earlville, Illinois. Sixth place, entry number 6, exhibited by Landon Curry, Norman, Indiana. Seventh place, entry number 8, exhibited by Carlson Cattle, Royal Center, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 16, exhibited by Kaylee Vineyard, Danville, Kentucky. In the ring now in our Hereford shows, Class 2A. Class 2B should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 2C.
Another really good class as we change divisions here within your Shorthorn Bull Show. The red and white bull that starts. It's kind of the man-child within the group when you study structure and power, substance, and I mean a tremendous bodied bull. Got his neck and shoulder design set well, and I think where he excels the bull in second is simply sheer substance and stoutness, at the ground, and I think he excels the bull in third in terms of angles and functionality on the lead. And as a result, this is the bull to start. Study his genetic profile, and he's acceptable. Maybe strengthen his milk column just a nickel. But other than that, that's a good functional bull to start. Love the bull in second, Shape. This guy looks like he wants to make slick shorn steers. Tremendous neck, and I think it sets in his top line well. There's a tremendous amount of retail product potential to his progeny, and got a great pin set in him. Out here, he's a little tighter haired bull, and he doesn't have that substance and stoutness when you get him on the profile. But study that guy's ability to reach and go on both ends with real muscle. I like that one a good deal. Solid red bull that comes in three. Up high and on a profile, I sure like him. Get this guy in motion, and he'll close up on the lower part of his skeleton on both ends of his framework. A bit too much for me. Then set him back on his heel just a little differently, but a great pattern, great presence bull there in third. Bull that comes in fourth on the stand. You like this guy's basic function and lines. Get him in motion, and he'll be a little sharp in his hock. His top line comes up just a shade in his heart, but a good basic kind of a bull. Moderate and stout are two words that describe the bull in five. Out here, he just gets a nickel plane in his neck and shoulder on the green chips. Then he'll come up on his toe and be rigid in his hock relative to the bulls in front of him, and I think that throws his balance off just a shade. Once again, my compliments to the exhibitors in the February bull class.
We're back over here on our Hereford side. Once again, a class that runs really deep here of April heifer calves. Heifer that I'm going to use to win. Yes, she's not the most powerful heifer here in this particular class, but I think she's the most complete, most well-balanced heifer of the group. Very good about her shoulder, about her chest and her neck, so good up out of her top line and up out of her hip. I think where she excels are bigger, more bolder heifer here in second is from her hook bones back. I love how she lays up into that hip. She's got some true natural curvature to that lower quarter, set her to motion. Very elegant on the move, very proportional as far as her rib cage and her boldness through the center part of her body in relation to her frame and her length. Heifer puts a very good look together with a very sound, very complete, very well balanced heifer. Big, bold, big-bodied heifer here coming in next. Good about her chest and her neck as well. Maybe if I was going to change her, I don't think she's quite as fluid up in the top of her hip down to the ground as the heifer that wins, but she's extremely long hip, big-bodied, smooth shoulder. Love the extra width and dimension as far as the center part of her body. Heifer coming in third is the heifer I moved up, and I guess the more I study this heifer, the more I like her. I don't think she has the full rib and depth of body as the heifers that go 1 and 2, but I love the extra sharpness about of her top and the shape about of her hip. She too, from the ground up, good as far as her foot size and her bone structure. Maybe just make her a little more fluid on that movement to get up there in them 1-2 spots. But I think that heifer has a bright future. Love the extra shape, look, style, and balance. Heifer coming in next. I love her from the side. Flat shoulder, good neck, good up out of her top line and up out of her hip. When you simply get behind her, she just flattens out, narrows up out of her pins, and I can't get her any higher today. Powerful, big-footed, big-bone heifer comes in next. I just like to change her out of her top line and up out of her tail head. Maybe just gets a little plainer about of her chest. I love the power. I love the length. I just like to smooth her up and change her up out of her top line. Heifer coming in next. Got some shape. When this young man gets this heifer planted, I think she gives you a good look, but she does come at you a little bit in pieces. A little bolder and opener about of her shoulder, a little rounder about of her hip. I think you just change that, smooth her up. Young man does a great job showing her. Heifer coming in next is a heifer that just simply doesn't have the smoothness and balance to get up any higher, maybe track her just a little bit wider as she goes. Young lady's heifer coming in next. Got some power and dimension. She too comes at pieces. Take that shoulder, lay it in there a little bit tighter, change her up out of her hip, balance her up, give her a little more class and eye appeal, and I think she can compete. Next heifer in the lineup is a heifer that I like as far as her style and her balance and symmetry. She just doesn't have enough muscle and dimension. Gets really flat as far as her full rib and her rib cage. Just like to change that about her. Good-footed and nice-legged, just doesn't have that extra dimension. Young man rounding out the class just simply doesn't have enough internal dimension and power to get her any higher. Really good group, nice pair of heifers there on the top end.
Placing in Class 28, Shorthorn Bulls, first place, entry number 472, CF Unique, exhibited by Simon Farms, Rockford, Ohio. Second place, entry number 479, Hahn Creatures C4B, exhibited by Matthew Hahn, Minooka, Illinois. Third place, entry 471, exhibited by Carter Barkema, Alexandria, Iowa. Fourth place, entry number 477, exhibited by Rex Tribbett, Linden, Indiana. Fifth place, entry 476, exhibited by Cheyenne Starman Highland Shorthorns, Camp Point, Illinois. In the ring now is Class 29 Shorthorn Bulls. Immediately following this, we'll select our Junior Bull Calf Champion. Class 32 and 33 should be in the makeup ring. In our Hereford show, Class 2A, first place, entry number 27, Purple Cags Francisca 4B, exhibited by Cagney Collins, Flanagan, Illinois. Second place, entry number 32, JSC Aleve 121B, exhibited by Caden Jones, Hereford, Ohio. Third place, entry number 30, exhibited by Callie Ellis, Loward, Texas. Fourth place, entry number 25, exhibited by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 31, exhibited by Burns, Tennessee. Sixth place, entry number 34, exhibited by exhibited by Ethan Hopkins, Winchester, Tennessee. Seventh place, entry number 28, exhibited by Showtime Cattle Company, Moreland, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 26, exhibited by Brianne Lassie, Connorsville, Indiana. Ninth place, entry number 29, exhibited by Trent and Justin Johnson, Bloomington, Indiana. 10th place will be a write-in entry in your book, entry 33, exhibited by Mitchell Ellis. In the ring now in our Hereford shows, Class 2B. Class 2C should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 2D.
It's a challenge to go through a show and keep pace and keep on track with where you want to be. Get to visit with Dad a little bit about the cattle, and we can get to talking, and then all of a sudden the day gets long. I pick up a cordless microphone and talk even more, and then the day gets even longer. So we want to be conscious of that, or I do, as we go through the day. That starts is, in my opinion, non-negotiable. This guy's got great balance and muscularity. I think his joints read right, got a good set to his hind leg. Most importantly, in relation to this guy's frame size and length of body, he balances so well. I think he puts an appropriate amount of muscle, body and rib shape, and I think he gets out and handles it really, really well. Like to make the set and carriage to his testicles just a little more even, but other than that, that's really a good kind of bull. Interesting bull on paper to study. Comes in second, incredibly low in terms of his birth weight value. Study this bull on the stand, and you think, here's a big, strong, powerful kind of bull, and I'm not sure where this guy fits within class. Once we get him in motion, he'll be just a little more unstable in his hind leg design than what I would like to see, but I think the bull, for what's in class and study his contemporaries, he offers muscle, he offers stoutness, and really an interesting bull on paper. Bull in third doesn't have genetic values presented today, and I think this is a moderate big-bodied bull. When this guy is on the stand, his shoulder will separate from his forerib. I want to smooth that up just a shade. Then when this guy goes away, he is similar in his hind leg design to the bull that's in second. Maybe not ideal. He's got reach to his hind leg, but he doesn't have stability to his hock. When he goes away, a moderate big-bodied bull with lots of muscle when you get in behind him. Another challenge, if you want to commit purely to structure in this class, the white bull that I have in fourth would then move up to second. I think this guy's design is really good. For a bull at this stage in his maturity, you want to step in behind your potential herd sire and just see a little more stoutness to his hip, a little more shape to his stifle, both from a profile and when he goes right away. Bull that's a little shotgun bellied comes in 5, and I like this guy's top line. I like his shape, but standing out here head to tail, I want more strength and power and bulk through the center part of this guy's framework. I thought he maintained his lines more correctly on the lead than what our white bull does at closes. This guy's got some stoutness and shape behind. When he gets to going away from you, I want to make him just a little more collected on the move on both ends of his framework. If you would please put your hands together for another nice class of Shorthorn bulls.
Placings in Class 29, Shorthorn Bulls. First place, entry 489, CLF Fooling Around 1401, exhibited by Cedar Lane Farm, Cedarville, Ohio. Second place, entry 487, MM Bellout, exhibited by Hugh Moore Jr. and Sons, Jerseyville, Illinois. Third place, entry number 490, exhibited by Shady Brook Farm Limited, West Brome, Quebec. Fourth place, entry 484, exhibited by Lindsay Gardner, Eaton, Ohio. Fifth place, entry 481, exhibited by Maurice and Faye Courthouse, Smithfield, Kentucky. And sixth place, entry 488, exhibited by Carly Hendrick, Decker, Michigan. We're now selecting our Junior Bull Calf Champion Shorthorn. Class 32 and 33 should be in the makeup ring. Start bringing Class 37 and Class 40. Shorthorn exhibitors, those bull classes get very small, so start bringing all those older bulls to the makeup ring.
Boy, here in our Hereford side, just again, just a tremendous amount of quality throughout this class. The heifer I'm going to use to win, maybe the greenest heifer in this particular class, and that's why I probably read just a nickel more future in her. So big-footed and big bone, so athletic on a move, really true and wide and square up out of her hip. I love that extra power down her top and up out of her hip. Maybe a little bolder in the point of her shoulder than some of the heifers that go 2 and 3, but I think this heifer's still got a lot of room to grow. I love the extra extension up out of her front end. I love the power up out of her top. Still, when she gets on the move, just elegant as she goes, still gives you an awfully good look. Love the real power about the heifer that wins. Very good, complete heifer comes in second. A heifer that I like her from her shoulders back. Good in her forerib, up out of her top. Her hip structure is what gets her over to the third place heifer. I think she's wider at her pins. I think she's really good, and when you set her into motion, really sound, very proportional as far as her top line and her underline. I like to change her about her head, neck, and chest. Give her a little more extension, give her a little more femininity, but I love her from her shoulders back. That same thing for the heifer here. I love her from her shoulders back. Good in her forerib, tremendous amount of depth of body. She's not as good in her pin set as the heifer that goes 2. The other thing I'd like to change about her neck comes low at the base of her shoulder as opposed to at the top, at the high point of her shoulder, and I think that would help her as far as her class and her eye appeal. She just gets a little low-headed and causes herself not to balance up quite as well as the 2 heifers that are in front of her. Heifer coming in next is a heifer that's really sound. She's easy on the move, but she's almost a little too relaxed in her pasterns for me. She gets a little more concave in her heart. Young man does a great job getting her presented. She gives you an awfully good look from the standstill as far as the long view. Loved extra shape and dimension as far as her rib cage and her muscle pattern. Change her about her heart, maybe strengthen up her pasterns a little bit more, and I think she gets to go a little higher. Heifer coming in next. I love this heifer on the standstill. She's very complete. She's very smooth shoulder, good up out of her top, not as good up out of her pins, and she gets a little restricted when you set her into motion off of those hind legs. Heifer coming in next is a heifer that's smooth shouldered, gives you a nice femininity, got some good angularity about her. She gets a little elevated in her top on the move, gets a little flatter in her muscle pattern, but doesn't have quite as much width of base to go a little higher. Young ladies heifer running her out the class, just doesn't have enough true skeleton dimension and overall power to get her any higher.
Placings in Class 2B, Hereford Heifers. First place, entry number 42. Dale Hawk Karen, 63B, exhibited by Dale Hawk Cattle, Earlville, Illinois. Second place, entry number 43, Showtime Dixie, 417, exhibited by Dustin Parker, Alexandria, Indiana. Third place, entry number 38, exhibited by Jamie Norwood, Roanoke, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 52, exhibited by Cole and Burke Van Horn, Morgantown, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 41, exhibited by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Sixth place, entry number 45, exhibited by Amanda Bacon, Siloam Springs, Arkansas. And seventh place, entry number 44, exhibited by Carlson Cattle, Royal Center, Indiana. In the ring now in our Hereford show is Class 2C. Class 2D should be in the makeup ring. First call, Class 2E.
Here on the Shorthorn bull side for division, I sure think we've got 4 bulls, most importantly, that I think all offer progress to a particular program, depending on where you want to lay your priorities. I think all of these bulls offer some unique pieces to make progress as we focus on the next generation. I think your Champion division bull is overwhelming and dominant in terms of his added stoutness of feature, yet his flexibility. With that stated, the bull that wins the first class, young man's got down here to my right, is going to be Champion. Let's congratulate him and bring him in with a very nice round of applause for a quality entry. For reserve, it's really a matter of personal preference, and I talked in class. I thought I talked the bulls very positively, both the second place bull and our class winning bull of the second class within the division. And I think as we talk about him, it is a matter of personal preference, and in my opinion, the kind of cattle that I migrate towards might be just a little more unique. Your reserve bull's a little more unique in how his neck sets into his shoulder, and then I think your reserve division bull comes out of his shoulder with more heart, more body, and just a great shape down his top line. What you see is what you get. I think in a very, very close call, very competitive. My compliments to both exhibitors, but your reserve division's the second place to your Champion. Let's give him a nice round of applause also. Great set of bulls. My compliments to the breeders.
In a Shorthorn show, your junior bull calf champion goes to entry number 472. ECF Unique X, exhibited by Simon Farms, Rockford, Ohio. Your reserve division champion out of that same class, entry 479. Hahn Creature C4B, exhibited by Matthew Hahn, Minooka, Illinois. We're now ready for Class 32 Shorthorn bulls. Class 33 should be in the makeup ring. Need Class 40, need Class 37, 40, and 41 bulls to the makeup ring. In our Shorthorn show today, we will be presenting the 2013-2014 All-American Awards. So when we call your All-American Award, if a representative would come to the picture backdrop to receive this award, the 2013-2014 All-American Late Spring Bull Calf Champion is presented to Cash Farm Shorthorn on Cash Farm Spring Madness. The All-American Award for Early Spring Bull Calf Champion is presented to Bailey Clanton on BCL Probability 19A. And the All-American Junior Bull Calf Champion is presented to CF Upgrade 210, owned by Kate's Farms. So if a representative of those 3 firms would come to the Shorthorn picture backdrop to receive their award. Tommy, would you hand them to her? Hereford exhibitors, entry 68-73. We need you to the makeup ring, 68 and 73 in class 2D.
Once again, just here in our April class, just a tremendous amount of quality that runs 7 deep. Heifer that's going to win the class puts a lot of good things for me together. Here's a heifer. She does have some added growth and performance as far as length of body and length of side and extension up through her front end. Very mobile when you set her into motion. Love the extra curvature about her rib cage and her hip and up out of over her top. Young lady gets her planted. She gives you an awfully good look. Very symmetrical, very well balanced. A heifer that's very sound and still gives you an awfully good look. Heifer coming in second just gives up too much length of body and extension to the heifer that wins, but I like her when you set her into motion. She's a little plainer and maybe a little shorter about her head and her neck as the heifer that wins, but I love her from her shoulder back. She's got a tremendous amount of shape and she carries it down low, tremendous amount of rib cage shape, good up out of her top line. Just doesn't have as much length and grow as the heifer that goes one. The heifer coming, the next two pair of heifers, I read a lot of future. These heifers are really green. The darker red heifer, very smooth, very elegant, doesn't have quite as much power as the heifers that go 1 and 2, but I love the way she's made. She too is extremely sound and attractive, just doesn't have as much power. Young man coming here in fourth. I think here's a heifer that I like her angles. She's very smooth about her shoulder, got some length of body and some length of hip. She too gets out and goes extremely nice, just doesn't have that extra shape as far as muscle pattern to get her any higher today. Next heifer in the lineup is a heifer I like her well. She's very complete. She is not overbearing in any one area. I think she's very smooth, just very well balanced, doesn't have as much power, and maybe unique features as the heifers that go 1, 2, 3, and 4. Maybe just like to give her just a little more added with the base when she goes away from you. Heifer coming in next is a heifer that's probably the pounds heaviest in the class. Big hip, big top, maybe pushing a little more condition than I'd like to see for her age. She gets a little coarser and plainer about her chest and her head and her neck. Maybe just change her up out of her hip ever so slightly. Next heifer in the lineup, a very attractive, eye-appealing heifer. She just comes at me just a little base narrow. I like with the dimension when she hits the ground, from the ground up all the way up to her pin set. Heifer coming in next is a heifer that she too, very smooth, flat, angular. She too just doesn't have enough rib shape, depth of body, and spring of rib, and overall dimension and class and eye appeal to get any higher. Young lady's heifer coming in next, a very conventional, good made, complete heifer. Just for me, she's a little quicker in her maturity pattern, doesn't have quite as much grow and future grow for me to get her any higher. Young man rounding out the class is a heifer. She just simply needs more expansion in her heart, more rib cage, and drop to the center part of her body to get any higher. An extremely good class, high quality females all the way through.
November Shorthorn bulls, once again, I think are a challenge to put together out here, and want to visit with Dad about options and opportunities, because you as a show judge or a breeder that has an interest in using these cattle that present themselves in the ring have to make some calls on where you want to sit on structure and design, where you want to sit on birth weight values, and then where you want to blend that stout masculine herd bull look and feature with a complete totals package. To me, the safe choice in this class to start with is the young man's bull that we do, and I sure think this guy offers that extra masculinity and stoutness. He's one of the two powerful bulls in class as we look at he and the bull in second. When this guy gets in motion, I'd be the first to admit we'd maybe change his hock size and shape just a little bit, but he's got some flex at his pastern behind, and I think as you look at their genetic script, I think this guy is a little more acceptable across his columns than the bull is in second. The bull in second has that initial look on the stand of quality and look and lines with muscularity and masculinity. bulls are maturing. This guy's shoulder's a little different in terms of how it sets on his rib for me when you step in front of the cattle. Then if you look at his birth weight value relative to his growth columns and milk, he's just a little on the wrong average too frequently within this particular class. I tried hard, in my opinion, to call this the safe, functional bull to start with, and maybe for some he is. He's sound, he's complete, he's totals. At the North American Shorthorn Show, I want to be able to step in behind a bull and see just a little more power, a little more shape and muscularity than what I do. A final pair of bulls present with extension, with pattern and length of body. In relation to this pair of bulls, length of body, we need to open them up. The roan bull just needs to be stouter at the ground. And then our final bull, if you look at his height and length relative to his body mass and shape, he's the balance that we have within this particular class. Let's please put our hands together, if you would, for a quality set of November Shorthorn bulls.
Placings in Class 2C, Hereford heifers. First place, entry number 63, GGSC Carly 6B, exhibited by Melissa Grimmel, Jarrettsville, Maryland. Second place, entry number 53, Purple RRO Cali 63B, exhibited by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Third place, entry number 59, exhibited by Lily Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Fourth place, entry number 54, exhibited by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Fifth place, entry number 66, exhibited by Riley, Lauren, Brett, and Bailey Jones, Darlington, Wisconsin. Sixth place, entry number 58, exhibited by Lindsay, Elizabeth, and Maverick Pugh, Louisville, Ohio. Seventh place, entry number 12, exhibited by Ridgeview Farms, Alto, Michigan. Eighth place, entry number 57, exhibited by Malik Good, Union City, Indiana. Ninth place, entry number 6, by Stephen Green, Mumfordville, Kentucky. And 10th place, entry number 62, exhibited by Kaylee Vineyard, Danville, Kentucky. In our Hereford show, in the ring now is Class 2D. Class 2E should be in the makeup ring. First call for 2F. In our Shorthorn show, Class 32 bulls, first place, entry 492, GCC RH, Boys of Fall, exhibited by Stetson Kleiss, New London, Missouri. Second place, entry number 493, WHR Credence 3N19, exhibited by Holcomb Cattle Company, WHR Shorthorns, and Petzold Cattle Company, Tyler, Texas. Third place, entry 494, exhibited by Ryan Lane, J, Oklahoma. Fourth place, entry 495, exhibited by Jordan Akers and Rocking F Farm, Sibley, Illinois. Fifth place, entry 496, exhibited by Matthew Wilson, Seneca, Illinois. In the ring now in our Shorthorn show is Class 33. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting our senior bull calf champion. Class 37 should be in the makeup ring. Start bringing Class 40 and 41 to the makeup ring.
In the Shorthorn bull side, if we make relative comparisons to the class that was just in the ring, both of these bulls in this particular class present with great quality in terms of structure and design. Both these cattle are sound, both are good jointed, both have some reach when they get out and go. Obviously, they're going to differ in terms of their mature size and what type of cow they need to be used on in terms of body shapes. I think the Red Bull that starts our class, for me personally, I like this guy's body, I like his balance, and his moderation for me in this situation is to his advantage. Good testicled bull that's got some stoutness and feature. Looks like he has got some herd bull quality to continue, and be interesting to see what he generates in the future. The bull in second, tremendous length, tremendous extension. Both of these bulls are good in terms of their genetic values. The bull that wins our class might be just a little more toned down in his birth weight value than this bull, but I like the extension, the muscle, the shape in this guy at this stage in his development and maturity. Doesn't have as much heart in relation to his frame size as what our class-winning bull does, but I think both a quality set of bulls. My compliments to the breeders.
Placings in Class 33, Shorthorn bulls, first place, entry number 502, Waymar, Reward This, exhibited by Waymar Farms and Courierville Cattle Company, LaSalle, Illinois. Second place, entry 498. Raola Islander 13, exhibited by Raola Shorthorn Farms, Washington Island, Wisconsin. We're now ready to select our senior bull calf champion, Shorthorn. We want to announce our 2013-2014 All-American Winter Bull Calf Shorthorn, and that's presented to CF V8 Fascination X, exhibited by Simon Farms. And your All-American Senior Bull Calf Champion goes to Lane's Freedom 30Z, owned by Ryan Lane. So if a representative from Ryan Lane and Simon Farms would come to the picture backdrop to receive these All-American awards.
The Shorthorn division that we've got here, bulls to sort and put together. You're always nervous as a judge when you bring classes back and second place individuals. You want pattern, you want consistency. I think it's important that a show judge identifies with unique quality and outliers within a breed and population when you can, but yet there needs to be some similarities. And what I do in this particular division is I like our class winners in terms of their similarity of frame size, their similarities in terms of body shapes. In my opinion, when you focus and commit to structure and try to keep structure as primary as you can, I think that sorts the pair. If you look at both bulls, they're both good in their birth weight value. They're strong in their columns as you read to the right from birth weight value, and I think that makes them multi-purpose bulls that are functional, good show bulls, and yet will work in production. Second place bulls present more extreme pieces in terms of muscle and shape and extension. I'm not sure if either has that body shape to match their frame size and extension within this particular lineup. Four great bulls. Your champion's the solid red bull that wins the second class. Reserves the spotted up bull that wins the first class. Let's put our hands together for these two exhibitors and breeders on a job well done in your Shorthorn Bull Show.
Boy, once again, just a tremendous class. The lineup here. Young man's heifer that's going to win, just an extremely powerful made female. Love her furlong standstill, and especially from the ground up. Big-footed and big boned, so elegant about her head and her neck. Her neck comes up high up out of that shoulder blade, smooth at the base of that shoulder. Really explodes and blends from that fore rib back into her rear flank. Love the extra curvature to the middle part of that rib cage. Powerful down her top and up out of her hip. Maybe if we're going to watch her walk away from us, maybe just kind of see just a little more with the base that when she hits the ground, when she goes away from us, tremendous amount of reach. I think it gets a little closer from here. The heifer I moved on up, but I think a heifer when she first kind of came in maybe just wasn't hitting the ground as far as her pasterns are concerned, as well as she is now that she's been out here a little bit longer. Love the look and style and balance. Smooth as a shoulder, cleanness of chest and neck. Maybe runs downhill just ever so slightly, but when she's on the standstill, boy, she's got some rib shapes, gives you an awfully good look, got some curvature about of her top line and up out of her hip, like her quite well. Just maybe also just watch her and relax her on those pasterns. Heifer coming in third too. I think I really like this heifer from the standstill. Smooth shouldered, sharp, long bodied, long hip. She maybe just gets a little tighter in that rib cage right at the center part of it. She too, when you set her into motion, she could reach it. She's a little longer bodied, and she could reach just a little bit longer when you compare her to the heifer that wins the class. Love the extra length and power and true natural shape she possesses. Just kind of expand her out, give her a little more curvature to that lower rib. Just see her reach just a little bit further when you set her into motion. Heifer coming in next, I like quite well on the standstill. Big-footed and big bone, stout and powerful right through the center part of her body. She's a little straighter in her knee and her shoulder. That causes her not to handle herself on the move quite as well. She too is a little awkward about her out of her hip. Heifer coming in next, the heifer I like quite well, and I had her a little further up in the class when first. I think she's very complete. She's very elegant about the way she's made. Just simply compared to the heifers today, she's just not near as powerful. But I think as that heifer grows and progresses, I think that heifer's actual skeletal structure will progress her into being an awfully competitive. Heifer coming in next is a heifer I just think gets up too much balance. I like her shoulders back, good rib cage, natural thickness up out of her top. Maybe just doesn't have that extra flare about her front end. Neck comes up out a little bit lower. Maybe doesn't have quite the foot size and bone. Heifer coming in next just doesn't have that extra power and dimension as some of the other heifers in front of her. She too wants to get a little tighter up in her forerib. Maybe just give her a little, expand her out to get her a little higher. Next heifer in the lineup just simply doesn't have enough internal dimension. She's good in her lines, just doesn't have enough expansion in her rib cage. Young lady heifer rounding out the class. Give her a little more reach, flexibility off that back end. She too needs just a little more internal dimension.
Here in our intermediate division, we have a single entry bull out here that exemplifies that just basic utility of big feet, good structure, big testicle bull that's got some extension, got some reach to him. When he's on the stand-in in motion, I think he maintains his top line and his hip correctly. His tail head's put down in between his pin bones appropriately. Just a good kind of quality, solid shorthorn bull. My compliments to the exhibitor and intermediate champion.
In your Shorthorn show, senior bull calf champion went to entry number 502, weighing on Reward This, exhibited by Waymar Farms and Courierville Cattle, LaSalle, Illinois. Your reserve senior bull calf champion, entry number 492, GCC RH, Boys of Fall, and Clyce, New London, Missouri. There was no entries in Class 36 Shorthorn bulls. Class 37 single entry, single class in the division. So first place, automatically your intermediate champion bull, entry 504, HFS MS, the Colonel, exhibited by Richard Birch and Scott Horton, Passa, Illinois. In our Shorthorn show, in the ring now is Class 40. Class 41 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 44. We'll give out a couple more Shorthorn All-American awards. The Summer Yearling Bull is awarded to MFK, Engine Joe 132KX, owned by Terry and Jen Ruff Shorthorns. And the Late Spring Yearling Bull awarded to CF Focus X, owned by Ben Warfield. So for representative from the Warfields and the picture backdrop to receive those awards. In our Hereford show, Class 2D, first place, entry 77, OCC Purple Fancy, exhibited by Daniel Harrell, Carthage, Illinois. Second place, entry 79, Purple Belly 49B, exhibited by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Third place, entry number 73, exhibited by Emily Sennett, Waynetown, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 78, exhibited by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Fifth place, entry number 71, exhibited by Langford Herefords, Okmulgee, Oklahoma. Sixth place, entry 75, exhibited by Roxy Forg, Tipton, Indiana. Seventh place, entry number 70, exhibited by Elizabeth Miller, Hopkins, Michigan. Eighth place, entry number 88, exhibited by Maple Lane Farm Group, Caledonia, Michigan. And ninth place, entry number 85, exhibited by Paige Longstream, Carlson Cattle, Riggin Goings, Shaley Goings, all of Royal Center, Indiana. In the ring now in our Hereford shows Class 2E. Class 2F should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 2G.
Good set of three bulls out here to stud in. Our class winner is the really combination good bull within this particular drive. I think he's got the similar frame size and body shape to our bull in second. Got the look and pattern of the bull in third, and does it in the right kind of frame size, does it in a functional package. A beautiful bull down his top line, got a great shape to his shoulder, and I think for a bull that's towards maturity, gets out and handles himself acceptable off of his rear two. After that, that's a bull that presents with great balance, muscularity, and everything fits in a basic sense. The bull that comes in second, an incredible bull in terms of his birth weight value and milk. If you want to make sure that calves come easy and milk hard as daughters, this guy really can do that for you, and I think he balances up a little better than our bull in third. Like his body shape in relation to his frame size. When we study him next to our class-winning bull, he's not as unique in his balance and quality from a side, but his basic functionality sure is good in this class. The bull in third in tremendous length and tremendous height and extension. For me personally, we'd like to just slow that down a little bit. Then in relation to his frame size, just make him a little more genuine in his stifle, let him reach a little more comfortably off of his hind two. I think in terms of his birth weight value, I sure don't want it any higher at this particular stage in his development. So great class of bulls, my compliments once again.
Wow, what an excellent trio of heifers here on the top side of this particular class. Quite challenging. I think all three of these heifers are extremely good in the way they read. Heifer that I'm going to go to is the heifer when they first come into class. I like as far as their foot size and her bone structure. I love the extra shape and curvature to her rib cage, her boldness about her forerib and her forearm. Heifer's so good up out of her top line and up out of her hip. I think she's still fresh in her condition. She's good up out of her chest and neck. So well balanced, still extremely stout and powerful and sound. Gives you an awfully good look. Heifer that comes next, I think, is a heifer that the more I study her, the more I like her. I love the extra balance and symmetry. It's very smooth about her shoulder and her chest and her neck. She runs downhill just ever so slightly when I compare her to the class winner. Maybe not quite as big bone, isn't stout, and maybe doesn't have quite as much true turn to her lower hip as the heifer that wins, but I love the extra balance and symmetry, angulation of the heifer that comes in second. I think she too reads extremely well on paper. Very angular, very attractive, yet smooth and powerful and sound. A heifer coming in third, I really like her from her shoulders back. A very smooth shoulder, good up out of her top line, really sound and athletic. Maybe doesn't have quite as much true shape as in her hip, and also she gets a little bit flatter in the center part when you compare it to the heifers that go 1 and 2. Love the extra length of body and length of hip that this heifer possesses. Those top three heifers I think are extremely good, very, very close. Heifer coming in fourth I think is a heifer that too I think complements our top three extremely well. She's just not quite as powerful as those top three heifers. Good in her design, her look, and her style and balance. There's just not simply as much heifer in that one as the heifers that go 1, 2, and 3. I think she's very complete, very smooth, yet attractive. The power heifer coming in next is the one that goes fifth. I love her from her shoulders back. Big forerib, extremely nice through her middle part of her body and up out of her hip, carrying a little more condition, gets a little plainer in her chest and her head and neck to get her any higher. Next heifer in the lineup is a heifer that's got some look, some style, and some balance, just doesn't have enough power as far as true muscle shape from over her top and up out of her hip to get her any higher. Young man's heifer coming in next is a heifer. I like her bone structure. I love her length and her extension. She just narrows up at her pins, and she too needs a little more true muscle to get her any higher. Young man's heifer coming in next just kind of gets a little more uneasy up out of her top and up out of her hip. That she has some shape and some turn to her rib cage and her muscle. Might balance up quite as well. Next heifer in the lineup just gets a little more restricted about her movement off of her back end, a little more conventional in her kind. On the standstill, she's attractive and very nice. Heifer rounding out the class just gets too elevated in her tail head and deep in her chest. Doesn't have quite the balance and symmetry. Has some power and dimension and fleshability. Just doesn't have that extra look and style.
Here in our Shorthorn Bull Show, without a doubt, the most depth and uniformity of quality we've had within a class. I think all three of these bulls present with quality. I think they really offer some unique pieces to breeders that stand along ringside. And I talked to Dad. Obviously, I have great faith in his opinion, and we enjoy visiting about the differences amongst livestock, and that's pretty much what we've done now my entire life, and that's what we talk about is livestock on a daily basis. I choose to leave our top pair of bulls on the profile. I think this is where they sort, in my opinion. And when you study the pair of bulls, the red bull's got a little more body, got that extra hair, got that extra good fit on his hind leg, and got a big stout feature. You look at our red-necked roan bull, this guy, a little tighter haired, in my opinion. But boy, when you look at this pair of bulls and study how their neck sets into their shoulder, study them at the base of their chest, and most importantly, I'm big on forerib in livestock, and when these bulls go from their shoulder into their forerib, I think your class-winning bull comes at me and goes away with herd bull-like feature. He's the round-ribbed, good-bodied bull that's genuine in his shape. What's interesting is when our class-winning bull gets out in motion, he takes as much athletic length to his stride as any of them. So when you can be the best balanced, when you can be the cleanest chested, when you can be the soundest bull, and the only thing you need more of is hair, that's pretty much self-explanatory in my opinion. The redneck roan bull needs to win our class, and we can bring that young lady in. Initial wow factor from mid-rib back. I love this bull that's going to be second here. The spots on him, great bodied, big hind leg, and I think that's really good attributes. When I get in front of this bull and study the quality to his head, study where his forearm and chest floor and strength up front set, I want to make that a little more masculine and powerful. I want to transition him from his shoulder into his forerib just a bit bolder. That's a great pair of bulls. Bull in third, that's going to be third today. This guy on the stand's great looking, great balanced. His height matches his rib. He didn't want to get out and go in this particular drive. Where does this bull go third? When you step in front of the cattle, this bull's the most in at his knee and the most twisted out up front. If we turn these three bulls out on cows, probably the bull that I would leave cows unattended at calving first is this guy. He's good in his birth weight value. He's good in his numbers. Just need to make him a little more correct in his design off of his front end. My compliments. That's three great Shorthorn bulls in your show this morning.
Yes, sir. Good. Yeah. Yes, you.
In our Shorthorn show, I'm a little behind here. Placings in Class 40. First place went to entry number 507, SS Good Times 344, exhibited by Schrog Shorthorns, Marion, South Dakota. Second place, entry number 508, GLF Gusto, exhibited by Henry Duder Jr., Westminster, Maryland. Third place, entry number 505, exhibited by Katie Williams in Bowdoin, Arkansas. Placings in Class 41 Shorthorn bulls. First place, entry number 510, JM Vortex Rider, exhibited by Joseph Metzger II, Roseville, Indiana. Second place, entry 509, Lorenz Big Ignition, exhibited by Stacy Lorenz, Grant Park, Illinois. Third place, entry number 511, exhibited by Sam Riggs, Glenwood, Indiana. We're now selecting our junior champion bull, Shorthorn. Over in our Hereford show, Class 2E, the placings. Entry number 87 was first. She's LCC FBF Peaches 411, exhibited by Louderman Cattle Company, Macomb, Illinois. Second place, entry number 96. LCC FBF, She's a Good Time 4104, exhibited by Rock Ridge Herefords, Versailles, Kentucky, and Louderman Cattle Company, Macomb, Illinois. Third place, entry number 93, exhibited by Brady Shenelton, Carrollton, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 92, exhibited by Brett Riley, Lauren, and Bailey Jones, Darlington, Wisconsin. Fifth place, entry number 90, exhibited by Ashley Wampler, Milton, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 95, exhibited by Alexis Udy, Harrisburg, North Carolina. Seventh place, entry number 248, exhibited by Locust, Lugan, and Corey Stump, Columbia, Illinois. Eighth place, entry number 97, exhibited by Bryce McCutcheon, Conroy, Texas. Ninth place, entry number 99, exhibited by Harley Watson, Flemingsburg, Kentucky. And 10th place, entry number 101, exhibited by Maple Lane Group, Caledonia, Michigan. In our Hereford show, Class 2 ring, Class 2G should be in the makeup ring. We'll recognize a couple more All-Americans in our Shorthorn show. Early Spring Yearling Bull goes to H.C. Marksman 25Z, exhibited by Hugh Moore Jr. and Sons. And your All-American Junior Yearling goes to Sol Red Knight 2030, exhibited by Sullivan Cattle Company. So if a representative from Sullivan's and the Moores would come to the picture backdrop.
We've got great quality out here in this particular division of Shorthorn bulls, and we focus on our two class winners for champion. And you go back and forth, and I think both bulls have some similarities of pattern on the stand. I think the pair You put him in motion. Your Champion bull's a little more correct in his knee and front foot. He'll just get out of his hock and rear pasturing with more athleticism. Both bulls have balance and symmetry. So with that stated, the sounder option that I have out here at this particular time is the light roan bull. He's going to be your Champion division. Bring him in with a nice round of applause for a great Shorthorn bull, if you would. I think for reserve it gets really close because as you study the parables, the class-winning Class 1 bull's a little up better in his upper rib and how his shoulder ties into his spine. On the stand, I might prefer him just a shot more. But we focused on these cattle on the move, and I think structure becomes an issue again in this particular pair. A bull that comes together with great presence and agility, got a huge, huge skeleton set in him, extra flex to his spine and midrib, depth and power is tremendous. Your second place to the Champion division is going to be reserved. Bring that young lady's bull in with a nice round of applause also, if you would.
Once again, here in our Hereford show, a tremendous set of heifers. Really like the top two heifers in this class here. The dark red heifer the young lady brings us. Boy, you talk about just true naturally soft, and I mean, and then we'll elaborate on that term. Here's a heifer just really evaluate her from her top line down to her rear flank to her forerib. Has truly natural depth of body and spring of rib. Really soft and easy on the move. She's good about her shoulder and her neck and her chest. Good up out of her top line. Her hip from her hook bones back to her pin structure is excellent. Heifer, I love her from the ground up. She's got some power. She's got a tremendous amount of internal dimension. She's extremely sound yet attractive. Awfully nice heifer. The heifer coming in second, maybe just be a nickel bit sharper about her chest and her neck. Really good up out of her top line. She's not near as expanded in her forerib and her rib cage as a heifer that goes one, but she's very similar in type and kind as far as look, style, and balance, and power and balance and symmetry. Heifer coming in next is a heifer I really like from her shoulder back. I think she's extremely sound. I think she's got some depth of body, very long bodied, long hip. She gets plainer and coarser about her chest and her head and her neck. Doesn't have that extra refined features for a female that I'd like to see to get her in those one or two spots, but I love the extra dimension and overall soundness and quality. Heifer coming in fourth. I think we gave up a little bit of sharpness in our heifer to go third. The heifer that comes in fourth, I like her sharpness. I like her feminine features. She just doesn't have as much internal dimension as far as her rib cage and her forerib. She just needs a little more true natural with the base. An eye-catching heifer comes here next. Just weight per day of age and just overall performance gets her. I'd like to relax her ever so slightly in her hock, but she's attractive and yet green, and as she continues to grow and stays flexible, I think she's still an awfully good prospect. Heifer coming in next is a long-bodied, high-performing heifer. Balance and symmetry is what gets her. She's a little deeper in her chest, lower in her neck set, doesn't have that extra look and smoothness and style and balance to get her any higher. Young man's heifer rounding out the class, gives up just too refined in her overall features as far as her bone structure and her muscle shape to get her any higher. Really good group, nice pair of heifers there on the top end.
I kind of like to live out there first. Walk out your door and smell whiskey.
Test.
In your Shorthorn Bull Show, Junior Champion Bull was entry number 510. JM Vortex Rider exhibited by Joseph Metzger, Roseville, Indiana. Your reserve junior champion bull out of that same class, entry number 509, Lorenz Big Ignition, exhibited by Stacy Lorenz, Grant Park, Illinois. In the ring now is class 44 Shorthorn bulls. Class 45 should be in the makeup ring.
I think a real challenging class to put together out here in your Shorthorn bulls, because you study them visually and you can put them together, and then you look at paper, and I think where you want to focus on birth weight can maybe bring up some concern, but bottom line, you want to stand for quality at Louisville, and this bull, white bull that starts, is the most quality representative we have in terms of structural design, body, and quality of carriage in terms of his spine and structural integrity. He's acceptable in terms of muscularity. The only thing about him, when you go to your bull battery and turn one out, I would not turn him on virgin heifers. The bull in second, a redneck roan bull that's got some reach and stride and length of body. In my opinion, he hits me just a little plain from a profile on the stand, but yet he gets into motion, and then all of a sudden you can study his value and structural integrity and advantages over the bull in third. The bull in third, big-bodied and thick-muscled when you get on top of him, but this guy's build and design is a little incorrect on both ends of his framework. As a result, this guy struggles the most to cover the green chips out here, so we'll close the class with him.
Class 44 Shorthorn bulls. First place, entry number 515, CM White Gold 8M, exhibited by Braylon Newton, Mississippi. Second place, entry number 518, BPCC Boondock Saint 1206, exhibited by Beck Powell Cattle Company, Linton, Indiana. Third place, entry number 516, exhibited by Kendall Nelson, Seneca, Illinois. Coming into the ring now in our Shorthorn shows class 45. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting senior champion. Be ready to move right into our grand champion bulls. Need all those division champion and reserve Shorthorn bulls to the makeup ring. In our Hereford show, class 2F. First place, entry number 113, PHH PCC Pearl 432, exhibited by Amanda Bacon, Siloam Springs, Arkansas. Second place, entry number 100, BF 88X Jolene 498, exhibited by Burns Farms, Pikeville, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 109, exhibited by Trademark Genetics, Pikeville, Tennessee. Fourth place, entry number 103, exhibited by Alicia Howe, Wagontown, Pennsylvania. Fifth place, entry number 102, exhibited by Courtney Udy, Harrisburg, North Carolina. Sixth place, entry number 110, exhibited by Kelsey Decker, Pinkerton, Ohio. In seventh place, entry number 117, exhibited by Nathan Lott, Salem, Alabama. In the ring now is class 2G. Immediately following this class, we'll be ready to select our spring heifer calf champion. So we need all those first and seconds from class 1 through 2G, or 2F actually, in the makeup ring. First call for class 5A. Hereford heifers. Shorthorn, I want to make an announcement on the Shorthorn. If you are a member of the Century Club, you know who you are. If you'd start making your way around, if you're sitting in the stands, you can come around the concourse, come through the black curtain, down the escalator, and come in the back of the announcer's table here. We need all those Century Club winners. We'll be doing that presentation after the selection of the champion bull.
I believe it's our final class of to study in the Shorthorn breed, and it didn't take a rocket scientist to find our class winner out here. You study this bull's value in terms of where he sits in his frame size, and his angles, and his joints. The bull phenotypically is impressive. Then you look down at his paper and look at his genetic script. You will look twice, because this guy is at a .2 in his birth weight, over 100 in terms of yearling, and just absolutely incredible in terms of his genetic values. So not only is he a dominant bull in terms of his phenotype, he's a trait leader in terms of his genetic values. That is one rare, unique combination to find, regardless of breed, regardless of species. The redneck roan coming next. This is a good structured, basic built bull. I like his balance. I like his quality when he's on the stand. I like his quality on the move in terms of how he carries himself. For a big, stout, mature bull, he just picked the wrong class to be in today with a bull that's impressive in front of him. This guy rolls right with him and fits pattern-wise very well. The bull that comes in third, I'd maybe like to halt him in terms of condition at this stage just a little bit, kick him out, let him lean up. I think he'd be a little more athletic. Today he's a little cumbersome in his movement, but if you want belly and natural width of skeleton, you might want to look at that solid red bull again. Got a big stout a bull that comes in 4. This guy's a little cumbersome and just a little stilty in terms of how he wants to get out and go out here, but a tremendous bull that's got shape and muscle, got length of pattern. Just a big upstanding bull that's leaner in his composition than the bull that sets in front of him within this class. Our final bull, got some skeletal quality in terms of reach off both ends of his framework. Outside of that, this is the bull that comes with the least balance. He also presents the most fragile build and body shape of what we've got within those big bulls. Once again, my compliments to the exhibitors.
Back in here in our older March class here, just a tremendous set of heifers, especially these top 4 individuals. The heifer that's going to win, in my opinion, just puts a lot of good things together. You talk about soundness, smoothness, balance, femininity. She puts it together. Very smooth at the base of that shoulder, so good about her chest and neck. Is she the biggest, most powerful heifer in this class? No, she's not. So it's so good in her top line. Up out of her hip, extremely fault-free. I love her actual angulation, her balance as far as the way her skeleton is designed in her forerib and her rib cage. Up out of her hip, she's more than adequate in her foot size and her bone and her muscle pattern. A very complete, well-made, fault-free type of individual. Boy, the power heifer comes in second here, and I really like that about this heifer. Big-footed and big bone, very stout from her forerib back, good up out of her shoulder and up out of her top and her hip. I think she's got a tremendous amount of shape and width and dimension of muscle down her top and up out of her hip. She's not quite as smooth at the base of that chest and head. That wins, but I love the extra power and dimension that heifer possesses, and still extremely sound. A darker red heifer here coming in third. I think it's very similar to our heifer that comes in second. She just doesn't have quite as much true power. Very smooth about her shoulder, maybe a little lower in the way her neck comes up out of the base of that top of that shoulder. Very angular, very smooth, tremendous amount of body. Just doesn't have that extra power to get around the heifer that's in front of her. Heifer coming in fourth is very sharp, yet green, very angular, got a tremendous amount of shape. She just simply runs out of power when you compare her in the internal part of her body as far as the heifers that go 1, 2, and 3. Just change that about her. Give her a little more true internal dimension. Heifer coming in next, got some foot bone and power, just needs to give some balance and maybe extend her out a little bit more. Doesn't come at that as quite as with much balance as the heifer's right in front of her. Heifer coming in next is a long-bodied heifer that's got some power and some muscle. She too just doesn't have as far as much internal dimension as overall class and eye appeal. Young lady's heifer coming in next, just gets a little more refined about her features, a little narrower at the ground, needs a little more true muscle shape. She's built extremely nice. Heifer coming in next, very square, very nice about of her top. She too just needs a little more internal dimension and overall power to get any higher. Young lady rounding out the class. Heifer just needs a little more balance and smoothness and symmetry to get her any higher as well.
final division of Shorthorn bulls out here. Once again, 4 bulls that offer some progress and offer some quality within the breed and representative. Really like your pair of bulls that are going to represent this division as we take them towards the final bull drive. We made positive comments in classes, so I don't need to retalk the cattle again. We're going to keep the pair of bulls that win the second class within the division together. Solid Red Bull is going to be champion. Redneck Roan is going to be reserve. Let's congratulate these 2 gentlemen as an outstanding job on a great pair of bulls.
In our Shorthorn class 45, the class was won by entry number 524, Soul Red Knight 2030, exhibited by Sullivan Cattle Company, Dunlap, Iowa. Second place, entry number 520, CF Focus X, exhibited by Ben Warfield, Marriottsville, Maryland. Third place, entry number 519, exhibited by Luke Turner, Maumont, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 525, exhibited by Shady Brook Farm Limited, West Brom, Quebec. And fifth place, entry number 522, exhibited by Hillhaven Farms and Bob Revere, Dontron, Ontario. In the 2 first and second of that class. And your senior champion bull, Shorthorn. Senior champion with entry number 524, Soul Red Knight 2030, exhibited by Sullivan Cattle Company, Dunlap, Iowa. The reserve out of that same class, entry 520, CF Focus X, exhibited by Ben Warfield, Maryland. We're now ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion, Shorthorn bull. Thank you, Ted. In Class 2G, Hereford heifers, first place, entry number 120, Soul Kessie 4991B, exhibited by Josie Kane, Campier, Michigan. Second place, entry number 129, Showtime Lexi 412, exhibited by Lindsay, Elizabeth, and Maverick Pugh, Louisville, Ohio. Third place, entry 128, exhibited by Brody Norwood, Roanoke, Indiana. Fourth place, entry 132, exhibited by Max Goebel, Altoa, Michigan. Fifth place, entry number 124, exhibited by Kristen Belima, Ada, Michigan. Sixth place, entry 126, exhibited by Abby Pinzenstadler, Chicago City, Minnesota. Seventh place, entry number 74, exhibited by Lanny Stevens, West Salem, Illinois. Eighth place, entry 130, exhibited by Maple Lane Farm Group, Caledonia, Michigan. And ninth place, entry number 121, exhibited by Brienne Lysing, Connorsville, Indiana. In our Hereford show, we're now selecting our spring heifer calf champion. Class 5A should be in the makeup ring. First call, Class 5B.
Well, folks, over here on our Hereford side, we're getting ready to complete our first division. Tremendous classes, tremendous depth of quality throughout. And as these class winners align here along so the audience can get a good look at them, let's give all our exhibitors in this first division a nice round of applause on an impressive first division in our Hereford show this morning. To me out here, I try to stick with the pattern. I like some cattle that got some look, some style, and some balance, some internal dimension that can get out and go. And then we try to start from there, and then we try to add some power to it. I'm not real particular on size and frame because we all know in any type of breed, in any type of cattle operation, size, as far as frame, is always dependent upon geographical location. Out here, I'm not going to go back through and talk each one of these heifers. I think we tried to set a pattern here in this first division. We got some heifers that all have some look. They have some internal dimension as far as their rib cage capacity. They're sound, they're functional, yet they still got some unique features as far as that extra length and extension about their head and neck. And cattle that are extremely sound and powerful. Folks, let's give this lineup of class winners a nice round of applause, and I'll pick you a Champion Reserve Spring Heifer Calf.
Hereford entry 137, 138, 148. Need you to the makeup ring immediately. Final call for Class 5A. Your spring heifer calf champion Hereford goes to entry number 63 out of Class 2C, GGSC Carly 6B, exhibited by Melissa Grimmel, Jarrettsville, Maryland. And your reserve spring heifer calf champion, entry number 27, purple Cags Francesca 4B, exhibited by Cagney Collins. Correction, I was misinformed. Reserve spring heifer calf champion goes to entry number 18, purple Magnolia 93B, exhibited by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois.
As I mentioned earlier, keeping pace is something that I'm always, or try to be very conscious of. And when you step into a ring of this magnitude, at this level of competition, it's a humbling experience. And so my job is to simply put my head down, describe the differences, and try to execute the right decisions, try to make and evaluate cattle the way they need to be evaluated. And obviously, with Dad, we enjoy just talking about the quality. And we could sit out here and talk about each one of these champion division bulls and where they fit, not only within the breeders program, but where they fit within other breeders programs and within the breed. I think we could have a lot of different debate and discussion. As we focus on a champion, sometimes I use the phrase too often, it's non-negotiable. Your champion bull today is pretty logical, particularly when you consider there's bulls out here that are going to make better shorthorns and really good show ring focus cattle. But when you can have a champion Champion Shorthorn bull that you could bring a group of commercial beef bull buyers and commercial breeders in and say, look at this guy's genetic values, look at his phenotype, look at his functionality. Would you be interested in using this Shorthorn bull in your commercial setup? And if they say no, then I would question the validity of their sense within the cattle business, because I think he's a rare opportunity to see one that good, but then to really study what this guy can do in terms of next generation, making good Shorthorn cattle that are right in their birth weight, incredible in their growth, and maternal strength is outstanding. Your champion bull, without question, wins our last division. Let's compliment the red bull and bring him in with a very nice round of applause for champion bull. Congratulations. Incredible.
Your grand champion Shorthorn bulls, entry number 524, sold Red Knight 2030, exhibited by Sullivan Cattle Company, Dunlap, Iowa. That brings in the reserve division for the reserve selection. We'll take a moment and recognize a couple more All-Americans while they make this reserve selection. Your senior yearling All-American goes to Mr. V8 Fremont Goose, exhibited by V8 Shorthorns and Ken Westfall. Your All-American senior yearling, your All-American 2-year-old goes to MSC Sun and Surf, owned by Marsh Show Cattle. And your All-American Show Bull of the Year goes to CF V8 Fascination, exhibited by Simon Farms.
My compliments on the champion Shorthorn bull, and we come out here for reserve, and I tell you, once again, we could do a lot of discussion about bulls. We bring in the reserve division bull to our champion, and that thing just exemplifies balance and proportionality. I don't know where he is for weight, size, and maturity in terms of just genuineness and just real power in terms of skeleton and muscle, but a great built bull. Got a lot of other quality division champions out here that we could consider. It comes down between a pair for Dad and I, and it's a red and white bull that wins the third division, then the champion division bull. The young lady's got here second from the end. And what's interesting, you go back and forth and you look at the young bull, and this guy's the unique one. You know, how risky do you want to be using a more immature bull for a national show setting? He's unique. He's got a great foot in terms of his pattern and design. He's got a great reach. You know, you watch his rear toe, and I'd make it just a little more even, but an incredible, unique bull in terms of balance and presence with a great future. You look at the big bull down here, and you don't know how long he's been kicked out on cows. You don't know how hard he's worked in the last 4 or 5 months, and so that weighs into play because he's not one of those really chubby-bodied bulls today with a lot of bulk and a lot of mass, but this guy's an incredibly built bull, got great look up front and shoulder, good athleticism. Is there just enough mass and bulk there relative to this stage in his? So bottom line, you can be safe and use a big bull. You can be a little more risky and use a younger bull that has a great future. That's something that Dad and I talked about. And for those that know us, we tend to want to make sure they're unique. And I think for reserve today, I'm going to use the bull that hit me just a little more unique within division, hit me a little harder within division. Bull that wins the third division is going to be your reserve Shorthorn bull. Let's bring him in with a very nice round of applause.
Your reserve champion Shorthorn bull goes to entry number 472, CF Unique X, exhibited by Simon Farms, Rockford, Ohio. I want to ask all of you Century Club members if you can make your way around behind to the picture backdrop. We'll be doing those Century Award presentations here between our bull and heifer show. Want to make a few more All-American awards. 5th place, Sire of the Year. Don goes to CAS Sunny, owned by Don Carty. 4th place, Sire of the Year, Sullivan Cattle. 3rd place, Sol Eldorado, exhibited by Kate Sullivan and Gaina Nicely. Second place sire, DJD Gold Label, owned by Kirk Kesslum and Don. First place sire of the year, CF Solution, exhibit owned by Kate's Farm and Sullivan Cattle. All right, at this time, we're going to recognize our Century Club winners in the over here on the Shorthorn side. This is a way to recognize those members of the association that register over 100 head in a given year. And the 2014 Century Club members are Loving Pole Shorthorns, Sullivan Cattle Company, Peak View Ranch, Jungle Shorthorn Farm, Byland Shorthorns, Sneed Shorthorns, J. Philip Bowman and Family, Cyclone Trace Cattle Company, Masonic Village Farm, Stengel Shorthorns, Martindale Shorthorns, Walkaroo Farms, Dale Stutter Family, and Hugh Moore and Sons. Congratulations to all these firms, members of the 2014 Century Club. In the ring now in our Shorthorn show, we're doing Parabulls.
Well, folks, once again over here on our Hereford side, here's a class of February heifers that run deep from the first all the way to the last. Heifer that suits me quite well is the heifer that wins. Boy, I love that extra length of body and length of hip and extension and freshness this heifer possesses. She's really nice about her curvature of her rib cage, especially down low. So good a pop out of her hip. Very up-headed. Neck comes up high out at the point of that shoulder. Set her into motion. She's extremely athletic. Still very fresh and green in her condition for a February heifer. Here's a heifer, how I read her. Here's a heifer with tremendous length of body, athleticism, look and style and balance, with still with the body condition to go and build with even more power than she already possesses. An extremely nice individual. Heifer coming in second is a heifer very similar to her. Doesn't have quite the extra depth in her forerib and spring to that middle part of her rib cage, but very similar in design. Good up out of her top line in her hip, smooth at the base of that shoulder, very smooth and very correct. She has an advantage over the heifer that ends up being third just in through the front 1/3 of her body. She's better at the base of that shoulder, cleaner about her chest and neck. Neck comes higher at the point of that shoulder. Heifer coming in third is probably better than her second from her forerib back as far as her body and the way she handles her, just the power as far as the center portion of her body. It's a tremendous amount of hip. Maybe just gets a little lower about of her chest. Maybe doesn't have quite that extra freshness and look and style up through the front 1/3 of her body to get around the heifers that go 1 and 2. A heifer coming in fourth, very similar build to our heifer that wins the class, but when I study her, she's just not quite there. She's very long, very angular. She's just a little more pinched in her heart, doesn't have quite as much as far as angulation or true shape of muscle right behind her shoulders. I think she just needs a little bit more time, so I think she's got to go down in that 4 hole today. Heifer coming in next is a heifer that I like her smoothness, I like her angulation. She wants to come in at her pins just ever so slightly and come at you when she goes away from you. Want to change the way your hocks go away from you, but a heifer that's got some look and style and balance, need a little more internal dimension. The next 2 pair of heifers I think are extremely good. Here's some heifers, flat shouldered, big bodied, sound athletic females. Their tail heads get a little too high, their chests get a little too deep, and so they just don't balance up quite as well. The difference thing that separates those two is the young man that precedes him in class just simply has more true natural muscle down her top and out through her hip. Those are 2 good heifers, just like to balance them up about their chest and their tail heads. Heifer coming in next, good attractive heifer. Gets a little too shorter body, a little more pinched in her heart. Doesn't have quite that extra power and length of body to go into this particular class to get around those heifers, but that is a very good heifer. Heifer coming in next, big-footed, big, more shape as far as her rib cage and internal dimension. Young lady heifer rounding out the class, just gets a little plain, get a little flatter in her muscle pattern. An extremely high quality set of females all the way through from top to bottom. Really good class. My compliments to those exhibitors in that particular class.
In our Shorthorn show, pair of bulls. First place went to entry from Hell Farms, Charlotte, Michigan. Second place, entry from Rex Lane Farms, Linden, Indiana. Third place, Raola Shorthorns, Washington Island, Wisconsin. Fourth place, Hugh Moore Jr. and Sons, Jerseyville, Illinois. Waymar Farms, LaSalle, Illinois. In our Hereford show, Class 5A, first place, entry number 137. LCC TG Going Big Time, exhibited by Louderman Cattle Company, Macomb, Illinois. Second place, entry number 134, Langford's Cherish 4062, exhibited by Cash Langford, Okmulgee, Oklahoma. Third place, entry number 150, exhibited by Stuart Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Fourth place, entry number 148, exhibited by Louderman Cattle Company, Macomb, Illinois. Fifth place, entry 138, exhibited by Trent George, Niles, Michigan. Sixth place, entry 139, exhibited by Jared Hart, Pikeville, Tennessee. Seventh place, entry 145, exhibited by Kenneth Michael Poole, Union Bridge, Maryland. Eighth place, entry 144, exhibited by Bryce McCutcheon, Conroy, Texas. Ninth place, entry number 140, exhibited by Lindsey Black and Colton Black, Clarington, Iowa. And 10th place, entry 147, exhibited by Kara Gephardt, Otterbein, Indiana. In the ring now is Class 5B Hereford heifers. Start bringing those first classes of Shorthorn heifers to the makeup ring. Class 51 and 52, Shorthorn heifers to the makeup ring.
Once again, just an excellent class of females from top to bottom. You talk about as far as deep a class as we've seen is just as far as just sheer quality all the way through. Young lady, bring your second place heifer on round. These two heifers, I think, are extremely close. There's just some subtle differences that in my mind that are going to separate these two today. The heifer that's going to win at this particular class, I think she's just sharper about her angles through the front 1/3 of her body. I think she's better at that shoulder. I think her neck comes up higher. She's sharper about her head and neck. The thing about it is when you look at them from their hook bones back, the heifer that wins, she's better from her hook bones to back to her pin bones. Her tail head lays better up into her body cavity. She just bounces up from her hook bones back a little bit better. She probably gives up just ever so slightly a little bit of internal dimension to her rear flank than to the heifer, the red heifer that comes second. But the red heifer in second, I'd just like to change the way that tail head attaches up into her spine, bounce her out a little bit more as far as that is concerned. She's very sound, very attractive. Both of those heifers are very high quality females as far as freshness, look, style, and balance with enough power and soundness. Heifer coming in next is the power heifer in class. And you talk about worlds of shape and dimension and explosion of muscle down her top and up out of her hip. But with all that extra power, the two heifers in front of her just outclass her as far as her lower shoulder blade and her chest and up through her head and neck. I really love the power and dimension this third place heifer has. I'd just like to change her and give her just a little more class and elegance. She too wants to drop in those pins ever so slightly. Young lady around in the corner here in the fourth place heifer. Here's a really good heifer, very flat shouldered, smooth, deep body, heifer with enough power. The thing that separates her to the heifers behind her, she's just longer bodied, longer hip, and has enough extension up through her front end. She's not as true and good right behind her shoulders as the heifers that go 1, 2, and 3, but I love the depth of body, smoothness, and soundness of that heifer. Heifer coming in next is a big-footed, big-bone heifer. Maybe gets a little shorter neck, a little shorter bodied when you compare it to the heifers right in front of her, but a heifer that's very complete, very well balanced, just doesn't have that extra length and look. Heifer coming in next has that extra length, just doesn't have that extra power and dimension. And now overall, she too, just like to take that tail head and bring it back down into her body cavity, and I think it'd help her balance up. Doesn't have that extra power and dimension to get any higher. Very smooth, very refined featured heifer coming next. And this is a high quality female to be this far down in her class. She simply just gives up too much foot, bone, and power. Just a little too refined in her overall features to get her any higher. Rounding out the class is a heifer that's got some sharpness, good in overall design. She gets a little shorter body, maybe a little straighter in that shoulder. She too needs to have a little more length of body in this particular class. This is an extremely high quality class, extremely good females all the way through.
Placings in Class 5B, Hereford heifers. First place, entry number 163, Boyd, Goebel, Jamie, 214B, exhibited by Blake and Logan Boyd, Mayslick, Kentucky. Second place, entry number 156, DJF, BB, Rika, 23B, exhibited by Adam Taylor, Parkton, Maryland. Third place, entry number 160, exhibited by Chase Laudman, Bremen, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 158, exhibited by Brooklyn Decker, Evart, Michigan. Fifth place, entry 161, exhibited by Riley, Lauren, Brett, and Bailey Jones, Darlington, Wisconsin. Sixth place, entry 153, exhibited by Jeff Johnson, Navarre, Ohio. Seventh place, entry 52, exhibited by Mason Collins, Lewisburg, Tennessee. Eighth place, entry 154, exhibited by Perks Ranch, Rockford, Illinois. We're now ready for Class 5C. Immediately following this, 5D should be in the makeup ring. First call for 6A. Well, ladies and gentlemen, over on the Shorthorn side, we want to take a moment and recognize this year's show honoree. Mr. Don Cagwin has been involved in the Shorthorn business virtually his whole life, having purchased his first Shorthorn in 1956. Don became the farm manager for Royal Tartan Farms in Lemont, Illinois in the 60s, where that herd had great success in the show ring and raising leading Shorthorn breeding stock. Following his time at Royal Tartan, Don became the Eastern field representative for the American Shorthorn Association, covering shows, sales, and events throughout the eastern United States. Following his time with the association, Don became farm manager for Questing Hills Farm, a purebred shorthorn operation in Chandlerville, Illinois. Again, he led this operation to many championships on a national level and the production of top-quality shorthorn cattle. In 1973, Cagwin Farms was established in Virginia, Illinois, and is still a leading shorthorn producing firm in the Midwest. Also in 1973, Cagwin Cattle Services, LLC was formed and was the main sale management firm for shorthorn sales throughout North America. Cagwin Cattle Services remains involved with many shorthorn sales today. In the early 1980s, Cagwin was the main force behind the importation of over 150 shorthorns from Ireland. The Irish shorthorn cattle remained a popular breeding tool for shorthorn breeders for over 20 years. In 1993, Cagwin took over as publisher of the Shorthorn magazine, and he remains in that capacity today. Ladies and gentlemen, your show honoree at the North American National Shorthorn Show, Mr. Don Cagwin. In the ring now is Don and his family, and a special presentation here from the president of the American Shorthorn Association.
It's a privilege and an honor for me to be able to present this award at the Jack Ragsdale National Shorthorn Show. And I can't think of a more deserving individual to receive this. Sitting around last night with Jake and the history of cattle families, shorthorn breed, the individuals, is just awesome, and I think we need to record that because he brings a lot that people are forgotten and would sure like to remember. And of course, there's probably also those stories that are better left in the barn, and I know we all have those too. But it's a real honor, and I'd like to congratulate Don for being recognized today.
Thank you. Well, it's pretty nice.
Shorthorn exhibitors, class 51 and 52, should be in the makeup ring. Class 51 and 52. First call for class 53 Shorthorn heifers.
Wow, once again, just an impressive lineup of heifers all the way through. Some give and take in these top three heifers here. We got a little bit of variance in type and kind. I guess for me, it just simply sorts to the heifer that is going to go to the win. Yes, she's not the most powerful. Yes, she's not the heaviest weight per day of age heifer in the class, but she's simply the most complete and fault-free for me. The thing that separates her between the heifer that comes to is just she's simply better in her shoulder. She's better in the way her spine attaches into her shoulder blades all the way back. I love from her hook bones back to her pins, very smooth and elegant and sharp about her angles. She's not near as powerful, maybe not near as robust as far as the center part of her body, but in relation to her frame and her length of body and her skeleton design, she has enough muscle shape, she has enough depth of body and spring of rib, so good from the ground up, very fluid in her movement, so sharp about her chest and her head and neck. Heifer coming in second, man, I love the power. You talk about extra curvature and shape and explosion of muscle down her top and up out of her hip. I think this heifer is extremely unique there. Just with that extra power, she wants to roll ever so slightly up out of her hip, maybe just a little more bolder in that base of that shoulder, but that comes with it. But a heifer maybe not quite as good in her chest and her throat as the heifer that goes one, but man, you love the fluidity of movement, just the way she handles herself, and with that extra power and dimension, I still think she gives you a good look and still smooth enough and attractive. That's a nice pair of heifers there on the top end. Heifer here coming in third, I think just gets a little bit outpowered as far as unique features. She's good bodied, she's soft made, good in her top line and up out of her hip. She gets deeper and bolder about of her chest, doesn't have that extra sharpness about of her, as far as the front 1/3 of her body is the heifers that go 1 and 2. Heifer coming in next is a heifer. I like her lines, I like her angles. She just doesn't simply have as much muscle as the heifers that go 1, 2, and 3. Like to change that about her. Heifer coming in next gets a little elevated in her tail head, doesn't have quite as much internal dimension, and is expansion in her forerib. So the heifer coming in next, she too, boy, you love her lines. You love the way she's when on the standstill. She looks extremely smooth and attractive. She too gets a little narrow, just a little too narrow base for me. Heifer rounding out the class just simply needs more true class and balance and eye appeal to get any higher. A really good group, a unique pair of heifers there on the top end.
Shorthorn entry 6. Shorthorn entry 6 to Clayton Fugate. We need that entry 6 to the makeup ring immediately. We're moving right into our Shorthorn heifer show. Class 51, single entry in this class. Class 52 should be in the makeup ring. First call, class 53. In our Hereford show, Class 5C, first place, entry 166, purple WRB Rosebud 1514, exhibited by Stuart Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Second place, entry number 170, Churchill Lady 4185, exhibited by Kristen Belima, Ada, Michigan. Third place, entry number 164, exhibited by Amanda Bacon, Siloam Springs, Arkansas. Fourth place, entry 169, exhibited by Chloe Williams, Jamestown, Pennsylvania. Fifth place, entry number 175, exhibited by Jeff Stump, St. John, Kansas, and Trademark Genetics, Pikeville, Tennessee. Sixth place, entry number 172, exhibited by Perks Ranch, Rockford, Illinois. And seventh place, entry number 165, exhibited by Emma Kate Huff, Winterville, Georgia. In the ring now in our Hereford shows, Class 5D. 6A should be in the makeup ring. First call for 6B.
As we make the transition into the Horn Heifer show, this is true irony. We just finished with these big, stout 2-year-old bulls, and then we turn around and we have a little August heifer calf in the ring that is making her debut at the National Shorthorn show. And so here we've got a nice little lined heifer, and have some future and vision. Be interesting takes to feed and get her rolling. It'd be interesting to see where she ends up. But Class 1 Shorthorn heifers, here's our individual class winner.
Class 51, Shorthorn heifers. First place, entry number 1. I'm a Foxy Soxy Lady 08, exhibited by Ori Williams, Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Coming into the ring now is Class 52, Shorthorn heifers. Class 53 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 56 Shorthorn heifers.
Oh, me.
I'll give you some scratches for this one. All right. 6 is a scratch, and so is 16. In your next class, 40, entry 40. Class 56. 54 and 61. And hold on. You just want me to go through what I've got so far? Sure. Okay. Class 66.
Shorthorn entry 32 and 34 to the makeup ring. Shorthorn entry 32 and 34.
Once again, just a tremendous lineup of heifers here, and I think as we get deeper into our show, the depth of quality and the decision making is getting even more difficult. But a heifer that wins this class suits me quite well. You talk about femininity, angulation, soundness, still with enough power, just so well balanced that this heifer puts so many good things together. Love her skeleton design, and if you'll start there, love how that shoulder lays nice and tight into her body cavity. Her way her neck comes up high out at the point of that shoulder, so good and true up out of her top and up out of her tip. A heifer that is very still fresh in her condition, a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of curvature to that lower rib and drop to that belly, I think puts a lot of good things together as far as soundness with enough power and a lot of look and style and balance. Heifer coming in second gives up a little bit of length and power to some heifers right behind her, but her simple quality is what elevates her into the second spot. Third, you talk about her as far as the skeleton design, so good up out of her top line and her hip, very sound, very athletic, still good about her shoulder and her chest and neck. I think here's a heifer that's a little more moderate in her type and kind, but from a quality standpoint, she deserves to be in those 1-2 spots. Heifer just doesn't have quite the extra length and overall go as the heifer that wins. Heifer coming in third is a heifer I really like when she first come in. Things I'd like to change about her: she gets a little straighter, more perpendicular in that shoulder blade placement. I like to bring that tail head and bring it up out of her body cavity ever so slightly. She's got some shape, she's really long bodied, she's got some depth of body. She gets out and reaches just fine, but I'd like to get a little more slope to that shoulder. She just rolls a little too much up out of her pins, back down, doesn't quite balance up as the heifers that go 1 and 2. The heifer that comes in fourth is a heifer, you talk about a good skeleton design, so perfect out of her top line and her hip, good in her shoulder and her chest and her neck. She just doesn't have quite all the power just quite yet. She's got enough internal dimension to get to this point, but she needs just a little bit more true power as far as the middle part of her body to get up into those 1, 2, 3 spots. But that heifer's still got a lot of room to grow. Unique heifer comes in next, a big bone, stout kind of featured heifer. She gets a little too relaxed in her pasterns for me, and when you get right behind her, she doesn't have quite as much true actual shape and dimension. I think she's very unique feature, and she gives you a really good look, a lot of rib and capacity. Change her hind legs and give her a little more true real muscle. Heifer coming in next, like her from her shoulders back, body, hip. She's got some good things about her. She gets a little deeper about her chest and plainer about her neck. Same thing goes for the heifer coming in next. Long body, got some good angulation about her top line. She too gets shorter neck, plainer about her chest. She too needs a shot more muscle. Heifer coming in next, gets a little coarser about her navel, elevated in her tail head, doesn't balance up quite as well. Heifer coming in next is a heifer that just simply does not have that extra expansion in the lower 1/3 of her body to get her any higher. She's good in her design, she's sound, and she's attractive. She just simply doesn't have enough rib. Next heifer in the lineup just gets a little too coarse about her navel and her chest, needs a little more muscle shape. Young man rounding out the class. Once again, gets too tight in that forerib, doesn't have enough curvature to that lower rib cage to get any higher. Good group of heifers, outstanding individual there on the top end.
On the Shorthorn side of thing, we go from an individual August entry to some absolute heat in one class. We got our May class out here. Tremendous quality within this class. We bear down and focus on the top 3, and it's going to be interesting to watch these cattle feed and grow and mature as we take them towards the summer into next fall. Have a class-winning style of Shorthorn heifer out here that, for her age and immaturity, has beautiful body shape. Her spine and tail head set in her right. Her angles on both ends of her framework are very, very good. And this heifer reads with quality both on the stand and on the move. Little mini brood cow waiting to happen. If I'm buying one, the white heifer in seconds, one that I would go back and sure take a look at. This heifer's basic fundamental build is incredible. Skinny neck, nice pattern, beautiful design in terms of her structure. She's a little green today, and I know they're May calves. They should be green. I think this one looks like a baby calf ought to look. She's built right. Going to be fun to watch that one. Today I want to open her upper rib just a shade, set her tail head down in her just a nickel. We talk a lot about data on bulls, and I don't know where EPDs needs to set in females, needs to be within acceptable ranges. This heifer's the highest in her birth weight value of the initial 3. Tremendous width, tremendous stoutness. Where does this heifer go? Third for me. She'll open up at the top of her shoulder, and for a May calf, she reads a little rounder in her shoulder design than what that top pair do, but tremendous hind leg flexibility, big cage, big hip, like that one a good deal. Got a beautiful cow-like set to this one's hind leg and 4 giant feet, good heel, good toed kind of a cattle. A little flat design today when you step in behind her, but I think that one's basic build and utility is really good. Got a pair of May calves that come next. They're a little more shotgun bellied today. I'm not saying as they take to feed and mature they won't drop down in their midsection, but I thought both of these cattle in relation to their height and extension needed to have a little more natural softness to their mid-body at this stage. Really pretty, really attractive cattle. Got a roan heifer here that's a little more off in her hip than the cattle that precede her. Might have a shade more body than the 2 that precede her in class, but I can't get her lines to set in her quite as well. Got a little immature that I like, her stoutness of feature, a little sharp tail-headed, just a little compact at this stage in her development, but extra good quality class. My compliments to the Shorthorn exhibitors.
Placings in Class 5D, Hereford heifers. First place, entry number 195, MKS Ballerina 24B, exhibited by Keisto Stoltz, Skytook, Oklahoma. Second place, entry number 181, Del Hawk Jules 22B, exhibited by Del Hawk Cattle, Earlville, Illinois. Third place, entry number 178, exhibited by Haley, Taylor, Jody, and Tori Miller, Lebanon, Missouri. Fourth place, entry number 188, exhibited by Luke and Chase Harker, Hope, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 190, exhibited by Deidre Payne, East Torrey, Wisconsin. Sixth place, entry 191, exhibited by Audrey K. Kornak, Rensselaer, Indiana. Seventh place, entry number 183, exhibited by Oak Ledge Farm, Belmont, New Hampshire. Eighth place, entry 177, exhibited by Walker McGuffey, Mendenhall, Mississippi. Ninth place, entry number 179, exhibited by Danielle Solomon, Columbia, Mississippi. 10th place, entry number 187, exhibited by Mandy Hacker, Lexington, Illinois. And 11th place, entry number 186, exhibited by Kaylee Vineyard, Danville, Kentucky. In the ring now in our Hereford shows, Class 6A. 6B should be in the makeup ring. First call for 6C. In our Shorthorn show, Class 52. First place, entry number 18, CF Cumberland 4100, exhibited by Adrienne Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Second place, entry number 20, Miss Pearl Jane, exhibited by Jacob Scheffler, Fortville, Indiana. Third place, entry number 13, exhibited by Claire Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 4, exhibited by Greenhorn Cattle Company, Waynesfield, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 23, exhibited by Andrew Bailey, Indianapolis, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 17, exhibited by Andrew Ropp, Concord, Michigan. Seventh place, entry number 24, exhibited by Clayton Miller, Beecher City, Illinois. And eighth place, entry number 12, exhibited by Respite Farm, Paris, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 53 Shorthorn heifers. Immediately following this class, we'll select our late spring heifer calf champion. Class 56 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 57.
Once again, our first class of January heifers here. Really nice heifer here to start this class. Here's a heifer once again, just starts to suit me quite well. Here's a heifer that's got an extra advantage in length of body and length of hip and extension up about of that front end. But to go on that, her balance and symmetry, her power and dimension as far as her internal capacity and muscle, she puts it all together. So good up out of her top line and her hip. She's very sound and agile on the move. Heifer's still good at the base of her shoulder, up through her chest and her neck. Maybe if we're going to get ever so critical, you could see just a little more flare through the center part of that hip, but I think she's more than adequate. So styled as far as that look and style and balance. Love the extra elegance and grace that heifer possesses. Really like the heifer here in second from her shoulder back. Good in her fore rib, deep body, got a lot of true natural shape to the lower part of that rib cage. So good up out of her top line and her hip. She too extremely agile on the move. She just simply gets a little plainer about her chest, maybe gets a little lower about her neck set, doesn't have that extra length and extension as the heifer wins. A powerfully constructed heifer here goes 3. Big top, big hip, big foot and big bone, and still athletic. But with all that extra power, she gets a little coarser at the base of that shoulder, more open and splayed at the top of that shoulder, so it causes her to look a little more concave in that heart. But she still has enough rib cage and natural softness. That heifer is simply stout and powerful, yet sound. She just simply, it doesn't blend into herself quite as well as the heifers that go 1 and 2. Heifer coming in fourth, the heifer I moved up. I love her skeleton design. I love her actual smoothness, her athleticism. She just simply doesn't have enough power as far as muscle shape and body to get around those heifers in front of her. Heifer coming in next is a powerful heifer, and I love her on the standstill, and I had to bring her back down in the class order just ever so slightly. I need to change the way she handles those hind legs. She wants to bring them together and get a little shorter in the way she handles them when you set her into motion. Just needs to reach a little bit more. I think you get that heifer to go a little bit better, and she can flow up into the top 1 or 2 spots, but I just simply can't get her any higher because is a movement. The heifer coming in next is a heifer, in my opinion, just very angular in her overall design, very elegant about her class. Just doesn't simply have enough true internal dimension and power and foot size and bone. Same thing goes for the heifer coming in next. A heifer that I like as far as her natural softness, elevated in her tail head, deep in her chest, doesn't have that extra balance. Next heifer in the lineup just simply doesn't have enough true muscle shape and internal dimension. Young man's heifer coming in next gets a little plainer and coarser about her chest and neck. The young man rounding out the class just needs a little bit more true muscle shape and overall balance and symmetry to get any higher.
I believe another May class here and trying to catch a rhythm to roll through the day and get at it. I think these heifers come in pairs, in my opinion. I think 1 and 2 are close. I think 3 and 4 have fluctuated anywhere from first or second to fourth. And so you put the pieces of the puzzle together, and I love judging calves because a lot of projection. What do these cattle look like today? What are their concerns as we take them towards maturity? And I think that's where it gets fun to sort. I personally think the heifer that maintains the most balance, the most strength to her body, and the most correct angles is the one I start with. I think as a calf, she looks good. I can project her down in the future, and I think she's going to be a powerful bred that's going to stay good in her neck shape. I think she's good in terms of her angles and functionality. I prefer her tail head set down in her strength at top line, and then I think she's neater at the top of her shoulder than our heifer is in second. Heifer in second, without a doubt, is the most her joints and her spine of any cattle we have within class. Love this heifer's body, love her hind leg drive and design. Where I don't know what she's going to do is her shoulder. It's one thing to be loose and have reach up front, but then as we take her towards a bred and towards a mature cow, will that shoulder tend to open up or will it stay together? For a May, I thought she was a little advanced in that looseness and openness of shoulder. Tremendous power, though, from one end of her framework to the next. Young man's heifer in third. Didn't want to show the best. She's one that'll pull her neck down into the base of her shoulder from her shoulder back. I love her body shape, and maybe a nickel straighter in her hock design than the top two. Then I want to go ahead and bring that neck higher out of the top side of her shoulder. Tough to know what to do with the heifer in fourth. If this heifer feeds in her body, this one's got great build and great balance and presence out here, attractive in her neck shape. To me out here, when she'll reach forward and step down on her rear pastern, I want to make a little nicer set to her hock relative to those three above her, and then make her a little more advanced in her body shape. Then I think she can really go up in class. And then we have a little gap in quality, in my opinion. The roan heifer coming next, moderate and stout, a little plain and masculine about her head and neck at this stage. Moved a heifer up here that might have more continuation and maturity in terms of freshness than the heifer that precedes her. Just a little green and a little thin in her condition today. The final pair, we got a moderate stout one that's a little stilty on both ends. Then our final heifer within the drive. Got some lines and look up front down her top line, but as we take this heifer to the ground, she's the most refined, she's the most incorrect in terms of her angles. Excellent class. As we go through the female show, feel free to clap at the close of each class. Tremendous quality. Let's show them our appreciation, if you would.
Placings in Class 6A, Hereford Heifers. First place, entry number 198, CFCCEF, Amarilius 155B, exhibited by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Second place, entry number 207, Purple Mercy Me 10B, exhibited by Cagney and Corbin Collins, Flanagan, Illinois. Third place, entry number 201, exhibited by Nicole Peterson, DeWitt, Iowa. Fourth place, entry 206, exhibited by Doug Laterno, Gallatin, Tennessee. Fifth place, entry number 203, exhibited by Justin and Trent Johnson, Bloomington, Indiana. Entry 202, exhibited by Chase and Bailey Laudeman, Bremen, Indiana. Seventh place, entry number 200, exhibited by Ella Jones, Mooresville, Indiana. Eighth place, entry 199, exhibited by Kaylee Harr, Jeromesville, Ohio. Ninth place, entry number 208, exhibited by Jillian Johnson, Navarre, Ohio. And 10th place, entry number 204, exhibited by Carly Musser, Otterbein, Indiana. In the ring now is Class 6B Hereford. Class 6C should be in the makeup ring. Immediately following that, we'll select a division. First call for Class 9 Herefords. In our Shorthorn show, Class 53. First place to entry number 28. Colt GLC Pinky the Root 940, exhibited by Nathan Coulterman, Seward, Nebraska. Second place, entry number 33, CYT Dream Lady 4124, exhibited by John Allen the fourth, Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. Third place, entry number 44, exhibited by Kane Agater, Seward, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry number 27, exhibited by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Fifth place, entry number 36, exhibited by Brylan Newell, Newton, Mississippi. Sixth place, entry number 42, exhibited by Shelby Kinley, Upper Sandusky. And seventh place, entry number 37, exhibited by Valley Vista Farms, Scottsburg, Indiana. And eighth place, entry number 45, exhibited by Twin Oak Farms, Perrysville, Ohio. We're now selecting our late spring heifer calf champion. Class 56 Shorthorn heifer should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 57. We'll present your late spring heifer calf champion All-American Award, and that goes to Colt Rainbow Dash 307, owned by Emmett Beckler. So if Emmett or a representative would come to the picture backdrop to receive that All-American Award.
As we come to the close of our second calf division out here, as we talked in class, I love judging calves. It's high risk, high reward, because as livestock enthusiasts, we select and purchase young animals, put them on feed, and as judges, when we subject and take livestock to jackpot shows and calf divisions at national shows, we have to ask ourselves, if each one of these females does one or two things right, then they are going to be a national champion a year from now. And I think that's in the back of my mind. And what we've got here is we've got, in my opinion, two class winners that are safe. Their body and everything fits together really well at this stage in their maturity and development. We look at our second place individuals, and if this little white calf gets enough upper rib, that one's built for speed. If this red heifer that's second stays together in her shoulder, you can't make a sounder animal on either end than what that one is to have a neck like that. And so we go back and forth, and what we've got, we focus on our two class winners, and you've got to make the call. In my opinion, the class one winner is a little fresher neck. Is she got enough slope to her shoulder? We look at the second class winner, and this one's built like a mini bred heifer waiting to happen. Is there enough continuation? Is there enough just wow baby calf factor to keep her fresh long term? I'm going to stay committed to angles, and I'm going to stay committed to structural integrity and comfort. When I do that, your champion division winner is the white-sided heifer that wins class 2. Let's give her a nice round of applause as she comes into the middle. For reserve, I sure liked a lot of things about the first class winner, and I think in terms of the lines and presence she presents today as we pull these two cattle in, I'm going to use the class 1 winner for reserve division. Let's also give her a nice round of applause, if you would.
Back on our Hereford side of this morning, it just, once again, we get into these heifers that get a little older. We're getting into even some more depth and quality. Really nice pair of heifers here to start this class. I think it's extremely close. The thing that separates 1 and 2 is just simply power up out of that hip. The heifer that's going to win, I think she's fuller and bolder from her hook bones back to her pins and on down into her stifle. She's extremely good up out of her top line, extremely athletic on the move. I think here's a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of rib shape, extremely shapely as far as her muscle and her rib cage and her skeleton, yet smooth at the base of that shoulder and good about her head and neck. Heifer coming in second. I love her angulation, the way her spine lays down the middle part of her back. So good from her hooks to her pins. Doesn't have quite as much true natural shape down low, and right through the center part of her hip is our class winner. But I love the smoothness and balance and elegance of the heifer that goes too. The heifer that comes in third, I think here's a heifer that just a little bit greener. She's got a little bit of an advantage in as far as length of body and length of front end. I don't think she's just quite there today. I think I love the width and dimension down her top and up out of her hip, her smoothness at the base of her shoulder and her chest and her neck. Compare her to the heifers that go 1 and 2. She just simply gets a little tighter in her forerib, a little tighter in that middle part of her body. But I love the skeleton design of that heifer. Heifer coming in next is a heifer that's really big foot and big bone. She still, too, when you set her into motion, gets out and goes. She just gets a little coarser at the base of that shoulder. Maybe not tried as good up out of her pin structure as the heifers that are right in front of her. Love the power and dimension. Smoothness is the thing that best describes the heifer coming in next, but she also gets flatter with that as well, and that's why I moved her back down. She just doesn't have that extra flare of muscle right through the center part of her hip to take her any higher. The heifer coming in next is a heifer that's very soft. She's powerful. I mean, maybe a little further along in her maturity and her overall body condition than I'd like to see. Gets coarse about that chest, and her head and her neck just lacks a lot of those good feminine features for me to get her any higher. Love the power that she possesses. So next two pair of heifers rounding out the class just simply need a little more eye appeal and symmetry and balance. And with that, they need a little more internal dimension as far as muscle and just true natural softness and flesh and ability to get any higher. Good group, outstanding pair of heifers there on the top end.
In our Shorthorn show, late spring heifer calf champion goes to entry number 26, Colt GLC, Pinky the Roo, 940, exhibit Coulterman, Seward, Nebraska. The reserve late spring heifer calf champion, entry number 18, CF Cumberland, 4100, exhibited by Adrienne Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. In the ring now in our Shorthorn shows class 56. Class 57 should be in the makeup ring. First call, class 58. In our Hereford show, class 6B, first place, entry number 210, Sull TCC Diana 4068B, exhibited by Blake Tucker, North Platte, Nebraska. Second place, entry number 212, Purple Vamp 7B, exhibited by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Third place, entry 226, exhibited by Luke and Chase Harker, Hope, Indiana. Fourth place, entry 222, exhibited by Avery and Emma Nichols, Alton, Kansas. Fifth place, entry 209, exhibited by Emma and Libby Ruston, Waverly, Tennessee. Sixth place, entry 218, exhibited by Churchill Cattle Company, Manhattan, Montana. Seventh place, entry number 215, exhibited by Kyle Bush, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Eighth place is a write-in entry, entry 224, exhibited by Elm Tree Farms, Paris, Kentucky. Ninth place, oh, excuse me, it was just 8 in the class. In the ring now in our Hereford shows, Class 6C. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting our junior heifer calf champion. First call for Class 9 Hereford heifers. Shorthorn entries 67 and 83. Shorthorn entry 67, Madison Daniel. Shorthorn entry 83, DTR Cattle. We need those entries to the makeup ring immediately. Final call. We'll take a moment over on our Shorthorn side to introduce our American Junior Shorthorn Association board members. And these 9 board members lead our junior association. They're out here in the red jackets today, been helping along ringside and working in the ring. The president, Mr. Dustin from Iowa. The president, Tyler Pearson from Minnesota. The secretary, Haley Alden from Missouri. Public relations director, Mackenzie Cash from Wisconsin. Board member director, Brooke Pearson from Nebraska. Marshall Allison from Pennsylvania, Mitchell Smith from Indiana, Garrett Pearson from Nebraska, Andra Davis from Minnesota. Folks, that's your American Junior Association Board of Directors. Give them a nice round of applause. Appreciate all their help. Future of the Shorthorn breed's in good hands.
tremendous class, and it sure doesn't take these shorthorn females as calves long to develop some real genuine spread and substance and mass and dimension. Just incredible grow and power in these females at the top end of this class. I think the top three, once again, boy, you can draw the line in the sand and where you want to stand in terms of how much how early, I think, will determine what a person does here. To me, as I look at the three, I think this heifer that starts is, as I compare her to the heifer in second, a little nicer in the shape to the bottom side of her neck, and I think as a calf, she'll tie just a little neater down there at the base of her chest than will the heifer in second. Love this heifer's midrib and body, a strong heifer that's got plenty of width and volume of muscle at this stage in her development and maturity, and I think both the top pair, their angles suit me very well. A heifer that I love long-term might be the one in second, and I think it's close. This one's hind leg design and mass through her body is incredible, and I love that about her. When you put her on the profile today as the calf division, she'll be just a little plainer on the bottom side of her neck. Composition on those heifers, both, in my opinion, is very acceptable. The roan heifer coming next, just a beautiful, moderate-made little female that we've got next. To me, I'd like to see this heifer bring her neck just a little higher out of a little more slope to her shoulder. Then when she goes in motion and she sets her hind leg to the surface, there'll be more insecurity in her hock. When she sets, I see just a little more variation when she moves, but great body, really fresh. I like that one a good deal also. Red one, good shape, long-bodied, extended. This one doesn't have the intangibles of that unique look and presence, not as bold in her upper rib, but the basic functionality in that female is really, really good. We close with the heifer that's a nice boned, stout-featured heifer. She's the tightest in her shoulder design. As she take her from there into her heart, she's got the least genuine roundness and performance in terms of the body and shape she's got to her midrib. Great class. My compliments once again to the Shorthorn exhibitors.
Placings in Class 56, Shorthorn heifers. First place, entry number 50, CYT Juneflower 4117, exhibited by Brandon Gabrielson, Iowa. Second place, entry number 62, CYT Max Rosa Chrome, exhibited by Sarah Rose Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Third place, entry number 52, exhibited by Miller Smith, Pendleton, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 58, exhibited by Justin Geese, Greensburg, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 51, exhibited by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Coming into the ring now is Class 57 Shorthorn heifers. Class 58 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 59 Shorthorn heifers. Over in our over in our Hereford ring, take a moment as she goes out into the ring here to introduce your National Hereford Queen to you, Miss Katie Knowles. Folks, give her a round of applause. Your National Hereford Queen, Miss Katie Knowles from Nebraska.
Once again, we're getting into one of these January classes. Heifer that suits me quite well surface to the top in this class. You know, I don't think she just blows you away in any one area, but you talk about balance and symmetry and overall completeness and smoothness of design. His heifer fits you to a T. So good inner skeleton design as far as her top line. Neck comes up high up out of the top of that shoulder, so good at the base of that shoulder. In relation to her frame and her length of body, she's got a tremendous amount of depth of body and spring to that forerib. A heifer I think is more than adequate as far as her muscle shape, good and athletic on the move. She's attractive yet sound, puts a lot of good things together, very fault-free type of an individual. To me, it gets a little closer in 2, 3, and 4. The heifer that I obviously got into second place, I love her from her shoulders back. I think she's very similar to our class winner from her shoulders back. Good in her forerib, deep in her depth of body, good up out of her top line, extremely thick, very good and agile on the move. She just gets a little bit plainer and bolder about her chest and her head and neck. But I think that heifer, as far as her overall smoothness and balance and symmetry from her shoulders back, she's got to go second. The heifer coming in third is a very smooth, elegant made type of a heifer, but I think she gives up too much actual shape of muscle to the heifers that go 1 and 2, especially from her hook bones back to her pin bones. She gets a little flatter and tapers in just a little bit more at the base of that stifle. She doesn't have quite as much turn to that lower quarter as the heifers that go 1 and 2. Love the look and style and balance she possesses. Big-footed, big-boned, stout, powerful heifer comes in fourth. She just gets a little more coarser and open at the base and the point of those shoulders for me, a little coarser and thicker about her neck, but she's big-footed, she's sound, she gets out and goes, extremely wide skeleton, just like to smooth her up and give her a little bit more class and eye appeal. Heifer coming in next from her hook bones forward, I like her quite well. Good in her heart, good up out of her top line, good in her shoulder, very elegant. She just wants to come at you a little bit closer to her pins, maybe wants to bring them hocks ever so slightly together. Heifer coming in next is she too. I love her as far as from her hook bones forward. Very good in her rib shaped, flat shouldered, attractive. She too narrows up at her pins, pattern her muscle her any higher. Young lady's heifer coming in next is a heifer that just simply gets out of balance. Her tail head's a little high. She doesn't have as much true natural dimension and muscle shape to get her any higher in this particular class, but she's very nice through the front 1/3 of her body. A big bodied heifer coming in next. She too just gets a little low about that neck set, a little shorter about her neck, gets a little bit more masculine featured about her head and neck to get her any higher. Next two pair of heifers are some heifers that simply just give up too much muscle shape and internal dimension and weight per day of age to get them any higher. Really good group of females, outstanding individual there on the top end.
Interesting class of shorthorn females to put together. Our pair of dark red heifers surface because they've got that added strength and performance and volume to them relative to their contemporaries, and yet they're nice in their neck, they're good in their angles and feet. I think when you look at the paper and study birth weight values, I feel more comfortable with a young man's heifer that I start with doing so. This heifer's really a great bodied female that everything fits together really smooth. In relation to her frame size and extension, I read her mature cow size very much in check. Got a beautiful tail head set to a broad, powerful rump, and I think basic kind and utility. If there was shows without EPDs, I think the heifer in second could sure challenge her. Neater necked and really neat shouldered. This heifer doesn't have the hair quality today, and so as a result it won't make her look quite as bold in her upper rib, but I love the set to that one's hind leg when she gets out and goes. Extra comfort, extra good. That's a great pair of solid red heifers at the top end of this class. Gave up just a little bit of performance to get freshness and compositional correctness as at this stage in their maturity. This white heifer's a little green in her body, but I really like her lines, her presence, and symmetry from a profile. I don't think she's got as functional set to her hind leg as the top pair, nor will she ever be quite as wide as our top pair in terms of width of body. The heifer that comes next, really a bold-ribbed, powerful heifer. To me at this stage, she's a little square-shouldered, a little plainer in the shape to her neck. Then when this heifer gets in motion, she will hit her hind foot to the surface with the most toughness, and want to make that just hit the ground just a little softer than what it does. Composition favors this heifer coming next. Actually, profiles and design is good on this one. When I step in front of the cattle is where I'm mostly concerned with the dark roan heifer. Twists out just a nickel up front. Want to make her sounder, and then we could sure move her up in class. Young lady doing a super job with a nice little heifer calf here that's a little stilty on both ends of her framework, but got a neat look, got a nice presence about her. And our final heifer simply needs more strength and constitution out here. I think there's nothing wrong with her structure and reach. We just want to intensify her skeletal quality and design and just stouten her up just a shade. But a smooth-built, maternal-looking female from a side. My compliments, once again, great set of Shorthorn heifers.
Placings in Class 57, Shorthorn heifers. First place, entry number 70, Souls Mary Rose, 4164, exhibited by Sullivan Cattle Company. Second place, entry number 67, CF Athena 480, exhibited by Cole Clanton, Bacuras, Kansas. Third place, entry number 83, exhibited by DTR Cattle Company, Raymond, Kansas. Fourth place, entry number 72, exhibited by Ashley Wiles, Keatsville, Maryland. Fifth, entry number 80, exhibited by Bellevue Farms Incorporated, Arthur, Ontario. Sixth place, entry number 75, exhibited by Shaylee Conrad, Dover, Florida. Seventh place, entry number 76, exhibited by Taylor Gore, Doling, Michigan. In the ring now is Class 58 Shorthorn heifers. Class 59 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 60.
Well, folks, as we get ready to pick our second division winner here in our Hereford Female Show, once again, we've stepped it up as far as depth of quality, and my compliments this far to the Hereford exhibitors on an outstanding set of females. Folks, let's give all our exhibitors in this particular division a nice round of applause. It was an excellent division. Heifer that wins the first class, I love her extra length and her mobility and her future that she possesses. Maybe not as powerful in the 12 o'clock today as some of the other heifers out here, but I read a tremendous amount of future in this heifer. If you like them long-bodied, long-hipped, good and extended about of their front end, she's got some true natural rib shape. I think this heifer's got a bright future all the way through, because with that kind of skeleton, she's going to feed into an outstanding big heifer. Same thing goes for the heifer right behind her. Long-bodied, long-hip heifer, good in her shoulder, her chest, and her neck, maybe a little flatter in her rib shape and her forerib as well. Just today, those are two heifers up front that got a tremendous amount of future. The heifer that wins the third class, maybe not the biggest heifer obviously out here in this particular division, but as far as uniqueness of design and her skeleton design, so good about her top line and shoulder. Maybe gets a little bit outpowered as far as performance out here in this particular lineup for some, but her overall quality and balance and symmetry makes her a standout out here in my mind. A heifer that wins this next class, you talk about a heifer just not only on paper, but in the visual appraisal, puts a lot of good things together. Good shoulder, good chest and neck, very fluid on the movement, very good as far as her rib shape and her depth of body, adequate as far as her muscle shape, very elegant yet sound and attractive. Heifer that puts a lot of good things together. Heifer that wins the next class is a heifer that's maybe a little more power heifer in this particular lineup. She's big-footed and big bone, extra long body, and extra long hip, good about her chest and neck, and in proportional in her forerib up into her rib cage. Heifer that, when you set her into motion, she gets out and goes extremely nice. Heifer that wins the next class is a heifer I think I too read a lot of future in. Very athletic, good from the ground up, built extremely good. Maybe at this stage of her development gets a little more open and splayed up at the point and at the base of her shoulder, but I read a tremendous amount of thickness and true skeleton power in that particular heifer, and she puts a lot of good things together. The heifer that wins the last class I think is a heifer, she too is just extremely complete in her overall skeleton design, her shoulder blade placement, her angulation up out of her top line and up out of her hip. She too, you set her into motion extremely sound, built extremely good from the ground up. She too is an ideal body condition for her age. I think a heifer that puts a lot of good things together, and she too is adequate as far as her muscle, her bone, and her power, so puts it into a very complete package. Folks, I think we got some heifers out here that are very similar in their type and kind. That's what I'm trying to do this afternoon. Let's give all these class winners a nice round of applause, and I'll pick you a pair of champions.
That's what I mean.
Bad part will be, the sad part will be. Your junior heifer calf champion in the Hereford show is entry number 105. Entry 195. She's MKS 4R 15U Ballerina, exhibited by Keystone Stoltz, Skytook, Oklahoma. And your reserve junior heifer calf champion, entry number 198, CFCC Amarilius 155B, exhibited by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Shorthorn entry 106 and 117 to the makeup ring. 106 and 117 to the makeup ring.
As we look for extreme values or outliers with on the paper, there's really, to me, not a whole bunch of variation there, so we'll focus on the cattle. And when you do so, the pair of heifers that start are the bigger bodied cattle that are just more advanced and developed in their rib and midsection. Between the pair of bigger bodied cattle, the sounder, more functional one of the two, in my opinion, is the young man's heifer that we start with. Love this heifer on the stand, but I actually really enjoy studying this one on the lead in terms of her ability to reach and stay comfortable. She's got a lot of bulk and substance to her, yet her shoulder lays in her really, really nice and brings her neck high at the top of her shoulder. I think she's got strength and feature to be a quality long-term bred. I think she's got fanciness and look for a calf. That makes her the place to start. Roan heifer coming next on the stand, I think can come close to our class winner in terms of body and spread and volume, and yet has a really nice neck to her. I don't see this heifer as good at the ground in terms of her foot size, her depth of heel, nor her stoutness, but man, that one's opened up and really good in terms of her body. A fresh one that I really like, her hind leg comes in third. This one's long in her top line, great in terms of the shape to her hock joint and the depth to her heel. Today out here in this particular class, she reads just a little tubular through the middle part of her body, and I think as you project her towards the bred, if that drops down and opens up, I think that one's got the build to be good long term. Redneck roan, moderate and stout and chubby, a little choppy moving on both ends as you watch her leave the ring. I think the young man does a great job of getting her shown out here and set up. Really good in terms of her body, just let him focus on structure a little more. Heifer that comes next, mid-rib back. A lot of quality and structural integrity. This heifer will tilt farther forward than ideal in her shoulder design, then her neck comes too low out of her shoulder. Got a long-bodied, green conditioned heifer next that's a little general in the shape to her shoulder, but I think she's stouter featured than our final heifer that's a one, just a little refined as we talk about having that extra intangibles of look and presence in the show ring. The heifer that closes is probably the most deficient in those areas. Really a good class, once again, Shorthorn exhibitors.
472, please.
Placings in Class 58 Shorthorn heifers. First place, entry number 91, CF Cumberland 472, exhibited by Clayton Boyert, Seville, Ohio. Second place, entry number 125, SS Revival 450, exhibited by Schrog Shorthorns, Marion, South Dakota. Third place, entry number 92, exhibited by Hahn Family Shorthorns, Minot, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 101, exhibited by Emily Dosh, Truman, Ohio. Fifth place, entry 102, exhibited by Xavier Ferris, Whiteland, Indiana. Sixth place, entry 104, exhibited by Respite Farm Incorporated, Paris, Kentucky. And seventh place, entry number 87, exhibited by Henry Duerder Jr., Westminster, Maryland. Coming into the ring now is Class 59 Shorthorns. Class 60 should be in the makeup ring. First call, Class 61. Taking a moment to remind you exhibitors, if you desire pictures of any of your animals today, Lindy's Livestock Photos, our official livestock photographer here at the North American Beef Show, will be glad to take those. You can make your way at your convenience up to the picture backdrops. You don't have to wait till the end of the show. She'll be glad to take those pictures for you.
Once again, we jump right into our early fall division, and December heifers here. Really outstanding pair of heifers here on the top end, and actually this is an extremely quality group all the way through. The two heifers that go 1 and 2, they just simply put it all together as far as power and performance, look and balance and eye appeal and soundness. The thing that separates them is the heifer that wins. She's just bolder up out of her hip. She's fuller and truer from her hook bones back to her pin bones. She has more true natural shape down low. She's got more true natural curvature and arch of that lower rib cage. I think she's good enough at the base of her shoulder and her head and neck, and actually her neck probably attaches just ever so slightly up higher at the point of that shoulder. Heifer gets out and goes extremely nice. Very smooth, elegant made. Heifer coming in second. Love that. See how that shoulder lays nice and tight into that body cavity. Heifer, she just gets a little flatter in her muscle pattern, a little flatter at the base of that rib cage as compared to heifer that goes one. That's the only things that separate them. Move the heifer up here to third. The young man has just on simply skeleton design and overall quality. I love the extra sharpness out of her top and up out of her hip. I think she's very complete. She doesn't have quite as much power and go as the heifers that go 1 and 2, but I think she's very similar in type and kind. Smooth shouldered, enough rib cage and body shape. Doesn't have quite as much bone and true natural muscle as the heifers that go 1 and 2, but I think she's very similar. Long body, long hip heifer coming in next. Maybe gets a little more open at the point and at the base of her shoulder. Maybe doesn't handle her top line quite as well as the heifers right in front of her, but I love the extra length of body and extension and length of hip. Heifer coming in next is a heifer that's got some shape. She gets a little too concave in her heart and bold at the point of that shoulder. I like just to smooth her up. She's very thick, big top, big hip. Just like to smooth her up. Heifer coming in next, long, smooth made type of heifer, needs more muscle. Young lady rounding out the class, that is a high quality female. She's built extremely good. She's very fault free. She just simply doesn't have enough power and performance and weight per day of age. But this is how good this Hereford show has been this morning when you still have one that good and that high quality rounding out of a class. Extremely good group all the way through.
Looks like things on the Hereford side of the ring are really in good fashion, and I would also like to reiterate that the things on the Shorthorn side in terms of quality of female continue to stay strong out here. I love the class winner out here in terms of her strength through her head, her shape to her neck, her foundation and foot and bone. I think her composition at this stage in her maturity reads right. The depth to her body and the angles that this female have, I really, really like at this point in her maturity. I think everything fits together well. I think that's the good built female of the initial pair. Heifer in second's got that initial wow factor. She got a nice little slim neck, a big body, and she's extra wide. Let's start to measure some balances and study size of foot and foundation in relation to bulk and mass. I don't think she's quite as genuine as our class winner. Then when we get these cattle in motion, this one is not one of those that wants to get out and go quite as easy off either end. I want to just shape her shoulder a little differently, then let her reach out of her front end a little more comfortably. Heifer that comes in third, color pattern's a little more difficult for me to study through initially, but man, you get through that, and this is a big-bodied, good fronted heifer in terms of her reach. She's a little hook-legged, a little pronounced in her tail head. Want to smoothen that up just a shade. Next pair of heifers coming out. Got a nice bodied one here that's a little plainer in the shape to her neck. Got another one here from her hooks forward. I like this heifer. She'll tend to coil up in her loin, get a little rounder in her hip. Then our final heifer within the class, big and stout and high performing. A little too choppy on both ends for me.
Placings in Class 9, Hereford Heifers. First place, entry number 250, LCC ML, She's All Foxy, exhibited by Maria Locke, Avon, Illinois. Second place, entry number 1, Saul Olivia's Time, exhibited by Brooke and Ben Jensen, Cortland, Kansas. Third place, entry number 255, exhibited by Ronald McNaughton, Grand Ledge, Michigan. Fourth place, entry number 251, exhibited by Bailey, Riley, Lauren, and Brett Jones, Darlington, Wisconsin. Fifth place, entry number 254, exhibited by Grant Helsinger, Germantown, Ohio. Sixth place, entry number 253, exhibited by John Thomas Wolfick, Jackson, Tennessee. Seventh place, entry 249, exhibited by Mary Gulot, Salem, Alabama. In the ring now in our Hereford shows Class 10A. 10B should be in the makeup ring. First call for 10C. In our Shorthorn show, Class 59. First place, entry number 113, CF Dream Girl 460, exhibited by Hadley Levan, Woodstock, Ohio. Second place, entry number 115. RF LCCC Rosemary 1414, exhibited by John Reeser, Wildwood, Georgia. Third place, entry number 111, exhibited by Hannah Martin, Bargersville, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 109, exhibited by Matthew Hahn, Manuk, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 107, exhibited by Matthew Hahn, Manook, Illinois. Sixth place, entry number 114, exhibited by Taylor Mullenkamp, Salina, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 60 Shorthorn heifers. Class 61 should be in the makeup ring. Immediately following her, we'll select our early spring heifer calf. So first call for Class 64 Shorthorn heifers.
Once again, just an outstanding class, some high quality females all the way through. Nice pair of heifers here on the top, and actually these nice 4 heifers here on the top end of this class. Heifers that go 1 and 2. The heifer that wins this class suits me quite well. Once again, here's a heifer that's sound, that's yet attractive and got some style and balance, but she also has enough power as far as her muscle shape down her top and through her hip. Really robust and curvature. That curvature of rib cage really is what separates 1 and 2. Heifer that's extremely long bodied and long hip. So she starts to put it all together as far as your length of body, your length of hip, your soundness and your attractiveness with enough power and internal dimension. The heifer that comes in second, she too, just like the one in front of her, has a little extra length of hip and length of body, an extension up through her front end. She doesn't have quite as much turn to the middle part of that rib cage, maybe doesn't have quite as much turn to the middle part of that hip as the heifer that goes 1, but those 2 heifers very similar in type and kind. Really high quality. Go in third. She's skeleton designed from, she's very similar to the heifers that go 1 and 2. She just simply is not as long bodied and long hipped as the heifers that go 1 and 2, and so that's why she's got to go 3. There's just not as much of that heifer. She's sound, she's attractive, she's deep, she just doesn't have the extra length to go with those heifers. Heifer coming in 4th. Once again, here's a heifer that does have some of that length of body and that length of hip and athleticism, but she gets coarser about her tail head, a little more open at the base of that shoulder, and coarser about her chest, so she doesn't bounce up quite as well as the heifers that go 1, 2, and 3. Heifers coming in next. These are 2 really good females. Young lady's dark red heifer and this lighter yellow yellow heifer here. The thing that separates these two is the heifers, that the young lady's red heifer is just simply better up out of her top line and out of her hips, smoother at the base of her shoulder, just a little more smoother, more well built, just a little more attractive. The heifer that comes in next is a little better in her rib cage and her depth of body, but her looseness of structure also doesn't quite help her balance up quite as well. Young man coming in next, that's a good built heifer. She just simply is too refined in her features, too refined in her bone, gives up a little too much weight per day of age. But the young man's done a great job on his presentation, and that's an awfully good female. She just simply gets outpowered. Heifer coming in next just gets a little too coarse about her design. Young man's heifer coming in next is just simply needs to be sounder and thicker. Young lady's heifer rounds out the classes. And two, a nice conventionally made female. She just lacks the overall unique features as far as growth, performance, and style to get her any higher.
Shorthorn side of the ring, once again, a class that I think fits together with some logic. The red heifer that starts really good in terms of her basic build and her look and presence out here. Young lady does a great job of getting her set up. Got a neat look, got a unique blend of an attractive neck, a good body shape, a stout, correct foundation, and yet condition and continuation, in my opinion, read right on this particular female. Today she's good, and I sure think future and down the road, this one really suits me well. A white heifer that comes in second, very similar. Nice neck, great body shape. This one sets up really nice in terms of the stand. If I was to change this one relative to our class winner, she's a little shallow in her heel, and when she is, she'll get up on her toe, and that makes her just a nickel sharp in her hock. When that happens, the cause and effect works up into her loin, and she'll wedge down in her loin just a shade more than what our class winner will, but that's being critical of a really, really nice built, good female here in second. Heifer in third, from her hooks forward, looks a lot like our class winner, not in terms of color pattern, but in terms of body shape and look. This one gets in trouble when you get right in behind her and study that width at her pins, that trueness and squareness at her hock, and how she not quite as effectively as our top two. Heifer that's maybe just a notch extreme in her birth weight value comes next. This is a good heifer in terms of on the stand and her stout foundation. When she's set in motion, this heifer will come apart on both ends of her framework, more so than what the cattle will that precede her. I actually prefer the build of the heifer that comes next. This is really a green conditioned, immature female that the young lady's got. As we compare her in class, it's tough to know where to put her in terms of substance and just doability, but that one's built right, and if she continues to feed, I think has a good future. Our final heifer, young man's doing a great job out here with a moderate, stout, broad one that's just a little knuckled up on both ends, a little more terminal in terms of her shoulder shape at this stage in her development. Great class once again here in the Shorthorn ring.
Placings in Class 10A, Herefords. First place, entry number 260, KLD BR Chloe D310, exhibited by Riley Barber, Channing, Texas. Second place, entry 261, KLD BR Robin D39, exhibited by Kirby Day, Waxahachie, Texas. Third place, entry number 2, exhibited by Addison Jones, Hereford, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 263, exhibited by Cassidy, Hagerstown, Indiana. Fifth place, entry 265, exhibited by Nolan Goebel, Alto, Michigan. Sixth place, entry number 267, exhibited by Alexis Udy, Harrisburg, North Carolina. Seventh place, entry number 266, exhibited by Mason Collins, Lewisburg, Tennessee. Eighth place, entry 455, exhibited by Ty Craig, Bedford, Indiana. And ninth place, entry number 287, exhibited by Glenn Hunt, Madison, Georgia. And 10th place, entry 258, exhibited by Emma Huff, Winterville, Georgia. In the ring now is Class 10B.
Set of October, late October heifers we got out here to evaluate. 4 outstanding individuals. Young lady with your second place heifer, if you'll bring her on around. 2 outstanding heifers to go 1 and 2. The thing that simply separates these two is when you get up on top of them. The heifer that's going to win, she's so bold right down the middle part of her top as far as her muscle, so big from her hip all the way back to her pin bones, and that's where she has a big advantage. Her width and dimension from her hip structure standpoint, that extra shape of muscle down low and how she carries it down low, She's not quite as soft and robust right through the center part of her heart as our heifer in second, but she's got more than enough internal dimension and shape and curvature to that rib cage to go with that extra shape and dimension down her top and up out of her hip. Both of these heifers are extremely sound and attractive. The thing that separates them is the heifer that wins is just simply stouter, more well-built, wider constructed female from her hook bones back to her pins. The heifer in second, so soft and so elegant. Young lady does a great job on her presentation. She just narrows up and flattens up from her hooks to her pins and on down into her stipple as compared to our class winner. Heifer coming in third is a heifer I think is extremely nice as well. Good from the ground up, very soft and agile on the move, very smooth at the base of that shoulder. Doesn't have quite that extra shape up out of her hip as the heifers that go 1 and 2. Maybe just extend her out ever so slightly. That is a high quality individual. Those are 3 extremely quality heifers. Same thing goes for the young lady rounding out the class. Here's a heifer that's so good in her top line and her design. She's just simply a little pounds light as you compare her to the heifers that are right in front of her. Maybe gets a little more concave in her heart and tapered out in her rib cage, but a heifer that adds a lot of quality as far as soundness and look and style, just doesn't have quite enough power. Those are 3 to 4 excellent females in this particular class.
Placings in Class 60 Shorthorn heifers. First place, entry 123, SS Myrtle Bow Marie, exhibited by Schrog Shorthorns, Marion, South Dakota. Second place, entry 28, CVF Lady Elsa 39B, exhibited by Alexandria Rab, Markle, Indiana. Third place, entry 126, exhibited by Sullivan Cattle Company, Dunlap, Iowa. Fourth place, entry number 124, exhibited by Ben Harner, Xenia, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 120, exhibited by DTR Cattle Company, Raymond, Kansas. Sixth place, entry 121, exhibited by Alton Holstein, Plainville, Indiana. In the ring now in our Shorthorn shows Class 61. Immediately following this will be selecting our early spring heifer calf champion, Class 64 heifers to the makeup ring. In your Hereford show, Class 10B, first place, entry number 269, Del Hawk Ambrosia 1314, exhibited by Matthew Powers, Butler, Pennsylvania. Second place, entry number 273, LCC TG Mary Feeling, exhibited by Madeline and Melissa Grimmel, Jarrettsville, Maryland. Third place, entry number 274, exhibited by Trey Craig, Bedford, Indiana. And fourth place, entry 268, exhibited by Courtney Udy, Harrisburg, North Carolina. In the ring now in our Hereford shows, Class 10C. Immediately following this, we'll select our winner heifer calf champion. Class 13A should be in the makeup ring. First call, Class 13B.
Shorthorn side of things, we've got some really, really close calls here at the top end of this particular class, and I think a class that presents a lot of variation in terms of type and kind. When the cattle get presented on the profile, it's hard to deny our dark red heifer's maternal look and build. And what are her advantages over the heifer in second? I think she's a nicer necked heifer as it ties into the front side of her shoulder. I think she's bolder in her forerib, and her underline is impeccable on the top side of her framework. She's a little longer in terms of her hip. She's tremendous in her top line, and on the stand, I like her functional cow-like set to her hind leg. What makes it challenging or close for me is when the cattle are asked to move. I don't think our class winner is ideal in terms of how she uses her hock. She's got the right angle, but I'd like to make her just a little more flexible behind, and that's where the heifer in second's got some unique pieces. I think the heifer in second does have a really neat neck, a round body, and a broad hip with a good hind leg, and I think on the stand that one looks good at this stage in her maturity. To me, she's a little rounder and shorter in her pattern. When you get her on the profile, I don't see that heart, midrib, and flank balance that I do in our class winner, but that one's hock and the way she uses it with that much volume and spread is tremendous. I like that top pair a good deal. The heifer that comes in third on the stand, I can walk from a rear view buyer and identify with her quality of hip and hind leg. This heifer, when she gets in motion, her neck comes down, her shoulder tilts up, and her reach on both ends is a little suspect, but I love her on the stand in terms of her stoutness and squareness behind. Like to tone down the birth weight value just a shade on the next one, and here's a roan heifer that once again on the stand has that look of quality and presence here at your National Shorthorn Show, but when we get this thing in motion, she'll come up in her toe, tip her shoulder forward, and just isn't stable enough in terms of on the lead. Got a moderate, stout, a wide one coming next here. Good bodied and stout, a little quick in her maturity, a little round in her pattern, but I like her moderation and rib. The final pair of cattle are simply a little narrow and a little green in their condition at this point. I thought this one balanced just a little better than the one that closes our class. Good set of heifers from top to bottom. Once again, my compliments.
Sometimes your shows will give you
Boy, once again, just a high quality class. A little give and take here in our top two heifers, and then the heifers that go 3 and 4. I'm going to go with two heifers that fit me just a little bit more. At two heifers that are a little more conventional, maybe a little bit more moderate, maybe a little more toned down in their overall performance. But from a skeleton design standpoint, I think they're better. They're better in the way their shoulder blade lays into their body cavity. They're better in the way they handle their top line from the point of their shoulder out through their loin, from their hook bones back to their pins. The thing that separates the heifers that go 1 and 2 is the heifer that's 1 is longer neck, longer bodied, and longer hip. Maybe doesn't have quite as much true natural width as some of the other heifers in class, but I think she's wide enough. She's so elegant in the way she's made. She's proportional in shape and her depth of body, but just from a skeleton design standpoint, she's flawless. So smooth, so elegant, well presented. Same thing goes for a heifer in second. She just isn't quite as extended as our class winner. Smooth at the base of that shoulder, good as far as her rib shape, gives up some length of body to the heifers that go 3 and 4, but I think as far as her overall her soundness and quality and tightness of skeleton design, she goes second. Heifer that comes in third, I really like. She's really long-bodied, long hip. Maybe doesn't blend from her shoulder back into her forward. The heifers that go 1 and 2, she's got an advantage in length of body and length of hip. She's with that extra length of body and frame, I mean, she's proportional as far as her depth of body and her springer rib. I just don't think she ties into herself as quite as well as the heifers that go 1 and 2. Heifer coming in next, just like the heifer in front of her. Long-bodied, long hip, powerful type heifer, just gets a little coarser about her head and neck, doesn't bounce up quite as well as the two-tined heifers that go 1 and 2. Heifer coming in next is a heifer that I like her design. She doesn't have as much forerib and depth of body as the heifers that go right in front of her, and that's why she's got to go there. Young man's heifer coming in next. Smooth shoulder, nice in her lines, flat in her muscle pattern, flatter in her rib shape. Young lady rounding out the class. There's a good conventional heifer just as far as a weight per day of age and overall performance standpoint. She just gets a little out-horsed out here today. A good group, unique pair of heifers there on the top end.
Placings in Class 61 Shorthorn heifers. First place, entry number 137, Soul Bose Martha 4101, exhibited by Sarah Rose Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second place, entry number 140 Caroline 443, exhibited by Scott Hesser, Leesburg, Indiana. Third place, entry number 141, exhibited by Brittany Mullenkamp, Salina, Ohio. 147, exhibited by Allie Muir, Jackson Center, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 135, exhibited by Addison Holstein, Plainville, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 144, exhibited by Twin Oak Farms, Perrysville, Ohio. And seventh place, entry number 134, exhibited by Landon Helmicki, New Philadelphia, Ohio. We're now selecting our early spring heifer calf champion Shorthorn in our Hereford show, Class 10C. First place, entry number 280, Soul Olivia 3934, exhibited by L. Waynetown, Indiana. Second place, entry number 282, GOP Ariel's Dream 329A, exhibited by Laurel Culp, Nicholasville, Kentucky. Third place, entry number 276, exhibited by Tanner Francis, Brooklyn, Connecticut. Fourth place, entry number 286, exhibited by Bryce Hines, Patriot, Ohio. Fifth place, entry 284, exhibited by Callie and Caitlin Taylor, Petersburg, West Virginia. Sixth place, entry 277, exhibited by John Thomas Wolfick, Jackson, Tennessee. And seventh place, entry 283, exhibited by Harley Watson, Flemingsburg, Kentucky. We're now selecting our winner heifer calf champion Hereford. Class 13A should be in the makeup ring. First call, 13B to the makeup ring. If you just joined us for our Hereford show, our judge today is Mr. Lydell Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee. Lydell and his family own and operate Gamble Angus. It's indeed a pleasure to have Lydell Meyer with us to judge our Hereford show.
Well, folks, out here picking our winter calf champion, that once again, the quality has been outstanding within these classes and these divisions. Maybe had to do a little give and take within those classes to get our class winners out here. But I think once we get these four out here, we still got a really nice pattern going on. We've got some cattle that got some look, some style and balance with enough power and dimension and extremely athletic. The heifer that wins the December class is a heifer that's wide up out of her shoulders, all has some true squareness and shape up out of her hip, still really sound when you set her into motion. Maybe a little bolder about her chest as far as some of the other heifers right behind her, but she's very good from the ground up, very athletic. Her foot size matches her bone, still gives you a good look, very well balanced. The heifer that wins the next class is a heifer I think is quite unique. She's got a big advantage in length of body and length of hip, very athletic on the move. A heifer that's still very fresh and smooth at the base of her shoulder, tremendously deep right through the center part of her body cavity, has a tremendous amount of rib cage and arch to that rib cage. Heifer that's very elegant and nice and when you study her from the side. Heifer that wins the next class I think is a heifer that's you really got to appreciate this heifer when you get right behind her and on top of her. Really wide and square up over her loin edge. A heifer that's extremely wide from her hook bones all the way back to her pins. I think a heifer that still balances up well enough. She's good enough in her full rib and her depth of body. Maybe not quite as sharp and angular out through her hip as the heifers on either side of her, but she still gives you a good look. She's still sound enough. And a heifer that is good about her chest and her head and neck. Boy, but you got to appreciate the true width and dimension when you get right behind her. Unique heifer in this lineup is the heifer that wins the last class. There's a heifer that I think you just got to say she's got enough power, but she's so elegant in the way she's made, so smooth in her shoulder, the way it blends nice and tight into her body cavity. She has enough arch and curvature to that middle part of that rib cage. She's not overly blessed as far as her depth of body as compared as far as the heifers right in front of her, but it matches her. It matches her length of body and her frame. She's so good, nice up out of her top line, very smooth and elegant and yet feminine. And I still think she has enough power. Maybe she's not quite as wide right behind her as some of the heifers right in front of her, but I think that's a very unique, high-quality female. Folks, I think this is an awfully close, tight division. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll pick you a pair of champions.
Your winner heifer calf champion is entry 260 KLD BR Chloe D310, and the reserve
for this particular division in the Shorthorn show, this is where one can really start to earn their paycheck as a show judge, because there's a lot of different go out here, and what Dad said probably the best is any decision you make out here isn't wrong, because I think these cattle all have great future. Just very, very briefly, the first class within the division presents a pair of cattle that I absolutely love, and I tell you, it's never fun to be the lead heifer. This heifer maybe hadn't want to set up forward with maybe as much comfort as some of the other heifers, but a tremendously stout, genuine one. What's the question on her? Well, is she just a little round in her shoulder at this stage, but to have that much volume behind and mid-rib, it's hard to not deny that one a second and third look. Got a mini brood cow prospect waiting to happen here that wins the second class. She's not one of those ultra giraffe-necked ones out here, but she's so right in her build and fundamental body shape. Heifer that wins the third class is probably the most unique out here in terms of having big feet and legs, a giraffe neck, and a nice body shape and flexibility. I like this heifer on the go in terms of her ability to reach on both ends, maybe as much as any. Not one of those extra wide ones right now, but I think it's appropriate at this stage in her maturity. Heifer, the front half of this heifer that wins the class 4, absolutely love that structure about her head. I think she reads like a shorthorn female. Like to strengthen her pin bones, and that hooks to pins just a shade today, but with time, I tell you what, that one's green, and everything about that heifer reads right in the future. I was hoping that the 123 class winner would hit me a little harder, because if you want to pick an immature bred heifer prospect today, be the choice. And tremendous angles, tremendous look, and a captivating presence out here. I don't know if she came back and hit me quite as broad right when you step in behind the cattle today as what she did in class. But I mean, that look right there just reeks of quality. Our final class winner out here in terms of long-term cow prospect reads as good as any of them. Tremendous length of top line, tremendous length of rump, yet her body and foreribs, shoulder, and head read that she's going to be the right size in terms of mature cow. I'd like to have this heifer get out here and move just a little more comfortably today off of her rear too. So that's what I see out here. The challenge is there's not a clear-cut winner in my opinion. If each one of these heifers do a particular thing or do a particular thing right, they can win next fall when it really, really counts in terms of those big breds. Tremendous set of quality. Our second place class winners read excellent also. Ask that you put your hands together and we'll take one more look and select your champion division.
In your Hereford show, your reserve winter heifer calf champion was entry 250 LCC ML She's All Foxy, exhibited by Maria Locke, Avon, Illinois. In our Hereford show, in the ring now is class 13A. 13B should be in the makeup ring. Immediately following that, we'll select senior heifer calf champion, first call for class 16. In your Shorthorn show, your early spring heifer calf champion, entry number 91, CF Cumberland 472 RD, exhibited by Clayton Boyert, Seville, Ohio.
For reserve, I know this is going to sound just a little bit ironic, but sometimes the depth of the class and the quality of class hits me or hits a judge very, very strong. I think your reserve division, it came out of a pair of heifers that I'm not sure I still have them right, whether they're first or second. I know it's been recorded in the books, and I think it's an incredible pair of heifers that represented your first class, and I'm sure not going to deny that caliber and quality. Let's make sure and bring this heifer in for reserve with a nice round of applause also.
And your reserve late spring heifer calf champions, entry number 50, CYT Juneflower 4117, exhibited by Brandon Gabrielson, Bellman, Iowa. Hereford entry 322 to the makeup ring. Hereford entry 322.
I know.
We'll present an All-American award in the Shorthorn show. The early spring heifer calf All-American went to Colt Simply the Roo, exhibited by Andrew Hodges. So if Andrew or a representative would come to the picture backdrop to receive this All-American award.
I like it, champion. Look nice. Good. Huh? Now, I thought I tried to get the validity of what we were going to do. Now we got to refocus. way. Hold the fence, take them on a walk. What would you have done in that pair in the class? Same way?
See, that's what I didn't know, because at the end, when they stood up, when they set up, you know, and just with everybody in that class, you know, the way when they set up again in that place, the one that won the class, you know, did so.
I like that pair there. Now I don't know what to do after that. That's your job. Where? Down here.
The boys have to go in. She's got some more stuff on.
Once again, the quality continues to roll in here. Nice effort to win this class. Here's a big-footed, big-boned, stout, sound, yet attractive female. Very robust and bold right through the center part of her body. Female, you really like her out of her top line and up out of her hip. Still good at the base of that shoulder and her head and neck. With all that extra curvature about her body, her rib cage and her hip and her shape, still she flattens out enough in her overall skeleton structure to still give you that good feminine features. A stout, sound, yet attractive female to win this class. Heifer coming in next is a heifer. I think she doesn't just wow you, but I think the more you study her, the more you like her. She's flat out of her top line and up out of her hip. She too, you set her in motion, she reaches extremely nice. So well balanced the way she blends from her shoulder back into her forearm. Adequate as far as her muscle shape and her definition of muscle. She too just doesn't have quite as much power as the heifer that wins, but I think she's similar in kind. She's got to go two. Like the heifer here in thirds. Good shoulder, nice sharp about her head and neck. Maybe not cooperating quite as well as this young lady would like, but she's really good about her angles. She's not as good in her heart and her middle part of her rib cage as the two heifers. So that's why she's got to go third, but I love her design. I like her angulation and her foot size and her athleticism. Heifer coming in next is a heifer I like quite a bit from the standstill. Really good in her top line and her shoulder, blends into herself. She just needs more athleticism off of her back end to get her higher. Heifer coming around the next. There's a heifer that, to me, I really like her from her hook bones forward. Good up in her top line, has some width in. She just planes out as far as her hind leg structure and also her depth of chest. Just doesn't balance up quite as well as the heifers right in front of her. Heifer coming out next as the heifer gets a little elevated in her tail head, a little deeper in her chest, and so it causes her to unbalance ever so slightly. Give her just a little more drop to that center part of her rib cage as well. Heifer coming in next is a heifer that just simply doesn't have that quite extra as far as shape and dimension to get her any higher. Neck comes low out of the base of that shoulder, so it causes her to look a little deeper chested and doesn't give her that extra look and style and balance. Young man heifer just simply doesn't blend into herself quite as well. Open at the base of her shoulder, a little more concave in her heart, doesn't quite hold herself together and collect herself on the move. Next heifer just simply a little quicker in her maturity pattern, a little shorter in her neck, a little more condition about her tail head, so she just doesn't balance up and it doesn't have that extra sharp features. Next couple pair of heifers are some heifers that are square, they're good made, they got some body, they just don't simply have enough bone and foot size and overall power to get them any higher. Young lady rounding out the class. That's once again, that's a good heifer, just lacks those unique features to get her up higher in this particular class. but that's a good, sound, yet attractive female. Once again, that just shows the depth of quality that we're dealing with within these classes. High quality class, outstanding individual on the top end.
Great way to start a next division here in the Shorthorn Show. Got a power cow presents herself here in first. Unique neck shape, unique body mass, great hind stands. This heifer just continues to mature and develop and really not change anywhere. Will be her best advantage long term, because that one today looks like a mini brood cow prospect waiting to happen. Really just a good kind of a female to start. A unique breeding piece sets in second. This thing's incredible, stout in terms of her bone, got giant feet, and yet she's so good in her joints, and I think that's hard to do, to make one that stout and that clean jointed. Love her body shape, and her mid-rib might be my favorite cattle in the class. As we take her from there up, to me at this stage in her development, she's a little plain at the top side of her neck as it ties into her shoulder. The heifer on the stand I really like is the one in third. This one on the stand presents with that quality, that neck shape and body design that we want to find in these competitive shorthorns. But when this heifer gets in motion, she'll become the steepest in the slope to her shoulder, the most rigid behind. Heifer that I wish would just get out and want to lead better. It comes in 4. This heifer reads with quality about her skeleton and pattern, a little more immature look to her today. When this heifer wants to fight the halter, she just won't get out of her rear two quite as comfortably. And when she wants to step just a little more different behind, she'll come up just a shot in her tail head. Flat-haired heifer coming next. It's got great value. Once you study past that, this heifer's good in her body shape, great in her top line, got a good performance-looking maternal design to her. Today, just a nickel plain when you put her on the profile in a competitive set of females. The one that comes next, the more masculine necked and headed one of the ones that stand before her, but this one's moderation of length of body and body shape with a good loin and a good tail head excel her over the heifer that comes next. This is a good bodied one. Stout one that comes next. She's the lowest in her shoulder. She's the sharpest in her tail head of those competitive heifers that stand before her. Our final pair of heifers both need more rib, both need more stoutness and fleshing ease, but I think heifers that have some length and correctness to their top line and some length to their front ends, very capably shown by both exhibitors. Once again, my compliments. A great way to start our next division.
In our Hereford Show, Class 13A, first place, entry number 294, RRO TRM Chanel 3136, exhibited by Rain Starkey, Pisgate, Alabama. Second place, entry number 296, GKB Nancy 306A, exhibited by Logan, Lucas, and Corey Stump, Columbia, Illinois. Third place, entry number 392, exhibited by Maddox Cup, Lancaster, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 291, exhibited by Oak Ledge Farms, Belmont, New Hampshire. Fifth place, entry number 300, exhibited by the Main Group and Burns Farms, Pikeville, Tennessee. Sixth place, entry number 320, exhibited by Ronald McNaughton, Grand Ledge, Nebraska. Seventh place, entry number 289, exhibited by Connor Jaggers, Magnolia, Kentucky. Eighth place, entry 298, exhibited by J.C. Cattle Company, Norman, Indiana. Ninth place, entry number 305, exhibited by Rock Ridge Herefords and Will Carnes, Stanford, Kentucky. And 10th place, entry number 450, exhibited by Dustin Ogburn, Sanders, Kentucky. In the ring now in our Hereford Shows, Class 13B. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting our senior heifer calf champion. Class 16 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 17. In our Shorthorn Show, Class 64, first place, entry number 160, Soul Sable's Love 4989, exhibited by Brad Johnson, Kimmel, Indiana. Second place, entry number 165, exhibited by Jacob Derbyshire, Morning Sun, Iowa. Third place, 302, exhibited by Carson Kretzmeyer, Fowler, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 150, exhibited by V8 Shorthorns, Bowling, Texas. Fifth place, entry number 169, exhibited by Alexis Hansen, DeKalb, Illinois. Sixth place, entry number 153, exhibited by Fulton Kennedy, Seaman, Ohio. Seventh place, entry 151, exhibited by Christy Haas, Mount Carmel, Illinois. Eighth place, entry 163, exhibited by V8 Shorthorns, Bowling, Texas. And ninth place, entry 166, exhibited by Michaelin Helmicki, New Philadelphia, Ohio. In the ring now, it's Class 65 Shorthorn heifers. Class 66 should be in the makeup ring. First call, Class 67.
On the Hereford side.
Hereford entry 328. Hereford entry 328 to the makeup ring.
Another strong class of Shorthorns, and I tell you what, this class winner, I don't know where her mature cow size is going to set, but I'm not sure you can put a bigger set of feet and legs and a more functional design on one. In my opinion, this one hit me hard in class, comes in, and there's not a restricted tight joint or portion of her body and skeleton. It's all loose, it's all flexible, and it's all good in my opinion. There's maybe some heifers in class that bring a little slimmer neck, higher out of the top of their shoulder, but that one's skeletal quality is unparalleled within this particular group. Heifer that really challenges her in a show without data comes in second. And this heifer in second, great body, really moves good, got a great and proportionality. This heifer looks like she wants to be quality today. She looks like she wants to be quality long term. I don't know if she sets on her heel quite as nicely as our class winner. Then when you study her birth weight value, you would want to tone that down just a shade. And I think that can definitely be managed through breeding and sire selection. And that one I still think has a great future. Heifer in second, beautiful basic cow are words that would describe this one. Love her size in terms of her mature cow size is going to be sensible. Her body shape's right. Her tail head and rump and loin read so good for a shorthorn female. This one just doesn't have those extra intangibles that top pair do in terms of that wow factor and look in this competitive setting. But I think that one's functionality needs to be recognized. Heifer that comes next, mid-rib body spread is really good. This one wants to fight the halter, and she'll bring her neck down, and then when she does, her shoulder opens up just a shade. If we can get that shoulder, forerib, and neck to all come up and forward when she's in motion, I think that one's got a bright future. Nice white female here, just a nickel refined in her framework and skeleton, a little flat design on the profile. You sure like that one a good deal. I thought she had more mid-rib and flank than our red heifer that comes next. This is a basic functional kind of a female, just not enough spread and bulk today. Our roan heifer, really stout, really wide and powerful, but in my opinion, it hinders her ability to get off and reach out of her front end. She's a little stiltier off of her rear too. I think she balances better than our final heifer within the drive that has a tremendously long top line, a good underline set in her. This heifer up high needs to be more collected and coordinated out of her shoulder than when she leaves, needs more stability to her hock.
Boy, once again, just a tremendous class and lineup here of fall heifers in our Hereford show. Boy, nice pair of heifer here that go 1 and 2. If I'm kind of seeing some of the data right, I would bet to venture that both of these heifers might be similarly related because they are similar in their type and kind and the way they read. Heifer that's going to win, so good about her shoulder, her chest, and her neck. The thing that separates them, the heifer that's going to win's got more true natural shape and curvature to that loin edge. She's fuller and bolder as far as her muscle shape from her hooks to her pins, carries it down ever so slightly better. She ties into her forelimb just a little bit better. Both of these heifers, you set them into motion, are extremely athletic. The heifer that's going to win, maybe not as sharp and angular out through her hip as the heifer right behind her, but she's got more true shape as far as muscle down her top and up out of her hip, and she's better as she ties into her forerib. Heifer that comes in second, boy, she's sharp. She's got those good angles. She maybe breaks just ever so slightly in her loin when you compare her to our class winner. She's not as full and robust right there in her heart, but that heifer's long, she's smooth, and she's still green, and that heifer's got a lot of room to go. So angular as far as her features, very attractive. Heifer coming in next is a big, bold heifer. I think she's got a tremendous shape, especially down along her lower quarter. But she lacks those extra unique features and the femininity features to get around the heifers that go 1 and 2, about her front 1/3. But I love her from her shoulders back. Big, stout-bodied, yet sound female. It's good from the ground up. Just like to change the front 1/3 of her body. Heifer coming in next is, I think, is a heifer that just follows the heifer right in front of her as far as type and kind. There's just simply not as much of her. She's not as bold through the center part of her body. She doesn't have quite as much true width and dimension that down her top and through her hip as the heifer right in front of her. But those two heifers are made very similar. Heifer next in my lineup, I think, is a unique female as far as that she's just very flat. She's nice made. She just wants to kind of come at you as far as the way she handles her hind legs. She wants to hawk in ever so slightly, come in out of her pins. She's deep about her chest, but she still gets out and reaches extremely good. To me, I just like to bounce her up and give her just a little more tightness of structure so she'll hold herself together. Young lady's heifer coming in next, I think, is a heifer just gets a little elevated in her tail head. She gets a little too open up at the point of those shoulders. So it causes her to balance up, doesn't balance up quite as well as some of the heifers right in front of her, but I like her foot size and her bone structure. Young man's heifer coming in next, just flattens out as far as his muscle shape. That's a good skeleton design. Nice enough about her front end. She just simply doesn't have enough muscle. Young lady's heifer coming in next just gets too short and coarse about her front end. Like to just extend her out from her hooks to her pins and up through her front end. Young man's heifer coming in next is just simply doesn't have enough muscle and internal dimension. I'll give her some more width to base. Young lady rounding out the class, just a heifer that's got some look and style. She doesn't have enough softness of features or fleshing ability to get her any higher. We do her division.
In class 65 Shorthorn heifers. First place, entry number 179, Dream Lady 4141, exhibited by Dalton Shanks, Colfax, Iowa. Second place, entry number 147, CF Cumberland 427, exhibited by Shelby Stevenson, Fortville, Indiana. Third place, entry 177, exhibited by Schrog Shorthorns, Marion. Fourth place, entry number 182, exhibited by Emily Doss, Truman, Ohio. Fifth place, entry 187, exhibited by Corey Hoffman, Huntingburg, Indiana. Sixth place, entry 171, exhibited by Holly Harville, Beech Grove, Arkansas. Seventh place, entry number 188, exhibited by Hill Haven Farm, Duntonroon, Ontario. And eighth place, entry number 173, exhibited by Brandywine Farms Cattle Company, Carthage, Indiana. In the ring now is Class 66 Shorthorn heifers. Class 67 should be in the makeup ring. First call for 68. In Class 13B, Hereford heifers, first place, entry number 315, Innisfail, Parties Over, Olivia, A2, exhibited by Andrew Chastain, Danielsville, Georgia. Second place, entry number 318, Innisfail, Parties Over, Olivia, A1, exhibited by Drew Hunt, Madison, Georgia. Third place, entry number 309, exhibited by Landon Curry, Norman, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 316, exhibited by Hannah, Abigail, and Brooke Billing, Greendale, New Jersey. Fifth place, entry number 322, exhibited by Kristen Belima, Ada, Michigan. Sixth place, entry number 308, exhibited by Kelsey Decker, Pinkerton, Ohio. Seventh place, entry 311, exhibited by Foster Wingler, Christiana, Tennessee. Eighth place, entry number 310, exhibited by Olivia Williams, Fairfield, Virginia. Ninth place, entry number 312, Kyle Bush, Cynthiana, Kentucky. And 10th place, entry 565, exhibited by Alex Popplewell, Russell Springs, Kentucky.
Shorthorn show once again, 5 quality entries that we've got out here, and I think our class winner, as we study her relative to her contemporaries, exemplifies that moderation and balance and quality that we've been seeking throughout the day. You study her neck and shoulder design in relation to her midrib. Got a big hind leg with a soft set to her pastern and a right shape to her hock. I think this one really suits me quite well in this class. The white heifer comes next. I like this heifer's extension through her front end. I think a long rumped heifer that also has a great hind leg set in her. I can't get her shoulder to forerib be quite as bold and powerful as is, but I think this heifer long term, as you continue to get her bred, let her open up, that's going to be a long spine, flexible one with a tremendous amount of extension. Young lady here does a tremendous job of showing cattle. This is another quality entry she's got that's got look and presence in the front 2/3 of her body. I want to make sure she sets back on her heel correct enough and uses her hock just a bit differently than what she does today on this surface. The final pair are close, and I opt for the one with just a little more body and functional use to her framework. I think this one just a little more maternal in her shape relative to the final heifer that rounds out the class. Big, stout, muscular heifer with a big hip set in her. Watch this one go off of her rear too as she covers the ring. Watch the steepness to her shoulder, and we've changed that heifer's angles on both ends of her framework.
Over here selecting back on our Hereford side at our senior heifer calf. 2 class winners that have represented 2 extremely nice classes. Heifer that wins that first class, we talked about her being extremely stout and powerful from the ground up. Big-footed and big bone, extremely athletic. We love the extra dimension and natural width that she has for all the way from her forerib all the way back. She's extremely wide. With all that extra width, she still completes herself as far as her extra smoothness and still gives you a good look and well balanced. I think that's quite unique. A heifer that wins the next class is extremely smooth, and she has a big advantage in that. Very smooth at the base of that shoulder, very refined about her feminine features, so good about her top line and hip. Is she as stout and powerful as the heifer in front of her? No, she's not. But is she stout and powerful enough? She probably is. She's good in her rib shape. She's good enough in her forerib. She, too, is extremely sound. So I think the big difference between these 2 heifers, and not to take anything away from the seconds, to me, it just in this particular division comes down to our class winners as far as our division champions. The heifer that wins the second class is just simply a little smoother, more attractive, and eye appealing, but does she have enough power? And does the heifer that has all the power, is she attractive enough with all that extra power and athleticism and dimension? For me today, the young ladies heifer that wins that first class will be our division champion. I love the extra power and dimension and still completes herself into a smooth, complete package. Young man's dark red heifer, very smooth and very elegant, and be our reserve. Congratulations.
Senior Heifer Calf Champion in the Hereford Shows, entry 294, RRO TRM Chanel 3136, exhibited by Rain Starkey, Pisky, Alabama. In your reserve, entry number 315, Innisfail, Parties Over, Olivia A2, exhibited by Andrew Chastain, Danielsville, Georgia. Now ready for Class 16 Hereford Heifers. Class 17 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 20A. In your Shorthorn Show, Class 66. First place, entry number 197, CF Margie's Beauty, 416, exhibited by Paige Wickard, Wilkinson, Indiana. Second place, entry 191, exhibited by she's BWS Snow White, exhibited by Sarah Fry, Rochdale, Indiana. Third place, entry number 196, SS Dare to Dream 420, exhibited by Schrog Shorthorns, Marion, South Dakota. Fourth place, entry number 192, exhibited by Tommy McGuire, Terre Haute, Indiana. And fifth place, entry number 189, exhibited by Blueview Farms, Arthur, Ontario. In the ring now is Class 67 Shorthorns. Class 68 should be in the makeup ring. First call, Class 69. They might need that class.
Last 2 years. Some of them just have to take time over certain kids' class. Some of them don't want to run against Buddy. And a lot of those don't. Yeah, that's what good news is okay to get us set water. We've talked about changing that. We're going to try to shoot for 6 and then we're going to get 3.
On the Hereford side, we need 339, 349.
Hereford entries 339 and 349. You are needed in the makeup area. Hereford entries 339 and 349 to the ring, please.
A trio of high growth females, and as you read them on paper, maybe some females that carry a little birth weight, but they also carry some performance with them, and it shows out here on the ring. Heifer that I think it gets a little close here between first and second. Here's all three of these heifers have a tremendous amount of growth and length and extension. Still, skeletal design standpoint, extremely correct. The thing that separates the first two females is just simply shape. I think there's more true shape and curvature to that muscle pattern in the hip of the heifer that wins. She's also ties into herself from her shoulder back into her forerib ever so slightly better. She's better about her chest and her head and neck. These heifers get out and move extremely good. The heifer that wins, just so long body with enough shape and curvature as far as her muscle pattern. I think she's our logical class winner with that much growth and power. Still puts it into a nice package. Young man, second place heifer here. She too is long bodied and long hip. Maybe doesn't blend into herself quite as well, and doesn't, when you get right behind her and view her right from her hip structure standpoint, she doesn't have quite as much fullness, isn't quite as full, and doesn't have near as much turn to that muscle as the heifer that wins. But I think she's very good up out of her top line, very from a skeleton design standpoint, excellent. Just doesn't have that extra shape as the class winner. Young man's heifer coming in third. Once again, here's a long-bodied, long-neck, yet an attractive female that's relatively sound. She just gets a little too tight as far as her rib cage and her overall design, as far as her internal capacity. She doesn't have near enough of that to get around the heifers right in front of her. A good group, a good trio of high-growth, high-performing females.
Shorthorn show sure's got a lot of excitement and quality within the ring, and lots to study and pieces to look at for breeders and enthusiasts of the breed. Out here, our class winner reads right in terms of her values on paper. Then you study her phenotypically, and this is just once again a mini brood cow waiting to happen in terms of body shape, angle to her shoulder, attractiveness to her neck. I think this heifer actually distances herself even more from her contemporaries when you get her in motion and you watch that hock and hind leg design go. Heifer in second. I love the freshness that this heifer presents. I love her genuine width and spread. That one's truly a uniquely nice in her top line. No humps, no bumps. I mean, what's there is real. What's there is wide and genuine in her body shape. Out here today, relative to our class winners, she'll be just a little more rigid in her hock, a little more pronounced in terms of her tail head. After that, I love the freshness and the genuine body lines that one presents. The heifer in third, I like on the move, a good bodied heifer that gets out and goes with some reach. When she comes to a stand, she'll be a little rounder and shorter in her rump, and then when she's shorter in her rump, she'll be just a nickel shorter in her step behind. From there forward, a great bodied cattle that's got genuine width. This is the one that initially, when they first come in, I took a second look at and thought this would be one of my top two females until you get in front of this cattle, study her shoulder design, study her knee and front foot. Needs to be changed. Outside of that, that's a good boned heifer that's got a look, got some stoutness of feature, just not right up front. Little boy here doing a great job with a power cow in terms of body and width and volume behind. This heifer's a little plain in her shoulder design, a little steep in the pitch to her shoulder, but she outperforms our final pair of cattle. I actually really like the bodied roan heifer that goes out next. She's just a little too skinny today to be at Louisville, but I think if this one takes to feed, that one's got the right kind of build and angles to be quality next summer into the fall. Then our final white heifer's got a little more advancement to her midrib than what the roan does, but you study this one's angles and she gets to be the poorest balanced cattle that we've got on the move.
Placings in Class 16, Hereford Heifers. First place, entry number 328, KLD Phoebe D35, exhibited by Abby Guineen, Rising Sun, Texas. Second place, entry number 329, ASC Nora 312A, exhibited by Dale Tyron and Dean Adcock, Assumption, Illinois. Third place, entry number 327, exhibited by Mason Collins, Lewisburg, Tennessee. In the ring now is Class 17 Hereford Heifers. Immediately following this class, we'll select our intermediate champion. First call for Class 20A Hereford Heifers. In your Shorthorn show, Class 67. First place, entry number 210, Soul Crystals Gertie ET, exhibited by Sarah Rose Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second place, entry number 208. S. Miss Michelle, 4J01, exhibited by Joseph Peters, Illiopolis, Illinois. Third place, entry number 205, exhibited by Hillhaven Farm, Dontron, Ontario. Fourth place, entry number 203, exhibited by Hornhead Valley Farm, Hickory, Pennsylvania. Fifth place, entry 246, exhibited by Ryland Jester, Moreland, Indiana. Sixth place, entry 211, exhibited by Samantha Schrog, Marion, South Dakota. Seventh place, entry 201, exhibited by Darcy Hauser, Mount Orab, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 68 Shorthorns. Class 69 should be in the makeup ring. Following 69, we'll select Junior Heifer Calf Champion. First call, Class 72 Shorthorns.
Going to be an impressive division to put together here within your female show on the Shorthorn side of the ring. Got a class winner out here that just ties so many unique things together in terms of that bulk and body, that stoutness of feature, and yet her joints are impeccable. Her neck and shoulder design reads right, and that's a heifer that's taken to feed well. She's developed body and mass early in her development, and yet maintained such coordination and athleticism that's truly a proportional, balanced female. The heifer in second that would be fun to take home, just continue to feed, get her bred, and see what happens next fall this time, is the one in second. Incredible design, incredible functional hip, got a great hock joint set in her. I like this female's neck and shoulder assembly today, not just as developed in her four-rib and mid-body, but I mean a beautiful female in terms of her maternal build and design. The basic functionality of the heifer in third can run with our top pair, and I sure like this heifer's basic joints, mid-rib and flank line. I like her rump. I like the way her tail head's clipped down into between her pin bones appropriately. This heifer gets to be the plainer-headed, plainer-necked one of those initial three. As a result, she doesn't have those unique look and intangibles up front, but from their back represents functionality as good as any of them. The moderate heifer coming next, big bone, stout, moderate, chubby one, just a little coarse in terms of her tail head, a little cumbersome in terms of her way of movement. Heifer that comes next, a little steep on both ends, but sure's got some body and flex. Even though that heifer's a little steep in her angles on both ends, she still reaches with more function and stride than what our heifer that closes the class does. The heifer that closes sure's got some width and substance. Just want to redesign that female in terms of her ability to get out and go.
Placings in Class 68, Shorthorn heifers. First place, entry number 214, Sea Turtle, Bo Max, exhibited by Andrew Hodges, Lebo, Kansas. Second place, entry number 221, CSF, Augusta Pride 47, exhibited by Cole Wisman, Illinois City, Illinois. Third place, entry number 212, exhibited by Logan Test, Cedarville, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 218, exhibited by Alexis Coling, Ladonia, Missouri. Fifth place, entry number 247, exhibited by Ryland Jester, Moreland, Indiana. And sixth place, entry 219, exhibited by Katie Williams, in Bowdoin, Arkansas. Coming into the ring now is Class 69 Shorthorn heifers. Immediately following this, we'll select our junior heifer calf champion. Class 72 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 73.
That was Carol from last year, right? Well, y'all gonna stay here all night tonight, or you gonna go home tonight?
You should be done by 10. Oh, we're at the halfway stage. That's a good sign. Eddie made a reservation for dinner at 7, so he'll be gone, I know that.
I'm hoping to be gone. Hoping to be done. Should have made it. Should have asked the judge if he wanted to go. Then.
Yeah.
Quite the class here we have in our May-June division. Some differences in type and kind, some similarities. I think it's awfully close. I don't know that there's just extremely one heifer out here that just blows any one of them away. The heifer that I kind of surfaced to the top, I think is the most complete. Is when you set her into motion, she's so athletic, she's true in her gait. And when you said what I mean by that, when you watch her coming and going away from you, she really hits the ground extremely square. She reaches extremely good. She's good enough about her head and her neck. She's good up out of her top line and her hip. She balances herself up so well on the move, so naturally deep and soft, still fresh. I think that heifer puts a lot of good things together as far as she's powerful enough, yet sound, yet attractive, and extremely smooth. The heifer that comes in next is a heifer I like quite a bit. I just think she's pushing a little bit extra condition for me. She just gets a little bit plainer about her chest and her head and neck, but I like her extra squareness and sharpness about of her hip. She's very bold right through the center part of her body. She flattens out a little bit more at that stifle. She gets out and reaches good. I think if we could lean her up a little bit more, I think we could get her or maybe around that heifer that wins. Heifer coming in next, I like extremely well on the standstill. Big rib, big volume female. Still gives you a good enough look. I'd like to just change the way she handles herself off of those hind legs. Give her just hit the ground with more authority and more drive. But I really like her on the standstill. Heifer coming in next is a heifer. There's a lot of things I like about this heifer. So smooth shoulder, good in her top line and out of her hip. She just simply gets too flat for me. And she's flat in her rib cage, she's flat in her muscle pattern. She just gets too one-dimensional for me. She's so good looking from the side. Young lady does a great job presenting her. She strides extremely well from the side. She just gets too narrow and too flat from a three-quarter view. Big, stout, powerful heifer here coming in next. Athletic, maybe just gets a little elevated in her tail head. Maybe just for me, just a little coarser about her chest and her head and neck. I'd just like to change her as far as the smoothness and balance standpoint. Heifer coming in next is a heifer I like quite well, but when I compare it to the heifers right in front of her, just doesn't have quite that extra dimension and power. I think she's got a good build to some of those top-end heifers. There's just not near as much of her. Same thing goes for the young lady heifer coming in next. Smooth shoulder, good made, refined featured female, just doesn't have enough power and enough length of body. Young man's heifer coming in next is a heifer that just gets a little more rugged and coarse about her features, doesn't have that extra smoothness and sharpness. She's athletic, still gives you a good look. I'll give you that extra look about it. You get her up towards the top end of the class. Dark red female, too flat in her muscle pattern, too tight in her forearm. Long-bodied, good, high-performing female. Next heifer in the lineup just gets a little pushing a little too much condition, doesn't have those refined features to get her any higher. Same thing goes for the young man's heifer coming in next. Just doesn't have that extra power and dimension as far as just overall mass to get her any higher. Young lady rounding out the class, a good conventional type of a female. She too lacks those unique features to get her up any higher.
Placings in Class 17, Hereford Heifers. First place, entry number 338. Purple Jerry, 93A, exhibited by Sidney Wisniewski, Wyoming, Illinois. Second place, entry number 345, Blake Scarlett, 319, exhibited by Jay Blake and Blake Hereford's, Brookston, Indiana. Third place, entry 353, exhibited by Harrison Smith, Gatesville, Texas. Fourth place, entry number 339, exhibited by Tucker Schmidt, Tinytown, Maryland. Fifth place, entry number 336, exhibited by Ethan Howe, Wagontown, Pennsylvania. Sixth place, entry number 21, exhibited by Zachary, Jordan, Nathan, and Ethan Hopkins, Winchester, Tennessee. Seventh place, entry 349, exhibited by Wade and Carter Burris, Lagodi, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 335, exhibited by Oak Ledge Farm, Belmont, New Hampshire. Ninth place, entry 346, exhibited by Dale, Tyra, and Dean Adcock, Assumption, Illinois. And 10th place, entry number 334, exhibited by Oak Ledge Farms, Belmont, New Hampshire. In the ring now, we're selecting our intermediate champion female, Hereford.
Champion Intermediate Drive. Excellent pair of heifers out here to represent this division. The heifer that wins the June class, we talked about there was a set of Junes in there that were high performing, maybe carrying a little birth weight for some, but when you're going to get some performance and get some go, you're going to get a little bit of that. Here's a heifer that's long-bodied, very extended, yet still puts some show ring qualities together as far as look and style and balance. Maybe when you compare her to the heifer right behind her in relation to her length and frame, maybe you'd like to just see her a little bolder right through the center part of her body, but a heifer that's still that long and attractive and still gets out and goes extremely nice. Heifer that wins that second class for me at conventional, and as far as the way she reads on paper in her type and kind, heifer so smooth from her shoulder on back, the way she blends into her forerib, down about her top line. She's adequate enough as far as her muscle shape, so sound and athletic on the move. And then when you set that heifer into motion, she moves with a lot of elegance and grace and really balances herself up. Me out here in this particular division that suits me as far as type and kind and the way they read them on paper, and as far as my eyes, young man's heifer that wins that second class will be our division champion. Congratulations.
Sometimes you're guilty by association.
Already got it done. I think we need plan to leave by 6:30.
As goes as our heifer that was second to our division winner in class. Here's a heifer very similar in build, very smooth as far as the base of that shoulder, extremely easy doing as far as her fullness as her forerib on back, still square enough out of her hooks to her pins and fairly sound. We had commented maybe her up just ever so slightly, but I think a heifer as far as type and kind and the way she reads, our second place to our division champion would be our reserve. Congratulations.
.338.
Shorthorn side of the ring. Once again, the quality stays deep, and this is a fun class to talk and discuss because there's no authority that you have to rank these cattle in a particular way. You look at numbers, you look at phenotype, and I think the totals heifer that fits and is going to fit nicely within our final drive within division is the one we start with in relation to her hip height, her body shape, her angulation up front. Her joints read very, very appropriately. She's not one of those bold hipped ones when you step in behind, but I sure think everything fits. And I mean, that one's underline is nice, totals and complete. That gentleman's shown a couple nice females recently. Here we got a red one that's interesting. First, I'd ask you to look at the heifer and admire this muscularity, admire this grow and extension, and then take a look down at her paper. She might be just a little extreme in her birth weight value, but then when you chart over to her yearling weight column, she's incredible, I believe at a 135. And so here's a genetic opportunity to truly inject growth into that next generation and yet keep symmetry and balance in mind. This is a clean jointed one that's got a lot of genuine shape and spread, and I like that female a good deal also. The heifer that comes in 3, in terms of length of body and moderation, I like where this heifer sets. When you study her joints on both ends of her framework is where we'd fix her just a nickel. She'll tend to push out at her elbow, tend to push out at her hock just a shade, but I love this heifer's body design, love her width, and a muscular cattle when you step right in behind her. The roan heifer that comes next, once again, another good growth heifer in terms of her genetic values. I like this heifer's midrib back in terms of her stoutness and hind leg. This heifer doesn't hook right from her shoulder into her top line, and I think it detracts from her balance from a profile, and it'll give you an image that she doesn't fit together maybe exactly right, but yet when she comes in motion, she comes together pretty nice. Good profile heifer here that comes next, a neat necked, a good bodied, good structured cattle from the side. This heifer gives you a little bit of a one-dimensional view. When you step in behind the cattle, she just closes up too much and too flat in her body. Red-necked roan needs more rib, needs more heel and depth to her heel behind, but I think as a muscular, stout one up high. The white heifer, just the light dimension cattle we've got within the group, low-performing cattle as you study her, but a heifer that's got some strength to her top and some levelness to her hip.
No, she didn't win. Well, she done got away twice back there before that. In our Hereford show, your intermediate champion female is entry number 338. Purple Jerry 93A, exhibited by Sidney Wisniewski, Wyoming, Illinois. Your reserve intermediate, entry number 345. Out of that same class, Blake Scarlett 319, exhibited by Jay Blake and Blake Herfords, Brookston, Indiana. In the ring now is class 20A Hereford females. Class 20B should be in the makeup ring. First call for 23A Herefords. In our Shorthorn show, class 69, first place, entry number 240, CF V8 Mona Modoc, exhibited by Paige Wickard, Wilkinson, Indiana. Second place, entry 243, Shady Brook, Linda. 1B, exhibited by Shady Brook Farms, Poplar Lane Shorthorns, West Brome, Quebec. Third place, entry 231, exhibited by Jess Carney, Collinsville, Texas. Fourth place, entry 241, exhibited by Desiree Logston, Amanda, Ohio. Fifth place, entry 222, exhibited by Thomas Keeley, Jr., Arcade, New York. Sixth place, entry 238, exhibited by Brady Hashmeyer, Golden, Illinois. And seventh place, entry 237, exhibited by Maurice and Faye Courthouse, Smithfield, Kentucky. Well, ladies and gentlemen, over on our Shorthorn side, I want to take a moment and introduce to you the young ladies serving as royalty for the Shorthorn Association that have been helping us out in our Shorthorn show and making it go so smoothly. First off, your National Shorthorn Lassie Queen, Miss Victoria Osborne. Victoria is attending Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas. Your National Alternate Shorthorn Lassie Queen is Miss Sydney Miller. Sydney's from Charlotte, Michigan, and is attending Michigan State University. Now, these three young ladies are competing as a National Queen candidate for the upcoming year. Your Illinois Shorthorn Lassie Queen, Miss Alicia Hofstadler. Alicia is attending Illinois Central College, and she's from Low Point, Illinois. Your Oklahoma Shorthorn Lassie Queen, Miss Darcy Cash. Darcy's from Fay, Oklahoma. And your Maryland Shorthorn Lassie Queen, Miss Carissa Haynes. Carissa is attending Frederick Community College, and she's from Newmarket, Maryland. Ladies and gentlemen, give these young ladies a nice round of applause.
What are they competing?
On the Hereford side,
Those three are competing to be them. Hereford entry 375, 379, and 380 to the makeup ring. We want to recognize another All-American in our Shorthorn show. Junior Heifer Calf All-American went to CF Caroline 325, exhibited by or owned by Allison Nichols.
We've had a great Shorthorn show to this point as you consider this the national culmination event with some great honorees that you've had at your show today. And this division exemplifies, to me why Shorthorn cattle have real value and where they fit together. I think the breed, as we watch over the years, sitting on these stands over here, we put the senior college judging teams in, and then as migrate over here to watch the Shorthorn show at Louisville, sit in this set of bleachers over here and just admire the quality each year. And I sure think the breeders are just need to be commended in terms of their continued commitment. Shorthorn cattle attractive and have some ring presence, but if you look at the ground, folks, these are some incredibly good-footed, incredibly big-footed cattle that have true athleticism in the way. So I talk too much, and I know I do, and that's maybe one of my many flaws that I have, but I've got a cordless mic. Talk to you just a little bit about the cattle. Belly Dragon, cool built one down here on the end that wins the first class. Where's your concern with her? When you step right in front of her, her forearm and elbow will be just a bit out at the base of her shoulder. If that holds together, you'd sure love a whole bunch of cows built just like that one. The 179 heifer, I'm not sure that I've judged one, and I've got gray hair, so that's been a few years, that has that incredible joints and foot and athleticism. That one at the ground is lights out. You study up from there. What's going to happen from today on in her maturity and growth curve. Don't know the pedigrees on the cattle, but that one right there is structural integrity is staggering in my opinion and truly incredible. Young man with the heifer that wins the next class, big bone, big bellied, cool necked. You can do so much with a heifer like that in the breeding pen, make heifers, make some masculine stout featured bulls. I think a tremendous good female. The next heifer coming out, if you want to study one in the center section of their body that truly represents maternal body shape and a brood cow look as this particular heifer. Love this heifer's mid-body. As we compare her to the other two contenders within this drive, not maybe quite as big in her foot, not maybe quite as deep in her heel behind, but an incredible heifer in terms of her body mass, and her frame size will always be in check. The next heifer coming out is a unique one out here in terms of her look and presence. That one's got a big soft skeleton, got a big body, and yet a pretty neck to her. She's wanting to fight a little bit out here, more so than the other heifers. I love her on the move. I love watching this heifer get out and go when she comes to the stand where that tail head sets, is one of those things that one needs to consider and discuss. Our final class winner wins a class with a lot of variation in it, and I sure think she represents out here in solid fashion in terms of body design, in terms of look and pattern. I think your champion within this division, I told myself when I started today, as long as I am happy when I leave this ring, it's a good day. And with that stated, Dad, he's been very supportive, and in pressure situations and critical decisions, he will remind me it's my show. And then he walks away. So that's being very non-committal as an associate, but he told me he wanted to be out here today and just enjoy the environment and the green shavings and sawdust and the organ playing, and I think he's doing a good job of that. So with that stated, let's please congratulate the exhibitors out here and the breeders. This is a fast track in your Shorthorn show, and I'll select your champion in reserve division.
Well said, Mark. Back over here on our Hereford side, really nice trio of heifers here on the top end. The heifer that wins this class puts a lot of good things for me together as far as that conventional, as far as type and size. So good up out of her top line, so good in her shoulder and her chest and her neck, so balanced. Her balance and symmetry is what I really like. Everything is proportional. Her foot size to her bone, her muscle shape, her fullness, and as far as her hip structure, from her hook bones back to her pins. And that's where she has an advantage over our second place heifers, from her hook bones back. I think she handles her hind leg with a little more authority and drive. She's fuller and bolder from her hip back. I think this heifer that wins is so smooth that she's got enough rib shape and depth of body and soundness. It's still so classy, extremely fault-free. Young lady does an outstanding job with her second place heifer. Maybe just a little bit of an advantage in length of body. Maybe not quite as full when you get right up on top of her as far as muscle from her hook bones back on down. But this heifer is still a very athletic young lady. Gets her planted. She gives you an awfully good look. Maybe just doesn't have quite that much authority and power from in her hip structure as her class winner, but so good in her rib shape. She too is very proportional. Big heifer comes in third, and I think that works to her disadvantage when you compare her to the heifers that go 1 and It's a little more elevated in her tail head, maybe just a little more open and splayed in her shoulder blade. Big bodied, yet attractive, just getting awfully critical because those 3 top heifers are extremely good. The heifer that goes third just gets a little bigger and a little coarser for me when I heifers that go 1 and 2. Young lady's 4th place heifer. Here's a good job. Extremely good heifer. The young lady does a great job on her presentation. Good fronted, good up-headed. Female comes up high up out of that point of that shoulder. She just gets a little more refined in her overall bone structure and her muscle shape to get around the heifers that go 1 and 2. Love the center dimension and power presentation this young lady brings to heifer. Heifer coming in next. I like her from the ground up. Big-footed, nice bone. Heifer that's good in her top line up out of her hip. Little concave in her heart and compared to the heifers right in front of her. Not quite as robust right through the center part of her body as the heifers in front of her. Maybe just want to kind of just smooth her up at that base of that shoulder ever so slightly. Heifer coming in next, a long-bodied female, very smooth shoulder, very elegant about her front end, elevated in her tail head though. Kind of wants to kind of break just ever so slightly in her loin hip juncture. Maybe just soften her up just as well. Young lady rounding out the class is a female that just gets a little quick, maybe a little further along in her body condition than she needs, so that just works to her disadvantage as far as her class, smoothness, and balance and symmetry.
In our Shorthorn Show, Junior Heifer Calf Champion, entry number 179, T Dream Lady, 4141, exhibited by Dalton Shanks, Colfax, Iowa. Your reserve Junior Heifer Calf Champion, entry number 214, CYT Myrtle Bow Mix, exhibited by Andrew Hodges, Lebo, Kansas. We'll be ready for Class 72 in our Shorthorn Show. Class 73, ring first call, Class 74. Placings in Class 20A, Herefords, first place. Entry number 367, Delhawk Sapphire 102A, exhibited by Garrett Post, Sheboygan, Illinois. Second place. Entry number 371, EFPF May 523, exhibited by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Third place. Entry number 364, exhibited by Kirby Day, Waxahachie, Texas. Fourth place, entry number 372, exhibited by Jody, Haley, Taylor, and Tori Miller, Lebanon, Missouri. Fifth place, entry number 370, exhibited by Amanda Bacon, Siloam Springs, Arkansas. Sixth place, entry number 365, exhibited by Marvin Farms, Sharon, Connecticut, and Tara Hausner, Thomasville, Pennsylvania. And seventh place, entry number 368, exhibited by Hannah Imgrund, Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. In the ring now in our Hereford Shows, Class 20B. Immediately following this, we'll select Spring Yearling Champion. We need Class 23A in the makeup ring. First call for 23B.
What a class here on our Hereford side. Starting here in our last class here in our spring yearling heifers. These top 3 heifers are quite exceptional in my opinion, and we can bring them all the way around, and we'll talk about them here real quick. I know my wife, she always gets mad at me. She says all I do is talk. So, but like Mark said, I got the mic, and it's cordless, and when you get heifers this good on this kind of a stage, I think you're splitting hairs when you're making decisions out here. The thing that hits me for the heifer that wins the class, I think she's just simply sharper and fresher. So good out of her chest and her neck, so good up out of her top line and in her hip. She's so true as far as the way she handles herself from the ground up, her foot size and her bone. Everything matches herself, and she's very proportional. So good from her shoulder and way it lays nice and tight into her body cavity. So good up out of her top and up out of her hip. When she plants, she just gives you an awfully good look. So athletic, still fresh, still with enough body and dimension and muscle mass to put it all together in one complete package. I love the natural softness of the heifer that comes in second. Heifer, in my opinion, she's really soft made. She's easy in the way she hits the ground. So good from the ground up, her foot size and her bone. The thing that separates 1 and 2 is just the front 1/3. The heifer that comes in second is just a little deeper about her chest. Maybe her next one come out just a little bit lower at the point of her shoulder. But I think this heifer is so good as far as from her forerib back, down her top, and up out of her hip. A very, very complete yet powerful, that sound female, nice pair of heifers. The heifer coming in third, same thing. Very sound, very athletic, long-bodied, long hip. To me, she just doesn't balance up quite as well through the front 1/3 of her body as the heifers that go 1 and 2. A heifer I really like from the standpoint as far as width and dimension, up and up out of her hip. She too is so good from the ground up as far as her foot size and her bone. I just think when I compare her to the heifers that go 1 and 2, she's just not quite as sharp up through that front 1/3 of her body. All 3 of those heifers are extremely close. There's just some give and takes as you go around. Heifer coming in fourth, I think, is an extremely good female, and she's very similar to our top 3. She just doesn't have that extra length of body and an extension up out of her neck to get around those ones that go 1, 2, and 3. Heifer coming in fourth, a big heifer. I appreciate her performance. She runs downhill ever so slightly, maybe a little more elevated as far as her frame for me, but sometimes you need big cattle, and I don't want to knock her for that. I just like to tone her down, get her skeleton, lift her up on her front end, and balance her up. Young man's heifer coming in next. Big-bodied, soft, easy-made, sound female, just doesn't have enough muscle shape to get around the heifers in front of her. Young lady's redneck heifer here, good-made, soft body, doesn't have enough muscle shape as well. Needs a little more true internal dimension as far as true width of base to get her any higher. Young lady's heifer coming in next. It just simply does not have the extra explosions up through her heart and natural softness and true power. I love her skeleton design and her freedom of movement. I just like to see a little more internal dimension. Young lady's heifer coming next. Got some power, just freedom of movement. Gets her back down in here, loosen her up and soften her up. Young man's heifer coming in next, just gets too deep in her chest, a little too waisty as far as the front 1/3 of her body. Young lady rounding out the class is a female that just simply needs more internal dimension and softness and curvature to that rib cage.
On the Shorthorn side of things, I don't see any issues on paper, and so just study the cattle and put the paper in your pocket. Heifer that wins our class, incredible in terms of her functionality, angles on both ends, her frame size in relation to her body depth, her neck shape going into her shoulder, and then her shoulder into her forerib is tremendous out here, and I think just an incredibly good basic female that would suit a wide range of cattle judges. The redneck roan coming next, got a neat look in her top line and tailhead. This heifer up high has got great presence and can run with our class winner until you study him at the ground and study how these cattle's feet hit the surface. I don't think this cattle's quite as square at her knee, quite as good on her heel as what our class winner is, but a tremendously good shaped heifer that's got a great fresh look. Love the length of spine and the basic brood cow utility of the female in 3. This heifer's simply sounder on both ends when we compare her to the heifer in 4. For this heifer to go up in class, she's almost a rib too long-bodied, and when she is, she'll separate at the top of her shoulder and right behind. If we blend that together just a little nickel better, that heifer's incredibly flexible, incredibly loose structured. I like her a good deal. Really a well-presented, cool-made one here on the stand. Watch this heifer get in motion, and she's simply too straight in her angles on both ends, and when she is, she'll come just a nickel short of hitting her stride. If we could put more belly in the heifer that comes in fourth, this one would move up in class. Big feet, big hind legs set in this one, big top, just a little shotgun bellied when you step off to the side. White heifer from a profile and an angles standpoint might be as good as any within class. Get in behind the cattle, and she's too flat in her body shape. Just needs to be opened up from behind. Got a white one here that's got lots of muscle and shape up high. With that added shape comes a little rounder, more masculine shoulder. Then our final heifer within the drive, very capably shown by the young man. Good top line up high, a little stilty, a little plain through her neck and chest. Great class in the Shorthorn show.
Well, folks, as we get ready to select our spring yearling division champion, we got two class winners out here in 2 seconds, and I think it's pretty easy to go out and make the statement that anybody in the Hereford business would love to own any 4 of these females. I think all 4 of these females out here competing for this division are extremely good. They push the element of all kinds of things as far as soundness, look, and style and balance with enough power and dimension. However, of these 4s, we just got to use 2 to go champion in reserve. The heifer that wins the first class is a heifer that when you really study them from as far as proportional standpoint, in smoothness and balance and symmetry, a heifer that's very smooth, and you start at her front end, go from her chest up to her shoulder, she blends good into her forerib, neck comes up high up out of that point of that shoulder. A heifer, as far as her body condition, I think she's more than adequate as far as a show heifer, and she handles that condition extremely well. So good and full, got a lot of true shape down over her loin edge and up out of her hip, come down onto her hock and to the ground. She's good from the ground up. Her foot size and her bone, she's athletic. She's got a lot of shape, especially very full from her hook bones back to her pins and up out of her hip. She's very proportional as far as her rib cage and her depth of body. She bounces up extremely well. Heifer that wins that next class, we talked about her extra sharpness and freshness. I love the extra feminine features about her head and her neck. So good up out of her top line and up out of her hip. Maybe not quite as powerful from the ground up as our heifer that's right in front of her, but I think she's more than adequate. Good in her rib shape, just like the heifer right in front of her. Blends so good from her chest to her shoulder into her forerib. Still so elegant and smooth and well built, and still has enough power and dimension. Folks, I think it's awfully close out here. I think these 4 individuals deserve a unique round of applause for the quality of these 4 individuals who I like the best.
Your senior champion female is entry number 367, Delhawk Sapphire 102A, exhibited by Garrett Post. I said senior champion, spring yearling champion, exhibited by Garrett Post, Sheboygan, Illinois. That brings in the second place heifer for the reserve selection. Placings in class 72, Shorthorn heifers. First place, entry number 260, Soul Rosie Madison, exhibited by Madison McCormick, Dunlap, Iowa. Second place, entry number 254, CYT Miss Mirage 3253, exhibited by Colin Weindorf, Monticello, Minnesota. Third place, entry number 255, exhibited by Wyatt Obrecht Harlan, Iowa. Fourth place, entry number 259, exhibited by Lauren Corey, Xenia, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 251, exhibited by Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. Sixth place, entry number 252, exhibited by Greenhorn Cattle Company, Waynesville, Ohio. Seventh place, entry number 253, exhibited by Kendall Nelson, Seneca, Illinois. And eighth place, entry 257, exhibited by Ty Harden, Sibley, Illinois. In the ring now is Class 73 Shorthorns. Class 74 should be in the makeup ring. Immediately following that, we'll select our senior heifer calf champion. First call for Class 77 Shorthorns. Your reserve spring yearling champion, entry number 371. EFPF May 3133, exhibited by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. In our Hereford show, coming in the ring now is Class 23A. Class 23B should be in the makeup ring. First call for 23C.
As we try to keep pace efficient, we'll go ahead and pull cattle in and make folks know where they're at within the alignment. And what's fun about this top three cattle is there's many ways of quality to describe them, but why does your class winner win? She's more sensibly sized for me personally than the heifer is in second. She's got more spread and genuineness to her today than the female in third. As a result, this is a place to start. Totaling as the totals female within the drive. Great body shape, handles her hind leg well, gets out and goes very nicely. She's ultimately balanced. I'm going to be picky on her. I'd square up just a bit at her knee. Right at you. Big, stout power cow coming next, and I love the strength and substance she's got. When this heifer gets out in motion and you study on the side, I'd like to tone her down just a nickel in terms of her extensions, but I love the power, love the stoutness. I don't know if she's as neat in the shape to her neck as what our class winner is. Maybe the heifer that I admire the most in terms of fundamental build might be the Redneck Roan coming in third. This one on her own, just studying her as an individual, is balanced in every criteria. The challenge is, where do you put individual growing performance in a female class? Out here amongst this lineup, she looked a little flat and small, poundage-wise, but that's a great built female that I love a good deal. She's sounder than the red one coming next. It tends to throw her hind legs and get up in her top, but I like that heifer stoutness and feature. The bottom pair of cattle maybe don't have that chest to flank balance and proportionality that the cattle do above them, but I thought the young lady's heifer was just a nickel sounder behind than the young man's heifer that closes with a stout bone, big-footed one. Just needs to be more stable in terms of how she uses her hind leg on this green surface.
If you've just joined us today in our Shorthorn show, our judges for today are lead judge Dr. Mark Hogue. Mark is a professor of animal science at Western Illinois University. And his associate today, his father, Dr. Dan Hogue from Cambridge, Illinois, faculty member, of course, at Black Hawk East Community College. It's indeed a pleasure to have these two gentlemen working to evaluate our Shorthorn show.
once again, just a tremendous class here. The complete heifer is going to be the one that wins this class. I think she is most exceptional in any one area, no, but I think she's simply the most fault-free, well-built female in this particular class. She's better in her, in comparison to a heifer that goes second, she's better in her chest and her head and her neck and the way her shoulder blade lays nice and tight into her body cavity. She's got plenty of arc and curvature to that middle part of that rib cage, good up out of her top line and up out of her hip, set her into motion. She gets out and goes extremely nice. If I was going to change her, I'd like to refine that teat structure ever so slightly. Maybe doesn't have as much true raw power as the heifer right behind her, but I think she's got enough power as far as width of base and width and dimension as far as her skeleton design. Heifer coming in second. I love her foot size and her bone, extremely massive in the way she's built, big top and big hip, very wide at her pin structure. Maybe just gets a little coarser about her chest and her head and neck as comparison to the heifer that goes one. Maybe a little more open at the top and at the base of that shoulder. But love the power and dimension. Heifer coming in third is a heifer that, from an angularity standpoint, is good. It's flat shouldered. She gives you a good enough look from the side. Take that tail head, bring it back down into her body cavity. Not as fluid on the move as the heifers that go 1 and 2. Heifer coming in next in the fourth position is a heifer that I like a lot of things about her. She just simply gets too flat in her muscle pattern, her rib cage. I love her shoulder blade placement. I like her neck and her nest. Maybe it comes up out of her top extremely good. She's just too flat as far as her rib cage and her muscle pattern. Heifer coming in next is just a heifer that I like her skeleton design, but she just gets a little bigger and a little coarser for me. She too also wants to kind of get a little bit shorter on that stride, doesn't blend into herself, and want to soften her up ever so slightly. Next heifer in the lineup is a heifer that's got a good skeleton design. She too gets a little flatter in her muscle pattern, a little coarser about her navel, doesn't balance up quite as well. Heifer coming in next is, I like her from the ground up as far as her foot size and her bone, just doesn't balance up quite as well for me as far as her chest and her overall muscle pattern. Gets a little flatter in her design as her rib shape and her muscle pattern, kind of clean her up. Heifer coming in next is a heifer that's very long, very symmetrical, just gets a little bit flatter in her muscle pattern, flatter in her rib shape, flatter in her, as far as her forerib. She too on her chest and her neck. Heifer coming in next is a heifer that's got some angulation in design, just simply doesn't have enough look as far as her muscle pattern, her width, and her dimension. Young man's heifer rounding out the class just doesn't have that internal dimension as far as quality. Maybe just needs to be a little softer and easier doing to get a little more expansion into that rib cage, but a heifer that still is very nice and sound.
Placings in Class 23A Hereford Heifers. First place, entry number 401, Purple Sylvania 23A, exhibited by Corbin Collins, Flanagan, Illinois. Second place, entry number 392, CC Sag Chantilly Lace 323, exhibited by Shaylee Ann Goings, Royal Center, Indiana. Third place, entry number 400, exhibited by Alexis Udy, Harrisburg, North Carolina. Fourth place, entry number 391, exhibited by Walker Dunn, Cochranton, Pennsylvania. Fifth place, entry 393, exhibited by Olivia Williams, Fairfield, Virginia. Sixth place, entry 397, exhibited by Jaden Simpson, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Seventh place, entry 395, exhibited by Hunt Brothers, Battleground, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 394, exhibited by Emma Huff, Winterville, Georgia. Ninth place, entry 396, exhibited by Kara Gephardt, Otterbein, Indiana. And 10th place, entry number 398, exhibited by A.J. Stanhowski, Wilsburg, New Jersey. In the ring now is Class 23B. Herefords 23C should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 26.
Shorthorn side of the ring, our fall class of September's has large numbers and quality to run with it. I really like the basic cow size and build of the one that starts our class. I think as you start at her head and work back from there, she's got the most strength and just a maternal look to her head, neck, and shoulder design. From there through her midrib, I think she's a good-bodied cattle that gets off of her hind leg acceptably well. She's not the widest, biggest hipped one in the group, but I think she represents the right kind in terms of frame size and body shape to go ahead and tie I'd clean her navel up just a shade. White heifer that comes next, or the spotted heifer, got a neat neck and a big broad top in her. When she gets to moving, she'll hit her hind legs just a little harder to the surface. I'd maybe clip a little more of that belly hair out to see some more evidence of some udder and teats, but I think a big pretty heifer with a neat look and a big hip, want to smoothen her up from one end of her framework to the next. Maybe the heifer in third's got a little better joints than what the heifer does in second. I thought she was a little coarser and plainer about her pin set and tail head. I thought she was sounder than our heifer is in four. Heifer in four, big, stout, bold one that you like a good deal, and you get her in motion. She'll separate at the top of her shoulder. She'll be just a little more stilty off of her rear too, but I like that heifer's growth, substance, and performance. She's more right in her condition than the roan heifer coming next. This heifer's bold and wide and bulky up high. Both ends of her framework are a little steep in terms of her angles, and then I'd halt her from a condition standpoint through her shoulder and lower body. Heifer that comes next, big boned and big hip, just a little raw in her pattern, a little harsh in her body shape, and when this one gets out and goes, she just won't reach far enough off of her front end. I thought she was a little more unique, kind of a breeding piece, though, than the heifer that comes next. Heifer that comes next is basic-bodied and smooth-built, just a little general in her look from a profile, a little refined as we take that heifer to the ground. Another moderate, stout pair of heifers that come here. I want to freshen them up and just extend their front ends just a shade more, but real sensible, mature cow size. Both of them I want to have just a little more look at this level of competition. Maybe the boldest hip, stoutest bone one comes next, but with that extra boldness and muscularity comes a rounder make, a rounder pattern. Want to smoothen that one up just a shade. Got a big long-bodied one here that's just a little tall and a little long for me. Then the final heifer within the drive, just a little lower performing than deemed ideal, a little sharper in her tail head, but a neat lined heifer when you study her as an individual. Once again, the September class had lots of numbers, lots of quality on the Shorthorn side.
Placings in Class 74, Shorthorn heifers. First place, entry number 278, CF Dream Girl, 3141, exhibited by Jared Bates, Chandlersville, Ohio. Second place, entry number 282, WHR Cecilia, 3916, exhibited by James R. Johnson, Natica, Illinois. Third place, entry number 279, exhibited by Emily Honey, Elizabethtown, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 293, exhibited by Charbin Shorthorns, Sharpsburg, Kentucky. Fifth place, entry number 2, exhibited by Zachary Fanning, Chestnut, Illinois. Sixth place, entry number 289, exhibited by Dave Marway Farms, Jerseyville, Illinois. Seventh place, entry 295, exhibited by Madeline Barker, Brownstown, Illinois. Eighth place, entry number 288, exhibited by Mark and Mary Henry and family, Auburn, Indiana. Ninth place, entry 287, exhibited by Gavin Bunnell, Attigo, Wisconsin. 10th place, entry number 286, exhibited by Jade Ramsey, Fountain City, Indiana. We're now ready to select our senior heifer calf champion, Shorthorn. Class 77 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 78. We'll present our All-American awards for the winter heifer calf champion. That goes to Miss V8 Dancing Queen 3036Z, owned by V8 Shorthorns. And your senior heifer calf All-American, the CF Super Sable 2130, owned by Cole Wisman. So if Cole or a representative or someone from V8 come to the picture backdrop to receive those All-American awards.
I think it's human nature to go ahead and get in a ring of this magnitude and get excited and just start talking about livestock and talking about cattle and just studying them. And those that truly appreciate and love livestock, you could sit outside a long time and just study the subtle differences. If you were to ask my wife on a regular basis what I do outside all the time, she would probably say not be very productive, but yet I like to just be outside, and I like to study how livestock are built. I like to study where they fit in breeding programs, and so I don't need to take time, in my opinion, when I'm comfortable with what's going to happen and how things fit together. I think we've got a beautiful division of females here that are all similar in their kind and body shape. I think they fit together well. And what's the right frame size, in my opinion, is when everything balances and everything's in check. And I think we've got some variation of frame size, yet most importantly, we've got balance and functionality. We're going to focus on our class winners for champion. You get these cattle on the move, and bottom line, the sound, basic built, flexible cow of the group is the white-legged, red-bodied heifer that wins Class 1. Let's bring a nice round of applause for champion division. As we look for reserve, I think we got a pair of females that have a lot of quality. They have a lot of similarities. We're going to stay committed to that little bit extra structure and reach on a hind leg. I think your reserve division's got a great body, a bold view, yet such a nice neck, and the way she presents herself in the ring is very captivating. Reserve's going to be the second class winner. Let's bring her in with a nice round of applause. Also to the breeders once again.
Senior heifer calf champion and Shorthorn goes to entry number 60, Soul Rosie Madison, exhibited by Madison McCormick, Dunlap, Iowa. Your reserve senior heifer calf champion, entry 272, CF Cumberland, 3142, exhibited by Allison Nicole Nichols, Sullivan, Indiana. Coming into the ring now is Class 77 Shorthorns. Class 78 should be in the makeup ring. First call for 79.
Once again, we hit a class that's just extremely deep in quality from the top all the way through. Gets a little bit difficult, and we starting to get in this level of competition. We got to get nitpicky. I really like both of these heifers that go 1 and 2. Here's some heifers that very fresh in the way they're presented. Heifers that are very smooth in the way that they're built. They got some power. They're athletic. The thing that separates these two heifers is length of body and length of hip. The heifer that's going to win, she has a sheer advantage in length of hip. She's longer bodied. I really like how her shoulder blade lays nice and tight into her. She's very proportional as far as her fore rib back into her rear flank. Her rib cage and her curvature to the center part of her rib cage is more than adequate. So good from the ground up as far as her foot size and her bone structure. She starts to put a lot of good things together as far as length of body, extension, soundness, look, and still enough power. Heifer coming in second is a heifer I like quite well. I mean, she's got a tremendous amount of center dimension with a lot of hip. I think she's really good up out of her top line. The young lady does a really good job. That heifer looks extremely good when you set her into motion. She bounds extremely well. She just doesn't have that extra length of body and power as far as the heifer that goes 1. Heifer coming in third is a heifer that I like parts and pieces about her. I think she's got a big wide hip. She's got a good skeleton design. She doesn't just pull herself together quite as well as the heifers that go 1 and 2. She doesn't blend in from her shoulder back into her fore rib quite as well. She's got enough internal dimension and depth of body and springer rib. Big wide hip female, good from the ground up. I just like to see her blend into herself a little bit more. The heifer right behind him, though, however, does blend into herself extremely good, but she runs out of power when you go from her hook bones back to her stifle. She gets flatter, doesn't have quite as much true power as the heifer right in front of her. Heifer coming in next is a heifer I'd just like to see just a little more extension up through her front end, maybe just get out and reach just ever so slightly more. Big volume female, maybe gets a little flatter in her muscle pattern. Heifer coming in next is a heifer that on the standstill, she wants to lock that hock ever so slightly and get driven into the ground. But a heifer that's got some power and dimension and volume, just doesn't bounce up quite as well for me from that standpoint. Heifer coming in next is a heifer I really like it, but when you start to get on top of this heifer, she's big-footed and big bone, but she just flattens out and kind of comes at me a little bit more in pieces. She doesn't hold herself quite as well together. Flatter in her muscle pattern, she gets a little more concave and pinched in right behind her shoulders than the heifer's right in front of her. Next heifer in the line of heifer's got some shape, she's got some turn, just doesn't put it all together as far as volume, mass, and class and eye appeal as some of the other heifers in front of her. Young lady's heifer rounding out the class, a highly attractive, well-presented female, just gets a little more refined as far as her muscle shape and her overall bone structure to get her any higher. Folks, that is a tremendous class. Those are all high-quality females, all the way from first to last. Really, really good group.
Good class this summer, heifers out here, and I think the top pair have some debate amongst them, and when you get them out on the profile and you study individual pound-for-pound quality, I think the young man's heifer needs to start here. I really like this heifer on the move. I think she's as good in her hock joint, her heel, and her foot behind as any of the cattle from there up. She's got great presence to her top line, her chest to flanks in line. Then I think she's a little neater at the top side of her neck. And the shape to her neck as it ties into her shoulder is what our heifer is in second. Heifer in second's got a little more strength in terms of her body, got a little more volume to her in terms of spread and muscularity down her top line. Want to just make sure this heifer gets out and sets back on her heel smooth enough, put that tail head down in her just a nickel. But I love that one's build in terms of body mass with muscle. Want to fix her tail head and hock just a shade. The heifer that comes next is a moderate, a big-bodied one. I'd sure like to freshen up in terms of condition through her chest and around her tail head and pins, but a big-bone, moderate one, like to stabilize her left hind a little more securely than what it is. I thought she was more sensibly sized and had a better body shape than the heifer in 4. Heifer in 4 is big and long and extended in relation to her frame size, though. This heifer, just a little notch more tubular, represents a little higher maintenance kind of mature cow, in my opinion, rather than relative to the 3 heifers that precede her in class.
Placings in Class 23B Hereford females. First place, entry number 410, JTH SC Kiss and Tail 20A, exhibited by Devin Hay, Leesburg, Indiana. Second place, entry number 406, GCG Heart of Dixie 213, exhibited by Grace Gulot, Salem, Alabama. Third place, entry number 407, exhibited by Colton and Lindsay Black, Clarington, Iowa. Fourth place, entry 417, exhibited by Chase and Bailey Laudeman, Bremen, Indiana. Fifth place, entry 409, exhibited by Joseph Starr, Manwana, Wisconsin. Sixth place, entry 419, exhibited by Kaylee Har, Jeromesville, Ohio. Seventh place, entry 413, exhibited by Casey McAfee, Brighton, Illinois. Eighth place, entry 403, exhibited by Caitlin and Callie Taylor, Petersburg, West Virginia. And ninth place, entry number 411, exhibited by Michaela, Megan, and Matthew Marion, West Terre Haute, Indiana. In the ring now is Class 23C Herefords. Immediately following this, we'll pick our junior champion, Class 26, to the makeup ring. In our Shorthorn show, Class 77. First place, entry 297, CF JBC Mona Madness 3135, exhibited by Aiden Rab, Markle, Indiana. Second place, entry number 301, Midnight Silver Queen 314, exhibited by Ben Warfield, Marriottsville, Maryland. Third place, entry 303, exhibited by Justin Schokewiller, London, Ohio. Fourth place, entry 299, exhibited by Lane Harden, Sibley, Illinois. In the ring now in our Shorthorn shows Class 78. Class 79 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 82. Shorthorn entry 322 and 327. Shorthorn entry 322 and 327 to the makeup ring.
Another good class of shorthorn heifers that we've got over here, and I think there's some justification to do some different things out here. To me, the class-winning heifer presents with such agility on a big foundation. It's hard to deny this female. Great body, great hind leg, and stoutness of feature. You know, post-show and post-calving, when you melt in production, I'm not sure she'll be one of those extra wide ones, but I think what's there is good. It's good in terms of body, and I think this one's the best cattle at the ground that we've got, and as a result, she starts. The roan heifer that comes next, love this body, love the shape that this heifer's got. I don't know if she's maintained as much freshness to her neck. I'd like to maybe just level her out just a shade in her pin set, but here's a real bodied cattle in terms of shape and width when you get in behind. Like to make that rear foot just a little bit bigger in relation to her hock and make her let her set down just a little different on her heel. I probably prefer this one's size and body shape just a little better than the class winner. I want to fix her at the ground. Heifer that comes next sure offers great width and body, volume on both ends of her framework. With that added width and body comes a little more cumbersome way of movement out here. She'll get it out of her shoulder a little tough, and then she'll just tend to throw her hind leg instead of placing it forward, and I want to fix her just agility-wise. I thought there was enough more spread in that one than the one that comes next. 323 I had up as high as second, ended in fourth. I love this heifer's freshness of neck, like her udder development coming along there nice, got a good shape to her, hip and hind legs really good. Little peaked right behind her shoulder in the shape to her rib and body. Want to just spread that one a little more genuinely right behind her shoulder, and if we do that, she could sure move up a spot or two within this class. Structure, to me, sorts the next pair. This heifer, a little tubey, a little greener, a little longer bodied cattle, but I thought she was sounder than our red heifer coming next. Red heifer next got in substance. To me, just her way of movement out here was a little tough to get a good read on. She just wanting to not to get out of her hind leg as comfortably as what she needs to, and as a result, she travels up in her spine and breaks down in her loin. Then we get into a couple of heifers that I'd sure halt in terms of condition, a little thicker necked, a little more masculine looking females, but huge bodied and huge thickness. Then our final heifer within the drive's got a little performance issue in terms of just getting out and growing with those other cattle. Then she's maybe like to fix her structurally just a shade. Once again, a great class, lots of different pieces for shorthorn breeders to appreciate within that particular set of females.
Back over here on our Hereford side, a class of January heifers, junior yearlings that have a little bit of give and take within this class. We got heifers that go 1 and 2, obviously are not exactly the same type and kind, but there is one thing, common ground I think both of these females had. I think they're the best 2 overall females in this class. The thing that separates them is a little bit of power. Young lady's heifer that goes 1 is a big, stout, powerful, sound, yet attractive female with a lot of internal dimension, up down her top and up out of her hip, very athletic and mobile on the move, still gives you an awfully good look. Young lady's heifer that comes in second, obviously is a more moderate female in this class, but when I compare her to the heifers that are third, fourth, and behind her, she's just a little bit more of a higher quality female. I'm going to give up some size to get her up there for her refinedness of her teeth structure, her soundness, her boldness of her middle part of her body, still with her good shoulder and up to her. Heifer coming in third, white-legged female. Just for me, I like her power, I like her performance. I don't like her as much from her hook bones back. She wants to flatten up a little bit more on down into her stifle. I think she's extremely nice as far as an internal dimension, as far as her power. I just like to change her from her hook bones back. Powerful heifer that comes in fourth, big-footed and big bone. Her stoutness of structure also ends up becoming her worst enemy. She gets more bold in both of that shoulder, of course about her chest and her neck. Her teeth structure also concerns me ever so. I like to refine that about her. Heifer coming in next is a heifer I moved on up. I like her design. I like her strength at the top, up out of her hip, her smoothness of shoulder. Maybe just gets a little more awkward on the move to get her any higher. I think she's got some internal dimension and mass, but still a good skeleton design. Really thick made heifer with a lot of internal dimension and a lot of muscle shape. She just gets a little more gingerly on the move, doesn't bounce up quite as well. The next heifer in the lineup is a heifer that's very long, very angular, just gets a little more concave in her heart and a little tighter in her barrel. Next heifer in the lineup is a heifer that just gets flatter in her muscle shape, a little plainer about her chest and her neck. Young lady's heifer rounding out the class just simply is too refined in her features, doesn't have near enough muscle to get up any higher.
In our Shorthorn Show, Class 78. First place, entry number 310, Soul Traveling Ruby, exhibited by Shelby Olson, Hoopston, Illinois. Second place, entry number 313, CF Revival 3115, exhibited by Miller Smith, Pendleton, Indiana. Third place, entry 309, exhibited by Dave Marway Farms, Jerseyville, Illinois. Fourth place, entry 323, exhibited by Dylan Souder, Seward, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry number 308, exhibited by Jordan Hatcher, Morristown, Indiana. Sixth place, 316, exhibited by KSD Farms, Eaton, Ohio. Seventh place, entry number 312, exhibited by Allison Dragstream, Amboy, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 315, exhibited by Colton DeGasperi, Westminster, Maryland. Ninth place, entry number 305, exhibited by Patrick McCord, Alexandria, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 79 Shorthorns. Immediately following this class, we'll be ready for our intermediate champion female. First call for Class 82. In our Hereford show, Class 23C. First place, entry number 421, CFCC Hope 910A, exhibited by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Second place, entry number 427, C Chanel's 3010, exhibited by Gary and Kathy Buckholtz, Waxahachie, Texas. Third place, entry 425, exhibited by Dan Barfitt, Wallacestown, Ontario. Fourth place, entry number 424, exhibited by Jacob Jensen, Boonfield, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 420, exhibited by Regan Dunn, Concordton, Pennsylvania. Sixth place, entry number 428, exhibited by Austin Matheny, Mayslick, Kentucky. Seventh place, entry number 423, exhibited by Haley Goebel, Altoa, Michigan. Eighth place, entry number 430, exhibited by Oak Ledge Farms, Belmont, New Hampshire. And ninth place, entry 431, exhibited by Emma and Libby Rustin, Waverly, Tennessee. We're now selecting our junior champion female in the Hereford show. Class 26 should be in the makeup ring. That's a single class in the senior yearling division. So immediately following that class, we'll be ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion heifers. So we need all those division champion and reserve Herefords to the makeup ring. All division champion and reserve Herefords to the makeup ring.
As we get ready to select our junior champion female, young ladies heifer that wins that first class. So here's a heifer that puts a lot of good things together, doesn't blow you away in any one area. Smooth about her shoulder, good enough about her top line and up out of her hip. Good as far as her balance and symmetry is, and proportional as far as her rib cage and her depth of body and her muscle mass. Maybe not doesn't blend quite as well into herself as maybe the two heifers right behind her. Maybe wants to taper ever so slightly back towards her pins. But I think a heifer that's good as far as her body condition for her age, still with an ample amount of muscle and mass, an awfully good look. Heifer that wins that next class had a big advantage in that class as far as her length of hip and her length of body and the way that she blends into herself. So smooth at the base of that shoulder, up to the point of that shoulder and all the way back out of her top line and over her hip. Love the way that tail head lays true and natural into that body cavity. Very proportional as far as her fore rib back into her rear flank. Tremendous amount of look and style and balance still with all that extra length of body and length of hip. You set her into motion, she'll get out and go very square off all four corners. Heifer that wins that last class, there was two heifers I liked quite well in that class. A little bit variance as far as their frame size and their overall growth pattern. I chose the heifer that I thought had a little bit more true power. The big heifer that wins that last class, you like her balance and symmetry as far as her smoothness about her shoulder, her depth of body, her angulation up over her top line, still with all that extra mass and power, still gives you an awfully good look. Maybe if you're going to change her ever so slightly from her hook bones forward, I think she's extremely good. If you're going to change her, you're going to go back from her hook bones back and just explode her out just ever so slightly in her pin structure. I think she still has enough curvature and shape down low. A heifer that puts a lot of good things together for a big heifer as far as her mobility, still her smoothness, and her power. Folks, let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll pick you a pair of champions.
Another great class of shorthorn heifers, and I pull them in with efficiency simply because it makes sense to me in a very, very logical manner. Got a massive cow to start. I mean, neat-necked, flat-shouldered, and from there back, just tremendous in her body cavity, tremendous in her functionality. I think she goes really good from a profile. Get in behind her and watch her go from the column, her hock down through her rear foot. You know, maybe like to square that up just a shade, but I think that's being critical of a really, really impressive female. Heifer in second. I love her basic build, and I love this one's balance and freshness. I could study cattle like this all day long in terms of the quality that she brings to the ring. Only problem, enough horsepower, didn't bring enough big enough engine to run with that class winner through a midsection of her body. But other than that, I think that one's impeccable in her build. Really fresh, really attractive. That's a great pair of females. Heifer in third falls out of balance when you study her at the top of her neck into her shoulder, back at her loin and tailhead just a shade more than what our top pair do. But this is another female that offers great utility and strength and foundation in terms of foot and bone, just like to freshen her up down her top line of shade. She's sounder to me than the heifer that comes in four. This heifer in fourth is big bodied and bold and robust to the middle part of her framework, a little bigger in her hock joint, a little steeper in her shoulder, but a heifer with great presence. The heifer that comes next, from her shoulder back, this one's got some real value in terms of muscularity, stoutness, and width. This heifer's a little round and pronounced to her shoulder, a little tighter in terms of her heart and forerib. If I could freshen her shoulder up, I think it'd be a different story. Next, the gentleman out with a big bone, long-bodied one. Heifer gets a little high and pronounced in her tail head, tends to be just a little coarser jointed kind of a female. Our final pair are sorted on structure. The roan's sounder behind than the red. Both need more body and substance. Once again, tremendous class here in the shorthorn side of the ring.
Junior champion female in the Hereford shows, entry number 410, JTHSC Kiss and Tail 20A, exhibited by Devin Hay, Leesburg, Indiana. Your reserve division champion, entry 421, CFCC Hope 910A, exhibited by Peyton Farmer, Brownsville, Indiana. We're now ready for class 26, single class in the division, so she'll automatically be your senior champion in reserve. We need division champion in reserve, Herefords, to the makeup ring. In Shorthorn show, class 79, first place, entry number 330, Saul Blooded Ruby 3278, exhibited by John Gellerman, Petersburg, Illinois. Second place, entry number 325, WGRC Cinderella, exhibited by Colby Lingo, Oak Grove, Louisiana. Third place, entry number 329, exhibited by Jennifer Bedwell, Isabella, Oklahoma. Fourth place, entry 326, exhibited by Sydney Miller, Charlotte, Michigan. Fifth place, entry 320, exhibited by Samantha Schreier, South Dakota. Sixth place, entry 332, exhibited by David Ragsdale, Prospect, Kentucky. Seventh place, entry number 328, exhibited by Maggie Reed, Eaton Rapids, Michigan. And eighth place, entry number 318, exhibited by Stetson Kleiss, New London, Missouri. We're now ready to select our intermediate champion female shorthorn. We need class 82 in the makeup ring. First call for 83 shorthorn heifers to the makeup ring. We'll recognize a couple of more of our All-American awards in the Shorthorns. Your All-American Summer Yearling female was awarded to Midnight Special Rose. She's owned by Ben Warfield. Your Late Spring Yearling All-American to Colt Gentry 363, owned by Andrew Hodges. So if a representative with the Hodges and the Warfields will come to the picture backdrop to receive those All-American awards.
I hope from the positive comments today, from my standpoint, that you folks understand and appreciate as much of the quality that's in the ring on the Shorthorn side of things as what we've had today. We've got another division that presents just tremendous cow potential, tremendous quality. And it's one thing to focus on what these cattle are going to do in terms of their show records or what they have done at this stage in production, but what excites me most is what can these females do when sent back into production, and watch the impact and impression they leave on a particular breeder's herd, and what's going to happen from this point on, to me, from a genetic standpoint, is most interesting. Our 3 class winners look great out here. There's 2 cattle that are extremely similar, and not only in terms of color, but let's start at the ground and talk about classes 2 and 3, both big-footed, both stout. One of them's a little more genuine, one of them's a little fresher. When we go ahead and tie a champion together, I sure think our lightweight, our youngest class winner, the light roan heifer, nice kind of female out here, just not enough horsepower to run with classes 2 and 3. When you focus on the more genuine, fresher necked, fresher compositioned heifer, young man that wins class 3 is your champion. Let's bring him in with an extra nice round of applause, if you would. We bring the white heifer in line here, that's second to this female in class. Love the presence, love the attractiveness and freshness. My challenge is, you got to ask yourself, as these cattle are reaching production age, is there just enough horsepower and just enough body mass and functionality through the midsection of their body? I think it's important to keep consistency when you can. Who looks most like our champion in this division? Class 2 winner. Let's bring her in with a nice round of applause also.
Back on our Hereford side, just a single class to decide this division. That to me, it's a logical division winner and class winner. Obviously, she's the one. She's in production, got her calf out here. Just a November 2-year-old that just balance and symmetry. Very good up out of her top line in her hips, so smooth and elegant about her front end. Very nice as far as her udder and teat development. As far as she has enough power and dimension to go along with all that extra class. Appreciate the productivity, the extra style and balance. A very, very nice young 2-year-old pair, and to represent the senior yearling division. The next heifer that ends up being our reserve, I think, is a very high quality, a November female here, yet still the calf, very smooth. But when we start to compare the 4 heifers, this heifer surfaces to the top. It's just as far as foot size and bone, soundness and power and dimension, and the way she's built, down over her top line and up out of her hip, still good enough about her chest and her neck. Just love the extra power and performance, and still a smooth package to go reserve. Big up-headed heifer comes in next, but what I like to change about her is she gets a little more pinched and concave in her heart, a little more elevated in her loin, doesn't quite have that extra smoothness. Drop that down, smooth her back up to get around their reserve division. Heifer coming in next is a female that I like her overall balance and symmetry, and as far as her design, just like to loosen her up ever so slightly. Doesn't have quite the extra mass and power and performance as the heifer's right in front of her. Young lady heifer rounding out the class is a long-bodied, long-hip-made female. She just doesn't have those extra refined features about her, and as far as her chest and her head and neck, to get her any higher in this particular class. A good senior yearling division with a really nice division champion.
In your Shorthorn show, intermediate champion females, entry 330, Soul Blooded Ruby 3278, exhibited by John Gellerman, Petersburg, Illinois. Your reserve intermediate champion female, entry 310, Soul Traveling Ruby, exhibited by Shelby Olson, Hoopston, Illinois. In the ring now in our Shorthorn shows, Class 82. Class 83 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 84. We're ready to select our champion Hereford female. All those division champion reserves should be in the makeup ring. Hereford exhibitors, you can start bringing those first class of bull calves to the makeup ring, class 34 bull calves. We will be weighing those Hereford bulls, so bring that first class of bull calves to the scales.
Well, folks, over here on the Hereford side, we're getting ready to select our champion Hereford female here to the North American, and I'd like to just say thanks to the opportunity to be able to do this, and exhibitors for bringing them out here in the North American, for letting me come back, and the Hereford Association for allowing me to do this. Folks, this has been an impressive female show this morning. You know, my roots lay deep into the Hereford deal growing up in Central Texas. This was the breed that I learned a lot of things about cattle. I've seen the ups and lows of the Hereford industry now, even though now as an adult I'm embedded in some other breeds as far as my livestock career is. But this breed is made from a female and bull standpoint, and the impact that this breed has on the entire cattle industry is truly evident out here today in this female show. A lot of quality females run deep in this class, and sure been a bystander watching the Hereford breed over the last 3 to 4 years, and the quality of shows that's not only here at the North American, but at Denver and Fort Worth and so on. And right here is a true example of these cattle and why these breeders have done such a good job, and why this breed has such a major impact as far as the cattle industry, not only in the purebred side, but in the commercial side. I tried to set a pattern today as far as cattle. I don't like to chase extremes. I like cattle that are complete. I like cattle that have some style, some balance, that got some look and that are sound. Some cattle that got enough power. Once you start there, and if you got enough power, and then you can take it as far as you want to. The heifer calf that wins that first division, I didn't talk about that division each one. I know we had a lot of class winners, but I like that one quite well. I think there's a unique female as far as her look and her style and her balance, with that extra power and performance and her mobility. I think that young lady's going to have a lot of future with that particular heifer. I think that heifer puts a lot of good things together as far as foot size and bone and muscularity, and as far as her rib shape and her soundness. Heifer that wins that next division is a very good made female as far as the way she's designed, as far as her shoulder, her angulation about of her top and up out of her hip. So true in the way she's built. She's refined enough, but yet powerful enough. She's very feminine about her chest and her head and neck. She's not extreme in her bone structure. She has a tremendous amount of shape, very flat in the way she's made, very unique as far as the way she makes it over a rib cage. That heifer combines a lot of unique features. I like her quite well. She's very sound, yet attractive with enough power. Heifer that wins the next division is the same way. A heifer, I think, she's tremendously good through the middle part of her body, runs downhill ever so slightly. But I think here's a heifer that's got some length and extension, big-footed, big bone, yet attractive and sound. Heifer that wins that fall division, the next division, we talked about her, you know, as far as her foot size and her bone and her power, and is she still attractive enough for you? And I sure think she is. She's still smooth enough about that point of that shoulder, big top and big hip, and still attractive enough. Maybe not near as attractive as some of the other heifers out here, but I think she's still a unique individual as far as power and performance, athleticism, and still gives you a good look. The intermediate heifer was a heifer, I think, once again, very smooth in the way she's made, not eccentric in any one area, very balanced, very proportional. I think this heifer's got just enough shape. If I was going to change her, I'd like to see a little bit more true muscle shape when I get right behind her. But I think that heifer is so good from the side, and the way she balances in her forerib and her chest on back into her rear flank, balances up so well and elegant on the move. A very, very unique female. The next two heifers come out of two divisions that were extremely stacked. The heifer that came out of the March-April division was a heifer, in my mind, put a lot of good things together as far as smoothness of the way she's made, still with enough power, very proportional in her forerib back to her rear flank. Fullness as far as her muscle shape down low and up over her hip. Still, when you set her in motion, she goes out extremely good. I love the way her neck comes up high out at the point of her shoulder. Still good enough and clean and tight about her chest and her head and neck for a heifer of this age. And as far along as far as her body condition, she's very well balanced. She's very complete, very sound, very proportional. Junior yearling heifer that wins the last division, same way. Love the extra length of body, length of hip. Extremely sound yet, and when you set her into motion, still good enough about her chest and her head and her neck. She too, like the heifer in front of her, very proportional as far as her forerib back into her rear flank, very smooth, very elegant. The senior yearling that wins the last division is a female that's very unique as far as her sharpness and her kind. Maybe not as powerful as some of these other heifers, but she's already put a calf on the ground, so she's going to lose a little bit of that internal condition and body power. But I think that's a very unique pair with an extremely nice udder in that calf. I think she's well represented out here out of that division. Folks, it's certainly been an honor and a privilege, and I always take these judging duties as an extreme high honor. Folks, give these Hereford exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll pick you a pair of champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our judge a nice round of applause. Mr. Lydell Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee, as he goes out and selects your champion heifer.
Yeah, the grandmother would be in violation. Wouldn't she? She'd be contributing to violation because she'd be contributing to custodial interference. It would seem to me.
No, sir.
But Mark needs to tell Grandma that, because if you're just telling her that, Grandma's going to blow you off. Mark Midget needs to call her and tell her that.
I thought do. Why do you go talk about them if you don't know?
Okay.
And your grand champion females, entry number 367, Dale Hawk Sapphire 102A, exhibited by Garrett Post, Sheboygan, Illinois. That brings in a reserve heifer, entry 371 for the reserve selection.
Tremendous set of Hereford females over there, as Lydell indicated, and it's fun to look over the fence and study the quality. But I want to redirect your attention back to the Shorthorn show, because if any of you have friends that don't like Shorthorns, I would go and get them from the concession stand or the barn right now, bring them to this ring and study the basic cow power that's presented within this group of females. Our top 3, top 4, top 5 are tremendous. You want to bear down and look at a pair of females that absolutely represent so many right things. Regardless of their breed, they are incredibly functional. They're incredibly cool built. They're really unique in terms of their pattern and presence. Not only do they have the functionality, but then they have the extra intangibles it takes to compete at a national level. What sorts the pair? Young man that wins our class, his heifer's a little more appropriate in the slope to her shoulder, just a nickel more functional in terms of her hock, and that's the only difference that sorts this pair. My compliments to both of these exhibitors. That's a tremendous pair of females. Young man in third, if you want to just have a low maintenance cow that will always be in good rig after calving, parity or lactation 3, 4, and 5, this one can do it. Functional, good built, good bodied. Where does she get in trouble in this class? A little higher conditioned around her neck and her chest. You watch her go away, and her pin set just a little more closed up, a little more waddly behind in terms of her hock and hind leg than that top pair. Heifer that comes in 3, big top, big ended, and I like that about her. This heifer needs a different shape and set to her hock joint. Let her get out and go just a little easier, but a nice female, good in terms of her condition. Tone her down in her birth weight value just a shade. Got a nice basic functional cow here. Smooth neck, neat shouldered, good spine, good hip, good hind leg. This heifer just doesn't have those unique extras to make her a standout, but what's so good about her, she's basically functional and right in her build. A thick made one coming next, a little square shouldered, a little big chested, but I like that roan heifer spread and volume behind. She's a little fresher and just a little more right in her build than the heifer that comes next. This heifer's a little coarse and a little stale in terms of her condition along her loin and her body, but a big topped one there. Our final pair of heifers we've got out here, not as functional, not as good in their reach and stride. This one's got more body and belly than our heifer that closes the class. That sounds structured, just a little general in terms of her look and quality from a profile.
Your reserve champion Hereford females, entry number 410, JTH SC Kiss and Tail 20A, exhibited by Devin Hay, Leesburg, Indiana. All right, we'll get pictures of those 2 champions with our judge, and then we'll be ready to start the bull show. So need class 34 bull calves to the scales. In our Shorthorn show, class 82, first place, entry number 345, Soul Wild Cherry 3269, owned by Nick Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second place, entry number 333, Colt Simply the Rue 12, exhibited by Andrew Hodges, Lebo, Kansas. Third place, entry 366, exhibited by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Fourth place, entry number 341, exhibited by John Allen IV, Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. Fifth place, entry number 338, exhibited by Katie Bushwell, Lemmas, Missouri. Sixth place, entry number 343, exhibited by Taylor, Salina, Ohio. Seventh place, entry number 335, exhibited by Samantha Schrog, Marion, South Dakota. Number 344, exhibited by Nathan Miller, Beecher City, Illinois. And ninth place, entry number 342, exhibited by Ori Williams, Elizabethtown, Kentucky. In the ring now is class 83. Class 84 should be in the makeup ring. First call for class 85.
quality class of shorthorn females. The red-necked roan heifer that starts our class exemplifies what we've talked about throughout the day in terms of that structural integrity, that quality and maternal build from a profile, yet she offers width and volume when you step in behind her. I think she proportions so nicely. You could see some udder there, and I think just everything fits together very, very well. Love the build in the white heifer in terms of her body and design, a clean jointed female set to her hind leg. If you study the size of her foot and bone in relation to her body mass and condition, I think she's just a little out of whack there. I'd like to lean her up just a shade in her lower shoulder, because as she's pushing a little more condition, she'll tend to paddle off of her front end, but I like her hock joint. I like her cleanliness of pattern build, and looks like a female. She's sounder behind than the heifer in third. The heifer in third's good line, good neck. On the stand, she's a contender. Watch this one go away, and she just needs to be different on how she handles her foot, her pastern, and her heel. She's not right in the shape to her foot, and it just causes problems from there up. Here's a heifer that's tough for me to evaluate, because in terms of basic performance and spread and body, this heifer tremendous. She's a little plain in the shape to her neck and round and pronounced in her shoulder, and then she's nervous out here, and when that happens, she coils up in her top, and I think on a profile loses balance from her chest to her flank. Here's a heifer next, big top, big boned one, just a little hard bodied, got a little condition there in the front side of her udder, and just doesn't balance with as much natural rib and depth. Then the next heifer coming out, good kind of a female here, very similar story. Good line, pretty up high, a little flat bodied, a little heavy condition in her udder. She's wider than the roan heifer that the young lady has. Very pretty, very attractive heifer. Young lady's got there just a little flat design. Here's a heifer that's got some cow productivity look and weight to her, but she really wedges down in her loin and comes up in her tail head. More strength and foundation than our final heifer within the drive. Just a little fragile headed, a little fragile from their back when you get to studying her as a productive cow.
Placings in Class 83 Shorthorn heifers. First place, entry number 348, CVF Montana Ryland, exhibited by Alexandria Rab, Markle, Indiana. Second place, entry number 355, Mary Kay's Jazz, exhibited by Chris Reichert, Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin. Third place, entry 357, exhibited by Madeline Conrad, Dover, Florida. Fourth place, entry number 358, exhibited by Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 353, exhibited by Jacob Scheffler, Fortville, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 334, exhibited by Andrew Bailey, Indianapolis, Indiana. Seventh place, entry number 352, exhibited by Michaelin Helmicki, New Philadelphia, Ohio. Eighth place, entry 351, exhibited by Anna Beth Conrad, Dover, Florida. And ninth place, entry 359, exhibited by Danielle Wood Sidon, Munger, Michigan. In the ring now is Class 84 Shorthorns. Class 85 should be in the makeup ring. Immediately following that class, we'll select our junior champion. We need Class 88. First call, Class 88 Shorthorns to the makeup ring.
Another great class, shorthorn females out here, and I think fits together with some logic. In my opinion, the heifer that starts, really good in terms of studying her as an individual, her balance, her strength, in terms of having that really good foot, really good column of bone, yet a fresh neck and head in her is really, really good. Like that heifer a good deal. Why does she beat the heifer in second? She's simply more attractive about her head, more attractive about the shape to her neck, and a little leveler hip than what our heifer is in second. Love the hind leg set to this female that comes out next. Got a good set, got a deep heel, got a good shape to her foot. From there forward, got a tremendous midrib and body. She's a little plain at her rump. Opens up and gets just a little cresty at her neck. I would like to lean her chest up in terms of condition, just a nickel. She's more correct and relaxed in her spine on the lead than what our heifer is in 3. Heifer in 3, I think 2 and 3 are very, very close. This one's got more body, but when she gets out in motion, she tends to be more rigid in her joints, and then she comes up in her top, and she won't just relax in her spine and get out and go as comfortably as what the heifer will in second. But you get on top of that female, and there's a tremendous amount of spread, tremendous amount of volume in that particular heifer. The heifer that comes next, I like her in terms of her basic build. She's moderate. She's correct in her length of body. Got a deep midrib set in her, basic function. She kind of loses that wow factor out here in terms of her loin. Doesn't have that neat, attractive neck and shoulder that those 3 that precede her in class do. Our final heifer is hindered by structure. When you watch her go, her shoulder will roll forward, her joints behind will become restricted. As a result, she simply needs to be sounder. Heifer got some strength to her top, got some midrib shape. Just got to make that one a little more functional in terms of reach off both ends.
Hereford exhibitors, we need class 34 and 35A bulls to the makeup ring. We need class 35A Hereford bulls. Placings in class 84 Shorthorn females. First place, entry number 365, Soul Glamour Blood, exhibited by Sarah Piper, Stewartson, Illinois. Second place, entry number 362, Soul Rosemary Blood, exhibited by Kendall Nelson, Seneca, Illinois. Third place, entry number 370, CLF Destiny's Best, 1306. Exhibited by Molly Williams, Gamelia, Kentucky. Fourth place, entry number 367, Jessica Millenball, Crestline, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 309, exhibited by Respite Farms, Incorporated, Paris, Kentucky. In the ring now is class 85 Shorthorns. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our junior champion. Class 88 should be in the makeup ring. First call, class 89 Shorthorns. Entry 463, Hereford. Hereford entry 463. Chelsea Smith. We need your bull to the makeup ring.
If you've got a favorite in this class, then make sure and continue to keep them a favorite of yours, because I think there's some different ways and different things you can justify. I think once we take out of the equation, if we didn't breed them and we don't know the showman and aren't family members of the showman, then I think as we bring that unbiased view, either from the stands or in the ring, it really gets to be a challenge. The soundest heifer we're going to start with in this particular drive, and I love this heifer's body. I love her strength. I love her length of rump. I think she's a longer hipped cattle, and as a result, that translates to a longer step behind. I think her body shape is good. I think her shape to her neck and chest is good. I think to me maybe the most concerning thing for me is I don't know where her rib ends and her udder starts. I'd maybe regroom her flank line just a little differently, but outside of that, I think this is the most functional female that we have to start with. She's sounder in her hind leg than the heifer is. It comes in second. I prefer the presentation of the heifer in second, particularly on the bottom side of her framework. I like this heifer's stoutness and feature, and yet her nice neck shape pops out of the front side of her shoulder very nicely. When we get this one in motion, she's a little bigger in her hock joint than she is in her ankle, and she'll hit the surface a little harder than ideal. Probably the freshest necked, nicest cow in terms of size comes for me in third, and I like this one a good deal. You get on top of her, and she's planing out just a little bit in her rump. She'll bring her neck a little low out of her shoulder on the move. On the stand, she's a contender. When she gets in motion, I want to bring both her forelimb and her hind leg up within her framework a little more coordinated than what we have. Massive-bodied, high-performing female coming next with time on feed and a show ration. This one's just planed out her neck and then just a little more masculine through her front end. But her basic function and utility is incredible. The next heifer coming out, white-legged one, on the stand is pretty and fresh. On the move is short-strided and just a nickel stilty. If we want to fix her, we would do that, but I sure like her attractiveness up high. To me, she's a little fresher kind of a female than the 375 heifer coming next. This heifer's big top, big ribbed, and nice in her upper framework in terms of width and spread. A little rigid in her ankle and steep on both ends. She's stronger in her loin than the roan heifer coming next. It's a little choppy moving, a little square-shouldered out here. I thought that roan heifer, though, had a little more symmetry and balance than what our final heifer does within the class. Young lady doing a nice job with a moderate-sized, thick-muscled shorthorn female, just a little rounded terminal in her build relative to the rest of the options that we have within this particular class.
In your Shorthorn show, Class 85, first place, entry 384, FUZN, American Girl, exhibited by Kiefer Sexton, Ainsworth, Iowa. Second place, entry number 374, Scheffler, Purple Rose, 1308, exhibited by Kyle Scheffler, Fortville, Indiana. Third place, entry number 380, exhibited by Xavier Ferris, Whiteland, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 370, exhibited by Carly Hendrick, Decker, Michigan. Fifth place, entry number 386, exhibited by Darcy Hauser, Mount Orab, Ohio. Sixth place, entry number 375, exhibited by Caitlin Morton, Westminster, South Carolina. Seventh place, entry 376, exhibited by Taylor Thomas, Seneca, South Carolina. Eighth place, entry 373, exhibited by Allie Korn, Paris, Kentucky. We're now selecting our junior champion female shorthorn. Class 88 should be in the makeup ring. First call, class 89. We'll give out another All-American award on our Shorthorn side. Your early spring yearling All-American goes to CYT Maxed Mirage 2125, owned by Maddie Udale. So if Maddie or a representative would come to the picture backdrop, Shorthorn side, to receive that All-American award.
Well, folks, starting out here on our bull show here at unique individual to start this class. He's not as far along as his condition and weight probably as the other three bulls, but I think from a skeleton design standpoint, he's the best one of the three. He reads a little high on birth, but it looks like he's going to have a lot of performance. So beautiful in his design as far as his chest and his neck. I think from a structural integrity standpoint, I like him better. Out of his top and up out of his hip, I can see some true natural shape. When this bull gets a little further on feed, I think he's the best design, best quality calf of the trio. The bull coming in second is a bull that reads a little more calf and ease, and he shows it. A bull that's very balanced, symmetrical as far as his design, a little more toned down as compared to the bull right behind him, but he's smooth-shouldered, good made, and I like that about him. The bull rounding out the class, I'd like to see a little bit of an EPD profile. He's a big bone, stout, rugged, structured individual, but I'd just like to change the way he's made over his top line and up out of over his shoulder, just smooth him up and give him a little more class and smoothness. Really nice group, nice bull, young bull calf to win that class.
Placings in class 34 bulls, Hereford. First place, entry 458, HPH, Prince Harry 14W, exhibited by Nathan Hopkins, Winchester, Tennessee. Second place, entry number 460, HB, Beyond Max 4026, exhibited by Hunt Brothers, Battleground, Indiana. Third place, entry 461, exhibited by Pages, Pold Herefords, Greencastle, Indiana. Coming into the ring now is class 35A, Hereford Bulls. Class 35B should be in the makeup ring. First call for class 30 bulls to the scales. Class 38 bulls to the scales.
It's already time for another division champion here in your Shorthorn side of the ring. And I've talked probably today, and so try to keep my comments as brief as I can, but yet the microphone is really and truly a judge's only line of defense out here. At least let you folks know what's going through our minds, or my mind in particular. If you don't like what happened, probably I'll take the liability of that, and I'm going to tell you what I see and tell you what's going through my mind. The Class 1 heifer is a beast. I mean, to have that much strength and stature and yet be that smooth built, it's hard to do. Heifer wins the second class. This really nice in her mid-rib. When you look at her pin set to hock, she doesn't hit you like a real powerful heifer in her hip and her quarter, but yet looks so maternal in her build and so flexible. The heifer that wins Class 3 in division, geeky neck, even stout, and I love all those things about her. On the stand, this is without a doubt a contender. When she gets in motion, her tail head will pop up, and she'll be just a little shorter in her step behind, but here you've got a stouter option. There you've got a really sound, big-bellied maternal option you can do a lot of things with. The heifer that wins Class 4, really good in terms of her body and her hip and her tail head. She fits with them. When you step off to the side and study freshness and shape at the top of their neck in true flank and body, She doesn't balance with those other class winners out here if we're going to change that just a bit. I think reserve will get interesting. I've described the class winners. I ask you put your hands together and congratulate all of the breeders and exhibitors. Your champion in this division's Class 1, the red heifer. Let's bring her in, if you would, please.
Junior champion female, Shorthorns, entry 345, Soul Wild Cherry 3269, exhibited by Nick Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. That brings in entry 333 for the reserve selection.
We bring in this heifer second to the champion, and this one just comes in, strikes a pose, tremendous freshness of neck and chest, tremendous body, tremendous stoutness. I thought this was a great pair of females within their, and we bring them out in division. We have a tremendous amount of quality. Reserve division's your second place to the champion division. Let's give this young man a nice round of applause also.
Reserve junior champion females, entry number 333, Colt Simply the Roo 12, exhibited by Andrew Hodges, Lebo, Kansas. Now ready for class 88. Class 89 should be in the makeup ring. First call for class 90, Shorthorns.
Boy, another really nice class, some March, April bull calves here in our Hereford show this afternoon at young lady's bull that's going to win. I think he's the combination bull as far as power and look and length and balance. A bull that, from a skeleton design standpoint, I like him. He's got some extra length of body and length of hip. Good from the ground up as far as his foot size and his bone structure, still elongated up through his front end. A bull I think still balances up quite well. He's got a tremendous amount of rib shape. Set him into motion and he relaxes. I'd like to relax him just a little bit in his top though, and especially on the standstill, get his top down. But these are just young bulls and this could be their first show and just maybe not relaxing. But I like his length, his power, and the way he gets out and goes. Bull that's coming in next is a bull I really like as far as his overall boxiness. And what I mean by that, he's really flat and square over his top and up out of his hip. He doesn't have that extra length and extension as the bull right in front of him, but he's built very smooth. His shoulder lays nice and tight up into his body cavity. He's got a proportional amount of rib shape and depth of body, very thick and square off of both ends. A bull that just doesn't have that extra length and extension to get around the bull that wins. Young lady's dark red bull. Here's a March bull calf here, and I like how he reads on paper. Bull, it's got a good EPD profile. I like his balance and symmetry, but when I just compare him to the bulls that go 1 and 2, there's just not as much bull right now. I like his smoothness. I like his balance. He's just not as wide constructed as the bulls that go 1 and 2. The next the trio of bulls are some bulls that got some length and some grow and extension. They just don't have that extra dimension to go with all that extra length. Young lady's bull coming in third or fourth is a bull that I like his design. He just needs a little more true shape when I get right behind him. Like his pattern, gives you a good look from the side. Same thing goes for the bull coming in next. Gets a little flatter in his muscle shape, really tapers down in the internal part of his body from his forehead back. Young lady's red bull that rounds out the class just needs a little more balance and symmetry. Just the two would like to see him expand himself out just ever some more slightly.
Placings in Class 35A, Hereford Bulls, first place, entry 462. CC Chain Reaction 4420, exhibited by Page, Longstreet, Carlson Cattle, Riggin Rose Goings, and Shaley Goings, Royal Center, Indiana. Second place, entry 467, HWW World Explorer 318B, exhibited by Harley, Wattsburg, Kentucky. Third place, entry number 469, exhibited by Megan, Michaela, and Matthew Marion, West Terre Haute, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 468, exhibited by Stephen Green, Mumfordville, Kentucky. Fifth place, entry 465, exhibited by Martin Musser and family, Otterbein, Indiana. Sixth place, entry 464, exhibited by Bruce and Julie Durst, Tip City, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 35B Bulls. Immediately following this class will select Spring Bull Calf Champion. Class 38 Bulls should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 39 Hereford Bulls.
The playing field just continues to stay so competitive out here. It is without a doubt a fast track. If you want to come be competitive at the North American and the Shorthorn Show, you better really bring some quality and just tremendous out here. When you look at your top pair of cattle, it comes down, in my opinion, to a freshness call. You put these cattle on a profile and study neck, shoulder, and chest, particularly chest. I think the heifer that wins our class has the most symmetrical look on a profile. She's a little taller at her shoulder, and when that happens, she transitions into her upper rib right behind her shoulder a little more appropriately than what our heifer in second does, and got a great set to her hind leg. I'll be the first to admit this class winner is not one of those you're going to get in behind and say, goodness gracious, that's a real wide one, but yet I think her shape is good up high. I think her shape to her rump is very acceptable, and I like that heifer a good deal. Not a bunch of hair. What you see is what you get. This heifer in second, tremendous body, tremendous width. Her best view is when you get in behind her for that much width and volume. She's clean jointed. She's good in her hock joint. You step off to the side, and this heifer will tend to push her elbow out and paddle just a nickel more up front. She got just a pinch more chest than what our class winner does, but tremendous freshness up high in her neck and really functional. Heifer in third, big-bodied and stout and powerful. This heifer reads just a little more mature and thicker through the top of her neck and shoulder. She handles all this mass and substance, maybe has as much real muscle as any of the initial three cattle. I still think her joints are within her framework behind. That's a good one there, just got a little plain up front. The heifer in fourth, if we could make this heifer spine relax and her shoulder and neck come up, this one might have as much genuine future in terms of foot and foundation and real body as any of the cattle in class. I want to freshen her up around the base of her tail head. Then I want to ease her spine down and let her neck come higher out of her shoulder. Great fresh kind of cattle here, just didn't bring a big enough engine, didn't bring a big enough body cavity to the North American. Nice looking, little trim middled. Heifer that comes next, really good in terms of her midrib. She's a little wedged down in her loin, a little pronounced in her tail head. She'll be just a nickel sharper in terms of her hock. The frosted short-eared heifer, a little masculine in her look, a little terminal in her build, but tremendous stoutness and feature. I might have been a little tough on the boy in the cowboy hat. This heifer reads with quality on the stand, but on either end, she's not getting around good enough today. She's really tending to throw her hind legs, push her base of her shoulder out. Got a big bone, long-bodied one here that her midrib doesn't match her freshness of chest and shoulder. So much more genuine in her foundation, though, than the heifer that closes our class. This heifer just a little stale and excessive in her condition relative to the genuineness and stoutness of framework that she's got. Once again, tremendous class of females in that particular group.
Back in our Hereford Bull show, two unique individuals here to go 1 and 2, and it just kind of depends on where you want to put your emphasis. Young lady's lighter colored bull that I'm going to use to win. Obviously, he's got an advantage as far as foot size and bone. Maybe gives up a little bit of length and true performance to the bull in second. But for me, I like how he blends into himself with all that extra width, the skeleton design. I like how his shoulder lays nice into his forerib. I think the bull gathers himself real well. I do think as far as they're concerned, it's just he's got so much bone in the way he reads on paper. You know, I hope that he continues to grow and maybe expand as far as his birth of yearling is spread. But I love his look, his style, his balance as far as his natural softness. Bull coming in second, a bull that's got some real true meat in him as far as down his top and up out of his hip. I know he may be just a little bit more refined as far as his foot structure and his bone structure, but I think that's a high quality individual. Got a nice EPD spread to go along with that. I think that bull just doesn't have quite as much as far as unique features as the bull that wins. I think both of them are extremely high quality. There's two bulls there, depending on what the needs of your program are, two high quality bulls that you can use. Young ladies, lighter weight per day of age bull, I'm moving into the third slot simply because I like the quality design of this bull. I know he gives up some size and performance to the three bulls behind him, but I like his design. He's good up out of his top and up out of his hip. He's good from the ground up. He's sound. He's got some power. He's got some thickness. I just like his general build and overall makeup. Yes, I understand he doesn't have quite as much true weight and performance as the bulls behind him on either end, but that's a high quality bull. Bull coming in next is a long-bodied, long-hip bull. Maybe for me, when I compare him to the young lady's bull right in front of him, I'd like to see more expansion in the lower one-third of his body. But I think he's good-shouldered, good in his design, and still has plenty enough shape. The lighter-colored bull coming in next is a bull that For me, I think he just starts to look a little too flat for me. Flat in his rib cage, flatter in his muscle pattern. I like his design. He gets out and reaches. He's good in his top line and his hip. He's very smooth shouldered. I just like to see more expansion in the middle part of his body. A stout, rugged bull ends up the class, and for some, here's a bull that's got some power and some go to him, but he just gets too coarse about his chest and his shoulder and his tail head and his navel. For me, a bull that's got some true raw power, but for me, I like a bull that's a little smoother and a little more well-balanced.
Hereford entry 481 and 484 to the makeup ring. Class 88 Shorthorns, first place. Entry number 391, Soul Roses Are Red ET, exhibited by Sarah Rose Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second place, entry 392, CF Cumberland 334, exhibited by Adrienne Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Third place, entry number 398, exhibited by Paige Wickard, Wilkinson, Indiana. Fourth place, entry 388, exhibited by Samantha Schrog, Marion, South Dakota. Fifth place, entry number 387, exhibited by Joshua Derbyshire, Morning Sun, Iowa. Sixth place, entry number 389, exhibited by Megan Reed, Cambridge, Illinois. Seventh place, entry number 400, exhibited by Taylor Mullenkamp, Salina, Ohio. Eighth place, entry number 394, exhibited by Hadley Levan, Woodstock, Ohio. Ninth place, entry number 399, exhibited by Stetson Kleiss, New London, Missouri. And 10th place, entry number 395, exhibited by Clayton Miller, Beecher City, Illinois. In the ring now is Class 89 Shorthorns. Class 90 should be in the makeup ring.
Out here selecting our spring bull calf champion and our first division here in our Hereford Bull Show. We've got 3 bull calves out here, not a tremendous amount of numbers, but I think we set a pattern as far as some bulls that got some balance and symmetry, yet with enough power and soundness. May bull calf, we used him in that particular class. I think a bull that's still green, but I like him from a skeleton design standpoint. I think he's got a tremendous amount of future. Extremely elongated up out of his front, good up out of his top line, good in his design. Maybe not quite as powerful quite yet in his stage of development to get around the 2 bulls behind him, but I think that's a high quality individual. Bull that wins the next class. Very good skeleton design as far as his width and dimension, down his top and through his hip, very wide at his pins and wide at his hooks. 2 is wide at the ground as well. Maybe for today we'd like to just relax him ever so slightly in his top, but I love the added width and dimension and power and still the reach that he goes off the end. Young lady's bull that wins the last class is a bull we talk about with some unique features. Here's a bull extremely soft in his makeup, very big from the ground up as far as his foot size and his bone. Love it when you get right behind him. He's truly naturally wide from the ground up all the way up to his top of his hip, good over his top line. Still with all that power that he possesses, he's still good at the base of his chest and his shoulder, really elongated up out of his front. That's why he'll be our champion division in this particular division. Young man's bull that was second to our division champion. It's a bull that I too like quite well. Here's a bull that, in my opinion, that very good over his top line, very still smooth at the base of his shoulder and his chest. A bull that gets out and goes and has a true natural shape when you get right behind him. With all that extra power and dimension, he still is very smooth in the way he's built. I like the way he reads on paper. Young man's bull that was second to our division champion. He'll be our reserve.
Shorthorn show. Once again, we've got some powerful cows. I love our class winner as she gets close to becoming a productive female. Just tremendous stoutness and power and bulk, and yet she's the cleanest chested female we've got of the initial 3. She's the most right in her composition, a tremendous foot and foundation. I really think this thing, as she goes towards production, is good. those who want to be critical, say, well, she might herself or not one of those real smooth moving ones, but rest assured, if you're that heavy bred and that big bellied and that wide, you're probably going to take just a little broader step than most. So I like that one to start, in my opinion. The heifer that comes in second, you watch this thing come at you and you study her through the base of her chest. You want to clean that up. Outside of that, this is a great heifer in terms of her pastern flex, her good joints. I prefer this heifer's mature cow size more to the heifer in third. I think this heifer just a nickel plain in her neck and chest. Beyond that, tremendous amounts of utility, tremendous amounts of functionality in this particular female. Young lady here has shown a great set of cattle today, and here's another example of how good the Shorthorn show's been. This is a contender within class, tremendous length of spine, tremendous roll to her body. As you watch this heifer work through her upper shoulder into the top of her neck, she's starting to separate there, and then I want to freshen her up around her tail head and pins just a shade more than what she is today. Heifer that comes next gives a little performance advantage up, but I sure think this one's a nice built little female. In terms of body and width, just a little steeper shouldered. Here's a little different style of heifer within this particular class. Tremendous reach and length and extension. For me personally, I want to just tone her down a little bit in those extensions, open her body cavity up and just strengthen her chest and just give her a little more feature than what she's got. But she's sounder than the heifer that comes next. Here's a red roan heifer that's really big up high. Watch this heifer get out of her forearm and shoulder. The first thing she does is drop her head, come up in her spine, and just not go easy enough, in my opinion. The final heifer we've got in the class, a little off quality in terms of pattern, but basic structure is sure good in her. Nice bodied kind of a female. Great class here in the Shorthorn Female Show.
Hereford entry 505 to the makeup ring. A little behind on the Hereford side, class 35B, first place, and he was your spring bull calf champion, entry 471, MAV Premonition 414B, exhibited by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Second place, and he was your reserve spring bull calf champion, entry 473, TNB Trust Issues 109, exhibited by TNB Herefords, Hull, Georgia. Third place, entry 477, exhibited by Taylor Miller, Lebanon, Missouri. Fourth place, entry 476, exhibited by William Doig, Waldron, Indiana. Fifth place, entry 475, exhibited by Isabel Knowles, Battleground, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 479, exhibited by White Willow Herefords, Morris, Illinois.
Getting into our February bull class here, a bull that rises to the top quite easily for me. You talk about power and width and dimension and class and balance and eye appeal. He puts it together extremely well. Good up out of his top line and up out of his hip. Love the true natural width and dimension and muscle when you get right behind him. Still with all that power and added rib shape, still smooth and good at the base of his shoulder and his chest and his head and neck. Bull, and when you as he gets into motion, his reach is extremely good from the side. A bull that puts a lot of good things together as far as power, look, and balance. Bull coming in next is very similar to him as far as in type and kind, just not as much bull. He's not near as good in his forerib back to his rear flank. Bull that is smooth in his shoulder, good up out of his top line, has some added shape. There's just not near as much bull. Bull rounding out the class is an extremely long-bodied bull. Relax him in his pasterns. Change him up out of his pin structure. He wants to drop in those pins ever so slightly. I'd just like to see him square up and balance up just a little bit more to get around the two bulls in front of him.
Hereford's class 42 and 43 to the makeup ring. Placings in class 38 Hereford bulls. First place, entry 488, Purple Playmaker 15B, exhibited by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Second place, entry number 487, BF 417, exhibited by Burns Farms, Pikeville, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 485, exhibited by Walker McGuffey, Mendenhall, Mississippi. Coming into the ring now is class 39 bull calves. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our junior bull calf champion. Hereford bulls, class 42 and 43 to the makeup ring. In our Shorthorn show, Class 89. First place, entry number 415, CYT Meg 2135, exhibited by Maddie Udale, Sioux City, Iowa. Second place, entry number 422, WHR DC Augusta Pride, exhibited by Kylie Gaina, Martell, Nebraska. Third place, entry 408, exhibited by Samantha Schrog, Marion, South Dakota. Fourth place, entry 421, exhibited by Wright Show Cattle, Wampakoneta, Ohio. Fifth place, entry 425, exhibited by Ashley Yoder, Mount Eaton, Ohio. Sixth place, entry 413, exhibited by Clayton Popey, Jerseyville, Illinois. And seventh place, entry 424, Valley Corn, Paris, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 90 Shorthorn females, your final class of the day. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our senior champion female. You can start bringing all those division champion and reserve Shorthorn heifers to the makeup ring. All division champion and reserve Shorthorn heifers to the makeup ring. We do have group classes. We will do those before we do pictures. So if you're going to compete in group classes, pair of females, super cow, get a sire, breeder's herd, you can bring those animals towards the makeup ring. We'll do those group classes before pictures.
Really a challenge here to put these females together, particularly when you consider they're in different stages of gestation and what the intention or plan for some of these females are. Gets to be a challenge in my opinion. The heifer that starts our class is simply the soundest and the best footed. We've got a great look and presence about her out here. She's still fresh in terms of her body condition. I think she gets off both ends of her framework very, very acceptably. I think between first and seconds, it's a matter of an opinion of where you want to be mature cow size-wise. I simply took frame size out of it and committed to structure and started with the heifer that I did. Heifer in second got, to me, a nice neck, a good shape to her. Looks like a really, really, to me, a female in terms of her look and pattern and presence. This heifer will pull her hock in and get up on her toe, maybe just a shade more than ideal, but her length of teat is more appropriate. I think for me personally, her size is a little more appropriate. I just didn't know where she sat in terms of that upper rib and that functionality in terms of where she sat in her heel. The heifer that comes next is the most show ready in terms of hair quality and fullness, but yet she's at a different stage of production in terms of gestation. As a result, she doesn't have that udder development. She doesn't have that soft mid-rib that a senior yearling for me should have right now. Good structured heifer on the stand. She gets in motion. She'll roll over in her shoulder and come up in her top just a shade. Here's a heifer that's got great length of top line, good stout hind leg set in her, a little plain rump, a little full through the base of her chest. Heifer that comes next, a nice line, good patterned heifer in terms of her top. You watch the condition work down this heifer's top line. You study her bone and foot relative to her body mass, and she's the most out of balance of those cattle that precede her in class. I thought she was a little sounder hind-legged than the heifer coming next. This heifer's big and stout, but she'll roll forward in her shoulder, get up in her loin, maybe more so than ideal, but I like the genuineness and foundation. Heifer second from the close. We got a good top-lined heifer, just a little plain about her feature. Then our final heifer, you know, you study this one through the chest floor in relation to her heart and her loin and her structure. I think this heifer presents the most pieces today. She's got stoutness and volume, just not in a smooth enough made package in this competitive nature.
Placings in Class 90, Shorthorn females. First place, entry number 444, WHR RHS 10 Queens 942, exhibited by John and Barbara Russell, Houston, Texas. Second place, entry number 439, Soul Lady Rosa 2401, exhibited by Gracie Pitchford, Athens, Texas. Third place, entry number 430, exhibited by VH Shorthorns and Rachel Williams, Bowling, Texas. Fourth place, entry 432, exhibited by Ben Harner, Xenia, Ohio. Fifth place, entry 440, exhibited by Nicholas Belcher, Abingdon, Virginia. Sixth place, entry 437, exhibited by Marshall Allison, Georgetown, Pennsylvania. Seventh place, entry number 433, exhibited by Maurice and Faye Courthouse, Smithfield, Kentucky. And eighth place, entry 438, exhibited by Sarah Conley, Georgetown, Kentucky. We're now selecting our senior champion female. We need all those division champion reserves into the makeup ring. Shorthorn heifer, division champion reserves to the makeup. Hereford entry 511, JC Cattle Company. We need your entry 511 to the scales. We'll recognize a couple of more of our Shorthorn All-Americans. The junior yearling All-American goes to CF No Foolin' 25, owned by Adrienne Trinopole. Your senior yearling All-American, WHR Cumberland Gracie, exhibited by John and Barbara Russell.
Thank you.
For representative, will come to the Shorthorn picture backdrop to receive that award.
when you get caught up in the moment, maintaining efficiency in terms of pulling in class described and getting them out can get to be a challenge, in my opinion. And we've tried to maintain as an effective pace as we could today. We took time when, in our opinion, when we thought we needed to take time, and yet truly evaluate the cattle. I choose to talk every cattle that's been, simply because if you paid your entry fee and you've put the time that all of you have the show, you at least deserve an explanation of where you're standing and why you're standing there. Don't have to necessarily agree, but at least I feel more comfortable going home this evening realizing that everybody at least knew my thoughts about their particular cattle. Within a division, I'll try not to overtalk them again. We have so much challenge. You know, when you talk about livestock selection, when we go buy a little one, they're undefeated. They're all good, and the only problem is genetics hasn't taken over yet. We're at females now where stage of production and true genetics have really had time to express themselves, and so we see the quality, but we also see maybe the deficiencies a little more apparently than when you would in a calf division, in a May or March, April, May calf. So here's the truth. You know, it's these folks our females are about to go into production, and I sure think just tremendous amounts of value. Keep in mind that they're production oriented. Keep in mind that this is a show at the North American, and it is the national show. We got to have these females fresh. We got to have them look the part, and I sure think in this division we have a pair of them that do. When you take coordination, athleticism, condition, and freshness into mind, there's going to be a pair of them stay together within this division. They represent the first class. Champion's a young lady with the red heifer. Reserve is a young lady with the light roan heifer. Let's bring these two females in and congratulate with a great round of applause.
Just an impressive class of January bulls we have here on our Hereford side. Young man's bull that floats to the top in this class, I think, puts a lot of good things together. As far as balance and symmetry, power, soundness, he's got it all. Love the extra length of body and length of hip he has. Really good at the base of that shoulder and his chest and neck. Neck comes up high out of that top of that. Very proportional as far as his fore rib back into his rear flank. Really good as far as the ground up, his foot structure, his bone structure. Very well balanced bull. That gives you a lot of look and style and eye appeal. Boy, and then when you get right behind him, really it shows a tremendous amount of muscle all the way through down his top and up out of his hip, and he carries it way down low. Bull coming in next, most similar to him in type and kind, just not as much of him. He's not as good in his forerib. He's not quite as good up out of his hip as the bull that wins, but I love his balance and symmetry as far as his shoulder and his chest and neck. Maybe gets a little more elevated in his loin than the bull that wins, but I like his balance and symmetry and his overall shape and muscle. Bull coming in next, the bull that's got some frame and some length. I think this bull still's got a lot of future. Just as I read him today, compare him to the bulls that go 1 and 2, he gets a little flatter in his forerib, a little flatter at the point of that rib cage. Doesn't have quite as much true shape way down low as the bulls that go 1 and 2. I love the extra length and look and style and balance and smoothness that bull has. I think yet his days are yet to come. Love this bull coming in next from his forerib back. Powerful, big top, big hip. He wants to just get a little bit uncoordinated on his pasterns ever so slightly, a little more coarser at the base of his chest, doesn't have that extra length and extension up through the front 1/3 of his body as the bull's right in front of him. Good, well-balanced bull coming in next. I just wish there was a little more bull here to get around those bulls right in front of him. I love his design and the way he's made as far as out of his top and up out of his hip. He just gets a little bit tighter as far as in the center part of his body. Bull coming in next is a big hip bull. He just comes at me a little bit more in pieces today. He's a little more open and splayed at the base and at the point of his shoulder. Gets a little more concave in his heart. But that bull too there, I see really a lot of future into him. Young lady's bull coming in next, just so it gets a little quicker, maturing about his head and his neck and his chest. Next bull in the lineup is a bull I like. He's got a good skeleton design. He just gets too refined in his features out for me here today just to get him any higher. Next young lady's bull is a bull that's got some length and go. He needs more internal dimension. Young man's bull coming in next. His bull just gets a little too coarse for me, too deep in his chest. He's got some shape and some power, some performance. He just is too deep in his chest and too uncoordinated as far as his skeleton design. Young man's bull coming in next is a bull that's got some look and style and balance, just needs a little more weight per day of age. Same thing for the bull rounding out the class. That's a good made, solid bull. He just gives up too much power all the way through.
Hereford entry 523 to the scales. Your senior champion, Shorthorn female. What'd you do with that? Right here. Went to entry number 391. She's sold. Roses Are Red, exhibited by Sarah Rose Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Your reserve senior champion female, entry 392 out of that same class, CF Cumberland 334, exhibited by Adrienne Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion, Shorthorn female. In your Hereford Bull Show, class 39. Class 39, Hereford Bulls, first place, entry number 500, TNB Advanced Placement, exhibited by TNB Herefords, Hull, Georgia. Second place, entry number 40, Langford's Recovery, 4008, exhibited by Langford Herefords, Okmulgee, Oklahoma. Third place, entry number 492, exhibited by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 509, exhibited by Perks Ranch, Rockford, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 507, exhibited by Stevens Herefords, Taylorville, Illinois. Sixth place, entry number 501, exhibited by Chase Billing, Greendale, New Hampshire. Seventh place, entry number 506, exhibited by Sayer Hereford Farm, Arnsville, Illinois. Eighth place, entry number 493, exhibited by Doug Laterno, Gallatin, Tennessee. Ninth place, entry number 491, exhibited by Emma and Libby Rustin, Waverly, Tennessee. And 10th place, entry 494, exhibited by J.C. Cattle Company, Norman, Indiana.
Out here selecting our junior bull calf champion, two outstanding class winners. Bull that wins that first class, once again, just tremendous amount of shape and width and dimension of muscle down his top and up out of his hip. It's really bold right through the center part of his body. Good as far as his footwork and his bone, a bull that's carrying a tremendous amount of bone. Bull that still, with all that extra power, he still gives you a good look about his chest and his head and neck. Maybe not quite as sharp and true over his top as the bull right behind him, but that's getting awfully picky because both of these bulls are extremely good. The bull that wins the last class, the January class, the bull you talk about with a lot of true real power as far as hip shape and squareness up out of over his top. I love the extra balance and symmetry he possesses as far as the smoothness of his shoulder and his chest and his head and neck. A bull that when you set him into motion is extremely athletic. Young man gets him planted, that bull gives you an awfully good look. He has an advantage in length of body and length of hip. Young man that wins that January class, he'll be our division champion.
Your junior bull calf champion, Hereford's entry 500, TNB Advanced Placement 105, exhibited by TNB Herefords, Hull, Georgia. Brings in the second for the reserve selection.
The bull that was second to our division champion, very similar in type and kind, maybe not quite as expanded in his top and in his hip as our division champion, but still a very smooth made bull that's still got enough power and look and style and balance. Maybe if we're going to critique him ever so slightly, we can just clean him up about his chest and his head and neck. The bull that wins the first class is the bull that's got the more true shape and power and width and dimension over his top and up out of his hip. The bull that wins our first class will be our reserve division.
Reserve junior bull calf champion, entry number 488, Purple Playmaker, 15B, exhibited by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Coming into the ring now is class 42 Hereford Bulls. Class 43 should be in the makeup ring along with class 46. Well, over in our Shorthorn ring, before we select our champion female, we'll do the crowning of your new National Shorthorn Lassie. The National Shorthorn Lassie Association is excited to take a few moments to thank the current national queens and to announce the 2014-2015 national queens for the upcoming year. Over the past 3 days, 3 young women have been competing for the national and the alternate national Shorthorn Lassie queen. I'm now going to introduce these 3 young ladies to you. First off, representing the land of Lincoln, Miss Alicia Hofstadter from Low Point, Illinois. She begins the competition for the National Shorthorn Lassie crown this year. Alicia says that she can't think of a better way to give back to the Shorthorn breed, the breed that has done so much for her, that representing the face of Shorthorns as the National Shorthorn Lassie Queen. She's the daughter of Alan and Ruth Hofstadter. Alicia has been the Illinois State Queen this past year and has also been active in 4-H, FFA, and the Illinois Junior Shorthorn Association, and is a member of the National Honor Society. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Alicia Hofstadter from Low Point, Illinois. Second, young lady hailing from the Old Line State, Miss Carissa Haynes from Maryland, the daughter of Nathan and Amy Haynes from Newmarket, Maryland. Carissa became involved with Shorthorns at the age of 8 and has been her dream to be the National Shorthorn Lassie Queen and promote Shorthorns as the great breed of cattle they are. Since 2009, she's been serving as part of Maryland's Lassie Royalty and currently serves as Maryland's Shorthorn Lassie Queen. Carissa has been active in 4-H, FFA, and the Maryland Junior Shorthorn Association. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Carissa Haynes. And last but not least, rounding out this year's Shorthorn Lassie Crown competition is the Sooner State's Miss Darcy Cash, the daughter of Don and Miranda Cash from Fay, Oklahoma. For Darcy to run for National Queen means the opportunity to serve as an ambassador by promoting Shorthorn cattle while serving as a mentor for the younger Shorthorn enthusiast. She has been active in the Oklahoma Shorthorn Lassie Royalty Court since 2009 and has served this past year as Oklahoma Shorthorn Lassie Queen. Darcy is also involved in the Oklahoma Junior Shorthorn Association and a variety of community service activities. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Darcy Cash. At this time, we would like to thank our 2013-2014 National Shorthorn Lassie Queen, Miss Victoria Osborne, and the alternate Shorthorn Lassie Queen, Miss Sydney Miller, for how they have represented the Shorthorn breed over the last year. These two young women have done an outstanding job representing the Tartan Plaid. Give them a big round of applause, folks. All right, now to announce our winners. First off, our second runner-up, Miss Carissa Haynes from Maryland. The 2014-2015 alternate Shorthorn Lassie is Miss Alicia Hofstadter from Illinois, which means your 2014 National Lassie Queen is Miss Darcy Cash from Oklahoma. Congratulations to these ladies, and I know everyone will look forward to seeing these young ladies around ringside at Shorthorn events and sales and promoting the Shorthorn breed.
Starting a new division here in our Hereford Bull Show at December-November Bull here. Bull that wins the class, good things together. You talk about balance and symmetry and power. This bull has it very smooth at the base of that shoulder, good up over his top line. I love the way he gets out and reaches off of both ends. Still very collected as far as much power and performance he has. Tremendous amount of rib shape and depth of body. The bull that comes in second is a bull I think still fresh and green. I think he's good up over his top line. Change him up out of his pins. He wants to tuck those hind legs ever so slightly up underneath him, balance him up, smooth him up on the move, but another high quality individual.
Placings in class 42, Hereford Bulls. First place, entry 510, WD, Sharp Dressed Man, 3256, exhibited by Walker Dunn, Cochranton, Pennsylvania. Second place, entry 511, JC Primer 18TA, exhibited by JC Cattle Company, Norman, Indiana. Coming to the ring now is class 43 Bulls. Immediately following this, we'll select our winner bull calf champion. Class 46 should be in the makeup ring. First call for class 49. Hereford entry 523, Burns Farms. We need that Hereford entry 523 to the makeup ring. We've got one more All-American to give out, your show female of the year. And it's presented to Colt Gentry 363, owned by Andrew Hodges of Lebo, Kansas. So if Andrew or a representative come to the picture backdrop to receive that All-American award.
Class in November, October bulls here. My opinion here, the bull that wins this class puts a lot of good things together for any breed of a bull. Here's a bull, he reads nice as far as his EPDs are concerned, in my opinion, but so good and true from the point of that shoulder all the way back to his hook bone, back of the way his tail head lays into his body cavity. Love the extra shape and dimension and curvature of muscle right over his loin edge and down up out of his hip, and he carries it down low. Extremely proportional in his forerib back to his rear flank. With all that extra width and squareness he possesses, he reaches extremely good. Still good enough at the point of that shoulder as well. A bull that got some power, some look, and style, and balance. Loved extra growth of the bull here coming in second. And bull 2 reads awfully nice as far as his EPD profile. Bull is very elongated in his spine and good up out of his hip. He just doesn't have that extra mass and width and dimension right through the center part of his body cavity as the bull that wins. I love the extra growth, the smoothness of his shoulder. Just doesn't have that extra internal dimension as the bull that wins. The bull coming in third is a bull that's still green in his overall condition, a bull that's flexible off of both ends, that still has some true raw shape and width of skeleton, just doesn't have as much internal dimension as the bulls that go 1 and 2.
Placings in Class 43, Hereford Bulls. First place, entry number 514, RC Grizzly 362, exhibited by River Circle Farm, Hartsville, Tennessee. Second place, entry 519, Creek Trust Reflection 344A, exhibited by Jeff Johnson, Nervart, Ohio. Third place, entry 517, exhibited by Doug Letourneau, Gallatin, Tennessee. We're now selecting our winner bull calf champion.
Out here selecting our winter bull calf division champion. We've got two excellent individuals, not only the way they look, but as far as paper. Young man's bull that wins that first class. I love the balance and symmetry he possesses as far as the smoothness of the point of his shoulder, his weight, his athleticism when you set him into motion. Still so good up over his top line and his hip. Actually, the bull, when you get right behind him, he has more true muscle mass than you think when you view, as opposed to when you view him from the side. Maybe just not quite as sharp and as muscular, quite as well as the bull right behind him, maybe a little bit deeper up into his chest. But a bull, I love the extra length of body and length of hip he possesses. The bull that comes out of the second class, I think, is quite unique. I think here's a bull so sharp and chiseled up over his top and up out of his hip. Love him up through his head and his neck. Neck comes up high up out of that point of that shoulder. Tremendous amount of shape. Still with all that power that he possesses, he's still fluid and fresh in his movement, fresh in his condition. He'll be our division champion. Congratulations.
Winter Bull Calf Champions, entry 514, RC Grizzly 362, exhibited by River Circle Farm, Hartsville, Tennessee. Brings in entry 519 for the reserve selection.
The bull coming in for a reserve selection that was second to our division champion. Loved the extra length of body and length of spine he possesses. I like him as far as his overall smoothness of design. But probably for me out here in this particular lineup, I prefer the bull that wins the first class. Just his overall extra shape and dimension right through the center part of his quarter. Young man that wins that first class will be our reserve division.
Reserve Winter Bull Calves, entry 510, WD Sharp Dressed Man 3256, exhibited by Walker Dunn, Cochraton, Pennsylvania. Coming into the ring now will be class 46 bulls. Single class in this division, so automatically will be our senior bull calf champion. Class 49 and 52 should be in the makeup ring. First call for class 53 Hereford bulls.
As we come to the close of our female show here at the National Shorthorn show with regards to being an honorarium of Don Cagwin, just an absolute tremendous, humbling experience to be out here before you. Before I make comments, I asked Dad last night, I said, hey, are we going to rotate classes and discuss and talk like we had or do on occasion when we judge shows together? He said, no, it's your show, you do what you want. And so as a result, as we come to the end of the day, I need to make some comments and some words of thanks. And before we select a reserve, I'd sure like him to come to the microphone and share some of his thoughts. First and foremost, like to thank the North American Livestock Exposition for having me and the Shorthorn Board selecting me as a judge for your national event. Would like to thank the Junior Board. These folks have been out here since 8 a.m. this morning. At no point have we had to wait on a heifer. At no point have I had to ask them to move a heifer or a bull to a particular location. These young people were on it. They're sharp. They're very capable, and I think a tremendous representation of your breed. The next word of the next word of thanks that I have is to the exhibitors. I am a 4-H father. And we like to show livestock, and we like to win just about as much as they'll possibly hand out at a show that we go to. But I've learned, children have made me much more patient. Working with a livestock judging team, sometimes there's much more to the end result than winning. And I like to tell this story. 2 years ago, we had a Duroc Guild at Louisville at the summer conference, and I told my wife our 4-year-old was showing. And I said, Katie, this one's my favorite sow. I can't wait to make better ones out of her. Nolan was 7th in that particular class. And if you want to test a 4-H mother, get her 4-year-old 7th in a class in a national show, it doesn't go very well. We were on the way back to the stalls, and my wife's like, I thought you liked that one. I said, oh, I do, Katie. I said, there's a great value in that particular female. And I said, if we're going to hinge our satisfaction on one judge putting us 7th versus champion, we probably need to select something else to do. I said, our 4-year-old drove that gilt like he stole her. I think she's an absolute mean machine. And I said, I'm proud to have shown and owned her for that particular event. I realized the time and effort that it takes at home when the alarms went off at 2 to 3 a.m. this morning and you had to roll out to go feed and rinse and blow Shorthorn cattle dry and prepare them for today. Snowing in Louisville, and it should not be snowing in Louisville in November, but it was. You folks have made the commitment financially to come here. You've made the commitment to get up and hit it as hard as you possibly could today. And from that standpoint, as a show judge, I took my decisions today very, 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 very importantly, and I tried to explain the differences, because when I show livestock, the only thing I ask a show judge do is make sure they describe the differences and put me where they want, but they better make sure they're accurate in their description. And from that standpoint, I can go back to the pins and be comfortable whether I win or whether I get 3rd in class. within reason. So with that stated, you know, absolutely an honor. My compliments to the breeders and exhibitors. I had Dad or got the call to judge the Shorthorn show, and my next phone call was to Dad and said, hey, would you like to serve as an associate? He said, well, did they ask if you needed one? I said, I guess I never asked. Monty left it pretty much up to me, and I wanted him to be with me on a day of this special occasion because of the years that we bring judging teams to the North American. You can always find him on Senior College Day watching the Shorthorn show from about the second row, and he never leaves, doesn't go back into the barn. He just likes to watch the Shorthorn Cattle Show on this very, very hallowed Monday of the North American. I have my own formed opinion. I've enjoyed bouncing ideas off of him. We have a great mutual respect for each other. When it's his ring, it's his call. When it's my ring, it's my call. So if you don't like how things shook out today, rest assured I don't physically have broad shoulders, but I've got pretty broad shoulders, and I did what I wanted, and I've tried to describe the differences to you. With that stated, it's been an honor, once-in-a-lifetime experience, a humbling experience. Cattle have been tremendous today. Let's please congratulate, if you would, one last time, the Shorthorn exhibitors at the National Show.
And how about a nice round of applause for our judges today, Dr. Mark Hogue and Dr. Dan Hogue. They've done a great job, walked right through a number of cattle, worked great with our exhibitors. Give them a nice round of applause, folks. And your grand champion Shorthorn females, entry number 345, Soul Wild Cherry 3269, exhibited by Dunlap, Iowa. That'll bring in the reserve in that division for a reserve champion selection.
I like what he just told me. He said, I said, what do you think? And I said, it's your call. And he said, no, it's not. It's our call. That was interesting. To the North American also, I'd like to say a personal thank you to Mark. It's been an honor and a pleasure and very humbling to be out here. To Don Cagwin over here, and you know, he and I represent the senior group, I guess, of those that have loved the Shorthorn breed and followed it through so many years. And so it was almost ironic that I could be part of this show and to have Don and Jeff and Cindy here, and Don being recognized for his years. And I can remember the years and years that he'd bring those cattle out. And Jeff, I consider one of the really good friends and best fitters at and breeders of cattle that I've ever known. And so from that standpoint, it's been a special day. I simply want to once again congratulate the Shorthorn exhibitors and the breeders that put these cattle together. Why? Because this is my third national show I've been a part of, and I believe I want to say 4 junior nationals. And you don't realize until you just stand out here in the ring over the have and the progress that you are making in terms of just natural substance and strength and foot shape, foot size, and just strength that we have in these cattle now, and yet we're keeping these females very, very functional in terms of their build. And so from that standpoint and that perspective, I compliment you from the bottom of my heart because this has been a very rewarding experience. To Monty Souls and the board, we say thank you, and a great person to work with. And I'm only going to simply finish, and then I'll name your reserve champion female from the standpoint that we come from an evaluation livestock judging family. I sometimes think that's all we do, but the best evaluator in our family is actually sitting at home on her computer in the kitchen at Walnut, Illinois, And so I'll just say to Deanna, I hope we did you proud today. And with that, we'll name your champion, your reserve champion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And your reserve champion females, entry number 179, CYT Dream Lady, 4141, exhibited by Dalton Shanks, Colfax, Iowa. That's your champion and reserve champion females here at the Jack Ragsdale National Shorthorn Show. And if you talk about someone sitting at home, folks, Jack Ragsdale's unable to be with us. He's at home watching on the computer as well. We know you're here in spirit, Jack Ragsdale. Go ahead, Judge Meyer.
Excellent words from Mark and Dan, and it's certainly been a pleasure to work the other ring opposite of them. Dan's always been an icon to me, and I've always thought he got to judge. I think he's judged every show in the country throughout the United States, and so just excellent words from them guys, and obviously they've done an outstanding job over there. Back in our Hereford Bull Show, an automatic class and division, I think there's two bulls in here that surface to the top. As I study these bulls, the bull that's going to win and win the division, there's just so much length of body and length of hip and true raw power in this bull. Is he as well balanced maybe as the bull that ends up second and being reserved? Maybe not. But I still think this bull, as far as that extra length and power and dimension and his athleticism, I think is what elevates him to it. I think he's so unique as far as his weight per day of age and his performance, and still gives you a good look as far as style and balance. The bull coming in second and being reserved just gives up a little bit of true raw power. He's a little smoother as the way his shoulder blends into his body cavity, maybe a little bit flatter in his muscle pattern and his rib shape, but a bull that I really like from his standpoint of ours, his look and style and his balance. Bull coming in third is a bull that I think is very smooth, very deep in his forerib, back to his rear flank. Maybe doesn't have that extra go off of that back end as the bulls that go 1 and 2, but very smooth, very proportional, maybe a little deeper in his chest. Bull coming in next is a bull that too has some length of body and some length of spine and some true raw muscle. I think he gets a little more concave in his heart and a little more open and splayed at the base of his shoulder to get him any higher. Young man's bull rounding out the class is a good design bull. He just simply doesn't have enough weight per day of age and true raw power to get any higher.
Shorthorn exhibitors, we're going to do group classes before we do pictures. Pair of females. Pair of females. If you're going to compete in pair of females, bring them in the ring. In our Hereford show, class 46, first in class and automatically your senior bull calf champions, entry 523, BF TMG Redemption 3165, exhibited by Trademark Genetics, Burns Farms, and Pequet Hereford Ranch, Pikeville, Tennessee, and St. Anne, Illinois. Second place, and your reserve senior bull calf champion, entry 524, Perks Money in Your Pocket 3143, exhibited by Perks Ranch, Rockford, Illinois. Third place, entry number 526, exhibited by Oak Ledge Farm, Belmont, New Hampshire. Fourth place, entry number 525, exhibited by W.C. Taylor and Cottage Hill Farm, Petersburg, West Virginia. Fifth place, entry number 521, exhibited by Dustin Ogburn, Sanders, Kentucky. In the ring now is class 49 Hereford Bulls. Single class in this division as well, so they'll automatically be your intermediate champion in reserve. All right. I've been informed we do select a Supreme Champion Award here at the North American in the Shorthorn Show between the bull and the female. It's the George Garvin Brown Memorial Trophy. It is an old trophy. It goes to the Supreme Champion Shorthorn here at the North American. In the ring is our champion bull and our champion heifer.
when we were trying to take the picture with the bull, that maybe the bull that wouldn't want to cooperate very much. So I hope we, regardless of our decision, I thought to myself, if we use the bull for Supreme, do we have to rephoto him? Because I'd just soon opt out of that. It's a challenge. The heifer, incredible female out of an incredible female show. The bull, if you want to talk about an outlier within the intact male population of shorthorn bulls, put that genetic script with that functionality and that power and that flexibility is pretty staggering. So you have to ask yourself, you know, the heifer represents an impressive set of females today. The bull is truly, in my opinion, an outlier, particularly when you consider and want to commit to genetic values and making better shorthorn cattle that read right in their numbers. That guy really has a place. Really almost an impossible decision, apples and oranges, but for me, the individual that stood out amongst his contemporaries the most is the bull. He'll be your Supreme. Please congratulate the Champion Bull exhibitor on a job well done.
Your Supreme Champion Shorthorn animal goes to entry 524, Soul Red Knight 2030. He's exhibited by Sullivan Farms, Dunlap, Iowa. Now we're ready for para-female shorthorn. Para-female shorthorn. Bring them in.
Just 2 single entries here in our early summer yearling bull class and division, and I think both of these bulls are extremely good in their own right. I don't know that they're exactly the same type and kind. We've got a bull that we're going to use to win the division that reads a little bit higher on birth, but his performance numbers show it, and it shows him out here. A bull that, in my opinion, that just tremendously powerful, very long up out of his hip. A bull that's got a tremendous amount of growing power, still very smooth about his shoulder and his chest and his head and neck. A bull with that much power and go, I still think is extremely nice. Young lady's bull that ends up being reserved, very smooth, flat-shouldered bull, maybe a little bit below breed average as far as yearling weight. But a bull that is extremely nice about his top line. He just gets flatter in his muscle shape, a little flatter in his overall appearance when you compare him to the stouter, high-growth bull to win the division.
We get it.
Hereford entry 545, Ramsey Herefords. Hereford entry 546, River Circle. Entry 548, Sandy Ridge. Need you to the makeup ring immediately. Final call. Placings in class 49, Hereford Bulls. First place and automatically your intermediate champion, entry 530. Purple Django Felt 101A, exhibited by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois, and Zachary Hopkins, Winchester, Tennessee. Second place and reserve intermediate champion bull, PHH Rockridge Courageous 385, exhibited by Rockridge Herefords, Versailles, Kentucky. Coming into the ring now is class 52 yearling bulls. In the Shorthorn show, pair of females went first place, went to entry from Adrian Trinopole, Middletown, Indiana. All right. I don't think there's anyone else in any other group class, correct? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our Shorthorn show. We thank you for your attendance and support, mostly to you, especially to you exhibitors. And we'll invite you back next year here for the Jack C. Ragsdale National Shorthorn Show. Everyone travel safe and have a great holiday season. We've had a cell phone turned in. It was found in the stands, and I'm not sure where at in the stands, but it's a Motorola Verizon cell phone. So if you've lost a cell phone, I have it at the announcer's table.
John and Barbara Russell are still around.
Would if John and Barbara Russell, if you're still around in the sound of my voice, we still have your All-American plaque at the Shorthorn picture backdrop. John or Barbara Russell or a representative, your All-American plaque is at the Shorthorn picture backdrop.
Impressive, impressive lineup of bulls here. I think it gets quite challenging to sort through these bulls and what you need. The bull that I'm going to use in this particular class, it's kind of like out in the female deal. I don't think this bull just blows you in any way in any one area, but I think you talk about smoothness of structure, balance of design, power and proportional. That's what he does. So good up out of his top line and out of his hip, his chest and his shoulders where they lie into him. He has a big advantage over the bull that maybe a little more powerful bull in second, and simply from his shoulder back into his forerib, extremely well designed, extremely well balanced, yet attractive and athletic bull. I love the power of the bull that comes in second. I love him from the middle part of his body on back. I love that extra length of top and that length of hip and back with a tremendous amount of muscle. The only thing that gets him when I compare him to the bull that wins, you get right up on him on a three-quarter view. He wants to get a little more concave and pinched in that heart and expanded at the lower base of that shoulder. That's the thing that separates those two bulls. Those two bulls are long-bodied, they're stout, yet smooth, attractive bulls. The bull coming in third, he's giving this man a rough day, and I really like this bull. And in this particular class, I think he's either got to win or he's got to be third. For me today, he just gives up too much length of body and smoothness to the bulls that go 1 and 2. I love his softness. I love his soundness. I love his depth of body and his true dimension of muscle all the way through. Just gets a little quicker as far as his overall maturity pattern. Bull coming in next is a long-bodied bull that's got some length and go. Just gets a little too coarse about his front end. Bull coming in next is a bull that's got some longevity built into him, a bull that's very fresh in his overall general appearance, gets out and goes, just doesn't have enough internal dimension. Bull rounding out the class, it's got some good parts and pieces, just needs to give him a little bit on a sounder structure. A good group, 3 outstanding individuals there on the top end of that class.
Placings in Class 52, Hereford Bulls. First place, entry number 538, S&W High Octane 17A, exhibited by S&W, Polled Herefords, Burnsville, Mississippi. Second place, entry 569, ROF Time is Money 311A, exhibited by Lauren McMillan, Tiscawalla, Illinois. Third place, entry number 541, exhibited by Morgan Kramer, Farino, Illinois, Darren Lurkins, Valdela, Illinois, and Langford Herefords, Okmulgee, Oklahoma. Fourth place, entry number 537, exhibited by Hunt Ground, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 539, exhibited by 4L Herefords, Atwood, Tennessee, and Hard Hereford Farm, Jackson, Tennessee. Sixth place, entry number 540, exhibited by White Willow Polled Herefords, Morris, Illinois. In the ring now is Class 53, Hereford Bulls. Immediately following this, we'll select our yearling champion. Class 56 and 57, Hereford Bulls to the scales. Your final 2 classes of Hereford Bulls. Bring those bulls to the scales.